Well, good morning. Welcome to the county ground at Northampton on the start of the second day's play in this LV. The situation is that Northamptonshire are just about to resume their first innings on 214 for 5. That's already a lead of 108, having bowled Sussex out yesterday for 106. Safe Zabe is still in the first class captain among he's on 27, so on 66, right away, he's fine, the key point, it's a fresh, the white goal last night, all suggests me, outside possibility of a shower this afternoon, I think we're going to get very much. The full day's allocation of 96 overs. I'm Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton, delighted to welcome once again Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex and Phil Rowe, the former Northamptonshire assistant coach. Morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, morning, good to speak to you. Morning, everyone. Lovely morning, and it isn't as cold, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not biting cold. It's still not warm, but
well, I think the last 2 hours last night, I have to say, was about as cold as I think I can remember it being for a long time. It was seriously parky, but. Yeah, but it's much more pleasant this morning, and so hopefully, as I say, we'll get a full day's play in, and we may even be able to shed a layer before the end of the day. Who knows? So how do we see this shaping up then, Phil? As Northamptonshire, obviously, I presume, just wanting to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex will want to get off the field as quickly as they can. Wickets do that for them, and Northampton have got to bat as long as they can.
Well, here's Ollie Robinson starting the second day's play, and that first ball is turned by Adam Rossington down to long leg for a single. So the first run of the day, off the first ball of the day, Rossington up to 28 and Northamptonshire up to 215 for 5. I was talking to Ben Sanderson last night, one of the two Northamptonshire bowling heroes, he and Gareth Berg picking up 5 wickets each, and talking about how the game will pan out from now, and he said they're just obviously looking to bat certainly well into the afternoon if possible. Robinson round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump to Zabe, who lets that go through. A good bounce still, new ball still, I suppose, only 52 overs old. A little bit of hardness in it, and certainly good carry there from Robinson, who was quite outstanding yesterday. I mean, this is his 16th over of the innings. He's already taken 4 for 32. Joe Sarrow picking up the other wicket on debut, 5th ball in first class cricket. But Robinson really did carry the Sussex attack yesterday. Here he is again, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, and just lets that go through again outside the off stumps, taken by Ben Brown. 3 slips in place with a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg down in front of the Spencer Pavilion. There is still a little bit of breeze. You can see the Steelbacks flag on the indoor centre at the far end of the ground, just blowing from our left to right, so coming from the west or northwest, but not as strong or blustery as it was certainly the last couple of hours yesterday. Here's Robinson in again, bowls and beats Zabe outside the off stump. Good ball round about the line of off stump, and Robinson immediately right on the button, as you would expect. We're talking, Adrian, about the possibility of obviously England will be looking to pick their side for the first test against New Zealand, which starts in about 3 weeks' time. He's got to be in the frame, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson?
I think most definitely, just in terms of volume of wicket that he's taken over the past 3 seasons, and indeed starting this season as well.
Here he is again, round the wicket to Zabe, who lets that go through outside the off stump to Ben Brown, and there's no run.
And the fact that he was with the England squad in Sri Lanka and then in India, and he's spoken pre-season, Ollie, about how much he's learnt from the likes of Anderson and Broad, just being in the company of those guys. I guess Phil would know that in terms of just when you're around these great players. And I think Ollie's learnt an awful lot. And he said he doesn't want to be regarded as a bowler who takes wickets in English-friendly conditions. He wants to make his name as a bowler who can take wickets in all conditions around the world.
I'll be happy to take another one here as he bowls around the wicket to Zabe, who's on the front foot, plays it down to backward point, where it's fielded there by Jack Carson, and that's the end of the first over of the day. 1 run off it, with Rossington 28, Zabe 66, and Northamptonshire 215 for 5. The lead is 109.
He doesn't waste many balls, does he, Ollie Robinson? Okay, so the first ball was sort of a hit ball, one off the hip for Adam Rossington, and the next 5 are really challenging balls for Zabe, who played them pretty well, got beaten outside off stump just the once. I think this morning is a big session for Northampton. It's a big session, obviously, for both teams in the context of the game. But generally, the first session of day 2, when Northants have been ahead, they don't always, certainly in my time, don't always press home that advantage. So the attitude here needs to be, let's get ourselves in a position by lunch where there's only one team that can win this game, certainly by mid-afternoon. And it's not in the these two guys like to score, but really they've just got to play some time and pick up the runs that are available to them.
Well, Stuart Meeker's going to open the attack from the pavilion end, and I think it's very fair what you said, Andrew. I mean, it was the Ollie Robinson show yesterday. He didn't really get any support from anyone else, although Meeker perhaps came the closest as he bowls to Rosington, who clips that smartly through mid-wicket. He's taken one. He'll come back for a comfortable second, will Rosington. He goes to 30 in the first runs of the morning, 217 for 5. Just coming back to Ollie Robinson, it makes you wonder if he doesn't play in one of those 2 tests against New Zealand, when is he going to play, really? And I mean, New Zealand are a very fine side, but I'd have thought England want to have a look at him perhaps before the series against England, and certainly against India, and certainly before the Ashes. It
may be helpful to him that Chris Silverwood now has the most sane selection as well. Being a bowler, picking bowlers in form, that will be something that Silverwood will probably want to do more so than the previous guy.
Meeker in again, bowls, and Rosington plays firmly into the covers fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. And I guess finally on that as well, clearly Sussex Open, we hope for Ollie Robinson that he's good enough to step up to test standard, but England kind of need to know, don't they? And you're only going to know if you play him.
That's very true. It's an old saying, but you only find out one way. Yeah. And he's earned the right to have that exposure, to have that opportunity. He's taken stacks of wickets in all conditions up and down the country for a couple of years or so now.
Meeker runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Rosington, shows the maker's name, and Meeker fields of his own bowling. Of course, from a Sussex perspective, for someone who's taken so many wickets, Sussex supporters were thinking, crumbs, no Ollie Robinson, where the wicket's going to come from, which is why I think Ian Salisbury is looking to blood these youngsters and see whether they're good enough to step up. And he's certainly had to rotate them over these opening weeks, and again, only time will tell. Meeker runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Rosington, short, pulled away to deep mid-wicket, fielded out there by Tom Haynes, who gets in the throw. I hate to say it in the second over of the morning, already it just looks... Ben Brown is desperate for some control here, isn't he? He doesn't want Northants to be taking 1s and 2s and seeing that scoreboard ticking along too quickly. Yeah,
it's really hard, isn't it? I mean, it is almost a game of sort of 2 ends, really. There's one end where Ollie Robinson bowling, then there's the other end. But if you look at the Sussex resources, there's no Archer, there's no Jordan, there's no Mitchell Claydon, a very experienced swimmer. So, they need those 3 available, and then the attack does look a little bit more balanced.
Oh, for sure. In comes Meeker, around the wicket, bowls and driven nicely. Lovely thing shot by Zay, plays to mid-off, fielded by Travis Head. And there is no... He's probably glad it's a little sunny and a little warmer this morning, as Travis Head, although he's still got his hands in his pocket. The other player that Sussex are missing who isn't going to be available as an overseas, because Sussex have got there too, is David Visa, who's a very fine cricketer, an all-rounder. He's coming back for T20, but you almost wonder whether Sussex would have liked him in the Championship. As in comes Meeker and bowls, and there's a good delivery by Stuart Meeker, but Zay plays it very straight back down the track. End of a accurate over from Stuart Meeker. He concedes 3 runs, Zay to 66, Rosington 31, and Northamptonshire 218 for 5.
Yeah, just to sort of round up on the Ollie Robinson debate, he's definitely earned his place. I'm a fan. He's an English seamer. He bowls with a lovely action, doesn't waste many balls. He's got the tricks as well. He can bowl reverse swing when that's on offer. So he deserves his place in the England setup when the opportunity arises. What I would say is the biggest step up I see in levels is between county cricket and international cricket. But let's find out whether he can bridge that gap. But for me, that is the biggest gap. It is a big step up in class, but he has earned his right to have that opportunity.
Well, we shall find out in due course when the England squad for that first test is announced. Starts, as I say, on June the 2nd, first test against New Zealand. Ollie Robinson running in from the far end, the indoor centre end. 3 slips in place and bowls to Rosington, who's playing that out into the covers, and fielded there by Tom Haynes, and there's no run. I think the danger, Phil, it's a difficult sort of circle to be squared, if you like, by Ben Brown, the Sussex captain, is how they don't want to bowl him into the ground, but they rely, especially with the composition of this particular Sussex side, they rely on him so much as the mainstay of the attack. The temptation is just basically to wind him up and let him go. Here's Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington, his back foot this time, again plays it out into the covers. Haynes fields, there's no run.
I think that's the question to which I don't have any answers, I'm afraid. I'm thinking, do you use him in this, I'm talking in this context of this game right now, do you use him more as a strike bowler and give him the ball, try and get a wicket, keep the fielders in, keep the catches in, and then bring him back in shorter spells? Or do you keep him going from one end? And it's a difficult one to. The Northampton's batting lineup is deep, so that's a dangerous tactic to keep him going.
Robinson in again and bowls to Rossington, who steers that away down wide of third slips, running down towards the third man boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion, and it crosses the rope in the first boundary of the day to Adam Rossington. A controlled stroke, it runs down for 4.35 to the Northamptonshire captain, and double Nelson, 2.22 for 5. The lead is up to 116 for Northamptonshire. Just sensed last night, Phil, that Adam Rossington was itching to get to sort of play something a bit more expansive, and had to sort of hold himself in check a little bit in the interests of the side.
Yeah, the three stripes, the captain's armband is weighing him down a little bit in that respect, and I'm not sure that's a bad thing either.
No, well, he's got a good chance to bat long here. Here's Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington in behind that, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, these two shared a very important partnership in the last home game on this ground for Northamptonshire against Glamorgan, when replying to Glamorgan's total of 400 odd all out, 407 all out, Northamptonshire were 76 for 5, and then Zabe and Rossington put on 126 for the 6th wicket to pull things round. Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington, who drives without any great power or timing, goes up to mid-off where Travis Head fields, and there's no run. What was the feeling from the Sussex camp last night, Adrian?
Yes, I spoke to Joe, because I thought it merited with his his first wicket. I mean, he was just thrilled to be playing and thrilled to get the wicket. I don't think he wanted to say too much about the performance, I guess. I guess new into the team, but he was just saying, we just need early wickets in the morning and better second time around. 2 slips in place down, a man back at deep backward square as Robinson bowls to Rossington and just slips one past the outside edge. Well bowled again. End of the over. Rossington 35, Zabe 66, 2.22 for 5. Did ask Ben Sanderson last night about the pitch, and he said obviously which we could very well see that it did a fair amount yesterday morning. He was making the point that obviously on Wednesday, day before this match, we had some very heavy rain in this part of the world, and so the pitch was under the covers, and obviously it was just still a little bit of residual dampness in there, sweated a little bit presumably, and he said you would hope that with wind and sun on it yesterday and likewise today, it's going to be a bit easier to bat on today for Northamptonshire, but of course the same will also apply as and when Sussex begin their second innings. Stuart Meeker is going to resume with 2 slips, the only close fielders coming into bowl to the left-handed Zabe, who's on 66. He bowls and Zabe drives nicely into the covers. Fielded there by Van Zale, and there is no run. Interested, Phil, from a coaching perspective, because the weather forecast for tomorrow is not great. We've just been hearing Andrew was saying it perhaps not as bad as we thought, but nonetheless it does look like we're going to lose quite a bit of play tomorrow. As a coach, do you factor that in? I mean, when the forecast is bad, or do you say, well, what will be will be? I just wonder.
You try not to. It depends how close to sort of the finishing line the game is, I guess, but you try not to go that way.
Meeker round the wicket, bowls and Zabe drives nicely through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. Gets a hand to it at backward point as Tom Haynes, but not enough to take the pace off the ball, and the ball runs away for 4 runs, just wide of the off stump. Nice looking shot from Zabe. He goes to 70 Northamptonshire 226 for 5.
There are numerous stories that ex-players generally tell you about having played the rain card and then woken up in the hotel room to open the curtains and it's bright sunshine.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God, I've got that one wrong.
Yeah.
And I think you try and keep those issues at bay and sort of play what's in front of you. Obviously, if you're closer to the finishing line in the game, then it might impact a declaration, or it might impact the speed of a run chase. But this is early in the game. The game's moving forward, so I think we don't need to go that way on this occasion.
Brown has done away with one of his slips as Meeker comes in and bowls, and Zabe just pushes that into the offside and takes a well-judged single fielded by Haynes at cover. So he's got reinforcements now, Stuart Meeker. He's got a sweeper on the cover boundary, a point cover mid-off. They're all saving one. They're on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg. So just the one attacking fielder standing at slip. Looks to me like Tom Clark. Of course, you have to remember that Adam Rossington was put down, wasn't he, late yesterday by Stian Van Zyl at slip. Well, he was just on 14. In comes Meeker bowl, short delivery, ducks underneath that to Zabe, taken by Brown, and there is no run. At that time, the score was 184 for 5. But this has been a very fine partnership between these two. After that
they've really applied themselves really well so far, haven't they? And their job this morning is to get themselves in. Get in and then just pick up what's in front of them. It hasn't helped the Sussex cause so far in that the inform off spinner Carson didn't really start well. He could possibly be relied on to hold an end, and he wasn't quite able to do that.
Meeker around the wicket bowls, and they tuck that one comfortably around the corner, picks up a single. Runs coming fairly steadily this morning for Northamptonshire. 227 for 5. Zabe goes to 71. I'll say it again, fellas. When you said yesterday his top first-class score was 65, I was amazed. I thought you meant this season. I mean, he just looks too good a player not to have scored, a bigger score than that. To be honest,
he is too good a player. The numbers are incorrect for him, but that says it's taken a while to learn what's required at this level. But he is learning that now. And he's in good nick. He's earning his place in the side. He's confident. The coaches are backing him. He's on the team sheet, and he's playing really well.
He just looks very technically correct as Meeker is in and bowls, and Rossington plays slightly across the line. He was looking to play that to mid-off, but he was rather squared up. Played to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's a dot ball. The end of the 4th over of the morning. And Northamptonshire have added 12 runs this morning. They haven't lost a wicket. Zabe on 71. Adam Rossington is on 35.
Yes, and you think it's only his 24th first-class match, I think we were saying. But he's been around a while, and you'll remember, Phil, he played for Northamptonshire, I think it's Durham University. It wasn't a first-class match. As far back as 2014, when he was still only 15.
He was 15. He got a 50 in that game, I think.
Was he?
Up at the racecourse ground. He batted beautifully with David Sales, I remember.
Yeah, that was. He was the first 15-year-old to play in a first-team game for Northamptonshire. So it wasn't a first-class match, but the racecourse ground at the beginning of May 2014. So what, 7 years ago this week. So he's been around a while. He's facing Ollie Robinson here. 3 slips in place, and Zabe drives nicely up to mid-on. Go through for a quick single. Stuart Meeker fields, throws at the non-striker's end, but Zabe is safely home. Single to him. He goes up to 72, and the total to 228 for 5.
And does that say a little bit in terms of development of players and giving players time? Because if he hadn't scored those runs, would there have been someone sitting around saying, well, he's not going to make it? But
yeah, I think it's been touch and go, and Saif will know that because I've been in the meetings with him. It's been touch and go on occasions with him. But what he's got in his favour is he's a good guy. He works very hard at his game. He's a very, very good fielder, and he's not the worst slow left arm bowler. So he ticks a number of the boxes.
Robinson in again with a man back at deep backward square. Edge is low to slip, and that's gone down. It was edge to second slip. It was a low chance. I think pretty sure it carried to Aaron Thomason.
It did. No question.
Yeah, and he's put it down, and that's a second life for Adam Rossington. Adrian was saying earlier, he was dropped on 14 by Stian Van Zyl last night, and he's gone down for 35 this morning.
Technically, that's a poor drop as well. His weight was way back. It was a lowish catch. You're out shin high. His weight was way back, which means your arms go long and your hands go hard.
So Rossington survives. More frustration for Ollie Robinson, and just to compound the felony, Rossington picks up a singles. He plays that down wide of the slip cord and down to the third man. One more run to Rossington. He's 36. 229 for 5, and the field changes over for the left-handed Zabe.
It was almost as though he was on the way up. You know, the weight was on his heels. After the ball hit the floor, he actually teetered backwards a little bit, and it wasn't coming at any great pace at all. So his weight was back, and that means your arms go long. And when your arms go long, the hands get a bit flatter, a bit harder, and it did bounce straight out, and that's disappointing. You know, Robinson, it's not going to improve his mood. He was a bit niggly yesterday. It's not going to improve his mood very much.
Well, 3 slips in place again as he bowls to the left-handed Zabe, who drops the hands out of trouble. Good ball outside off stump, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Yes, Ben Sanders was making the point last night that he reckoned Northamptonshire dropped 4 yesterday. Certainly there were the 3 drops that benefited Ollie Robinson when he made his unbeaten 49, and there was another chance as well, another slip chance that went down. So, yeah, Northamptonshire dropped 4 of Ben Brown, wasn't it? First ball, and then he went more or less straight afterwards, dropped by Keogh at second slip. So the catching has been fallible in this match, to put it mildly. Robinson again bowls down the leg side, and they think they've got him. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side, and Zabe isn't going anywhere, and umpire Paul Baldwin says not out. They thought they just got a little tickle down the leg side.
That was not convincing.
But yeah, it was slightly as they used to say, altogether or not at all.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
But yeah, it was one of those where they just sort of slightly starting the celebration, but the umpire says not out. Having a look at that on the replay, you can't really tell obviously from that, but there was no visible deflection anyway. Put it that way. But. The umpire says not out. Zabe survives. He's 72. Robinson in again, bowls to him, and he's in behind that. Plays it back down the pitch where Robinson's footballing skills are tested. He looked to try and knock that up into his hand, didn't succeed. Just flicked it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Zabe is 72. Rossington 36. Dropped in the course of that over, and Northamptonshire 229 for 5. So we've been playing for about 20 minutes, and Northamptonshire have added another 11 runs.
Just back to Safe, and for Safe Reed, a number of young players coming into the game. When we first saw Safe, I think I first saw him as a 12, 13-year-old. You know, he had all the shots. So run scoring wasn't an issue for him. What he struggled to do is 2 things really. He struggled to understand what innings was required in the context of a game, and he struggled to understand how good his defence needed to be at this level to succeed. And it's like in club cricket, up and down the country, you come across guys week in, week out who on their day look great. You know, they'll get 100 off 70 balls, they'll play all the shots, and you'll think, well, why is this guy not playing first-class cricket? And the reason for that is often that the defence isn't quite good enough, consistently. So what Safe has learned to do is improve that area of his game. He's worked very hard at that, and also now to trust his defence. So he doesn't go looking to score off balls that are not quite there. He trusts his defence and knows that he'll get one off his hip, he'll get a full toss, he'll get a half volley, and he'll put those away. But in the meantime, he trusts his defence and bats longer.
We've got a change of bowling at this pavilion inn. Stuart Meeker's out of the attack, and Tom Clark, who bowled tidily yesterday, 10 overs 0 for 33, is coming in bowling his medium pace as Ben Brown standing up, and Rossington plays this one through backward point and picks up a single off the first ball of the over. He goes to 37, and Northamptonshire to 230 for 5. I just made a note here. I think that's the 3rd drop off of Ollie Robinson, because Luke Proctor was dropped when he was on 6. And Adam Rossington has been put down twice. And I noticed at the end of the over, it's quite a nice touch from Ollie Robinson. He just walked past Aaron Thomas and they sort of touched hands. So, you know, nobody means to put catches down. But what I would say, you know, there's no hiding behind it. The drop by Banside and the drop by Thomas were poor drops at this level. They should be gobbled up. Clark in and bowls, and good delivery by Clark. Just swings away slightly from the left-handed Zabe, taken by Brown, and there is no run. And Ollie Robinson, when that happened, he almost sort of turned as if... Well, he almost didn't look annoyed. It was almost sort of an air of resignation. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
He didn't sort of look furious. He said, oh, there's another one.
Yeah, it's the hope that kills you.
Yeah. You know, and I know nobody means to drop catches, but in comes Clark and bowls, and clipped away by Zabe. That's a nice shot, but straight to Rawlings at mid-wicket, then there is no run. And if Sussex are going to get themselves back into this game, you just got to hang on to those. I know everybody works, and none more so than Aaron Thomason, actually, who's worked, I know, really, really hard during the winter, particularly on his batting. So just disappointing.
It's an important part of the game at this level. You know, the chances do come, the catches do come to slip quite frequently. You've got to be bagging 80% of those.
Clark in again bowls, and on nice and straight, and Zabier's forward. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. This is an encouraging opening over from Tom Clark. He's pitching the ball up, trying to get it to nibble around a little bit. Brown standing up to the stumps, just the one slip, 3 saving 1 on the off, supplemented by a sweeper on that cover boundary. Then a leg side, a mid-on and a mid-wicket, both saving 1. A deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. He's almost on the 45 actually, as in comes Clark and bowls. And Zabier's solidly forward, so a ball of good length, punches that to mid-on, fielded by Travis Head, and again, there is no run. Yeah, Stuart Meeker 12 overs, no wicket for 48. Certainly couldn't accuse him of lacking effort yesterday.
Oh, he ran in really hard from the far end for quite a long spell and bent his back. He threw everything through the kitchen sink.
Clark again round the wicket bowls, and Zabier's forward and pushes that into the offside, fielded by Stuart Meeker, who's got his short sleeve shirt on again today, no jumper. End of a nice tidy over by Tom Clark. 11 overs, 0 for 34. Northampton 230 for 5, Zabien 72, and Rosington on 37.
If someone, well, they can't, but if someone were to wander in off the street and have a look at Tom Clark bowling, what, the 6th over of the morning, they might think, well, this is strange. This is more like club cricket. He's a very medium pacer. That said, he's bowled 11 overs for 34. He's there or thereabouts. He's bowling sort of gentle little in-swingers to the right-hander. What he's giving Ben Brown is control. He's going at 3 and over. He might get a nick. Someone might play a false shot. He can set a field to it. And he's, what Ben's saying to, and the bowler is saying to the Northampton batters is, if you want to score a run, you're going to have to take a risk here. He's not going to bowl you any free balls. There's no pace on the ball. You've got to make the running. So he's kind of doing the job of a spinner, but he's just bowling medium pace. And there's definitely a role for that.
Well, we're going to see Ollie Robinson resuming after the hand sanitisation break, and he's going to be bowling again from the far end, the indoor centre end. Sun behind a cloud at the moment. The cloud's very high though, plenty of blue sky around us. I think the forecast is pretty good for most of today. The expression that Ollie Robinson had on his face after that drop, it reminded me, slightly older listeners may recall, Angus Fraser, great bowler for Middlesex in England, and that rather sort of just slightly grumpy, resigned expression that we became used to. This first ball of Robinson's over, wide outside the off stump, and Adam Rossington doesn't need to play it and lets it go through to Ben Brown, and there's no run. 230 for 5 it is. Zabe 72, Rossington 37. Partnership now up to 82.
Someone once wrote that Angus Fraser ran in like a man who'd got his braces caught in the sight screen. Oh, really? That's perfect.
The great and much missed Martin Johnson. I think that was one of his many terrific lines. Robinson in again, bowls outside the off stump and closer to the off stump this time, but Rossington still able to let it go through. Yes, lost Martin Johnson fairly recently. We first knew when he came up here reporting for Leicester Mercury in his early days of journalism, and followed England then around the world, mostly at a time when England weren't doing particularly well, and passed into cricket folklore for the comment about Mike Gatting's side in Australia in 86-7. There's only 3 things wrong with this team: they can't bat, can't bowl and can't field. And then of course they went and won the Ashes, which he had a bit of a joke about. That's another one outside the off stump. Once again Rossington not to be tempted. He's showing from a Northamptonshire point of view admirable restraint, but he just, as we sensed last night, he's just twitching to throw the hands at one of these, but he's conscious of the fact that he needs to really give Northamptonshire a big lead here. It's already, what, 124, 5 wickets in hand, but the point was being made by the camp last night was they want to be looking to bat certainly well into this afternoon. Here's Rossington facing this ball from Robinson again. It's outside the off stump. Again, Rossington lets it go through to Ben Brown. Bit of cat and mouse at the moment between these two. You're talking about Safe Zabe, Phil. He's looking at his sort of record season by season, and I think the most first-class matches he's played in a season is 7. That was in 2018. Other than that, it's been very much sort of in and out of the Red Bull side. This is his 4th game of this season, and I say he's now made runs in 3 of them. Here's Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington. It just takes his hand off the bat as that just spat up at him a little bit. He's got the glove off and shaking his hand. It's gone down for a single, and he's in a spot of bother there.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. That's the hand, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. One more to Rossington, 38 to him, 231 for 5, and he's got the. It's I'm not sure because he's at the moment he's got his right glove off, and I thought the one that he damaged against Glamorgan was on his left hand. But
I think you're right, Andrew. It is the right hand.
It's the right hand. That one just spat up over length from Ollie Robinson, and the physio's on, and Rossington looks to me, in a spot of bother.
I would agree. It's straight away, doesn't it? And
he got the glove off almost as soon as he'd made his ground at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he's in trouble there. He doesn't show. I don't think he feels much pain. He's a strong man. That's hurt him.
Yeah, well, the physio's out there, and he's got the old magic spray on him.
Yeah,
he's having Ollie Robinson, meanwhile, at the end of his mark, having a chat with a couple of his teammates, including Travis Head. Save's keeping out of the way, but I think it's based that Barry Hudrian. I think the physio is on, and it's his liberal use of the magic spray at the moment, and it looks to be on his right index finger that they're focusing attention on. But this doesn't look great. 12th man on with some drinks for the fielders.
I did notice Ollie Robinson did sort of inquire as to Adam Rosington's well-being, which was nice to see. Thank you very much, Philip Gamage, who's been in touch and sends his regards to you, Phil, and to Andrew as well. And if you want to get in touch with us, we have got an email address. It's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Please send your emails. It's always good to have your company and comments. You can tweet us at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D, or at BBC Sussex Sport. It'd be lovely to have your company throughout the day.
Yeah, Northamptonshire 12th man. Is that Freddie Heldrick?
Yeah, looks like Freddie, yeah.
Yeah, who's an interesting one. Left arm spinner who bowls left arm wrist spin, a la George Tribe and Tabraiz Shamsi and people like that who's around the game at the moment. Talented young player who spent most of this last winter in Australia. Did a couple of pieces for us on BBC Radio Northampton, actually, talking about he was with the Darren Lehman Academy out there. And when last time India were over here, he had a bowl at the England players in the nets, didn't he, Phil? I think down at Lord's to give them a little bit of practice against wrist spin.
Right.
Yeah, he's interesting. His best stuff is very, very good and very exciting. And on the question for Freddie is, well, I guess there are two questions. The first question is, can he be more consistent? Which is a question for every young spinner.
Yeah.
Probably in the game. And the other question is, what can he add? What can he add to his game? It's going to be hard to make it in the game just as a left arm wrist spinner. He needs to improve his field, needs to improve his batting. He's working very hard on those things. But his best stuff with the ball is very exciting.
Well, he's making his way off the field now. Suffolk boy. Plays for minor counties cricket, or national counties cricket, we have to say now, for Suffolk. Well, Adam Rossington's going to continue, at least for the time being. He's at non-striker's end, and after a long delay, Ollie Robinson resuming his over, bowling to Zabe. Comes across as big appeal for LBW. It's not out, says umpire Paul Baldwin. Zabe, in the meantime, had come a long way down, thinking about a single, and there's a shy at the stumps. Fortunately, it's backed up. Otherwise, it could have been overthrows, but Zabe survives, and a long and fairly eventful over reaches its conclusion with Zabe on 72, Rossington 38, Northamptonshire 231 for 5, leading by 125.
Yeah, I hope that that blow on Adam's hand doesn't sort of impact too much on his ability to play a long innings here. I was thinking before he got hit on the hand that there's kind of the gentle in-swing from Clark. If he over pitches, Adam is a very good straight driver. He likes to loft the ball straight down the ground, and it's a shot that he's known for that, and the puller is two sort of trademark shots. Let's see if he's able to do that.
Well, in the meantime, Tom Clark is going to carry on from this the pavilion. He comes in and bowls to Adam Rosington, who drives into the offside, picks up a single. The point was slightly backward of point, And Rosington through for a comfortable single. He goes to 39, Northamptonshire to 232 for 5. I just noticed at the end of that last Robinson over that Ben Brown sort of wandered up, and how are you feeling, Ollie? Sort of hoping upon hope he's going to say, yeah, I'm all right for another couple of overs, Skip. Because Sussex would have been hoping that maybe Ollie Robinson could have got the breakthrough this morning, but not so far. They have dropped Rosington, a straightforward chance to Tonneson at slip that's gone down. But in comes Clark again, bowls, and as you were saying, but he's doing a good job for his skipper here, pitching the ball up, so driving straight down the ground, and importantly he's bowling to his field. I mean, I know it sounds a fairly basic trait of cricket, but he is doing exactly that at the moment.
Yeah, and I think he's bowling a little bit slower than he's capable of bowling, and he's given them nothing to work with. It's kind of old-fashioned cricket, this, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Clark, right time around the wicket, number 27 on the back of his shirt, bowls, and again Zabe is forward and punches the ball into the covers.
Excellent news. Neil Bainton is getting involved and getting him to run off the pitch. Wow. He's got an action, so he swings the ball into the right-hander away from the left-hander. He falls away at the crease, and when he's round the wicket, that means falling away is falling into the danger zone. He's been doing it consistently, and Neil's now spotted it.
Clark again on his way in bowls, and Zabe again plays very straight to mid-off, fielded by Travis Head. And again, there is no... I apologise, and I'm going to have to go because I suddenly realised I'm due an update.
Oh yes, well we mustn't miss that, mustn't deny listeners to BBC Radio Sussex their update. Adrian will be back with us in just a second. So Tom Clark, who's 2 balls left to go in this over, slip in place, bowling to safe Zabe, round the wicket, and Zabe playing that up into the covers, fielded an extra cover by Stuart Meeker, and there's no run. We've seen 3 bowlers this morning, Ollie Robinson from the top end, Stuart Meeker bowling the first couple of overs from this end, the pavilion end, and now replaced by Tom Clark.
I wonder if the Meeker had 2 overs from this end. I think Ben Brown made an early decision that said, I'm going to bowl Meeker with the wind at his back after Robinson, I think.
Well, here's Clark bowling round the wicket to Zabe, who drives, and he's going to pick up runs here as it goes down through backward point. He's certainly going to get a couple of runs, and that's all there'll be. Long chase round from the cover boundary. So 2 more to Zabe, who goes up to 74. As another over ends. Tom Clark's now got through 12 overs. No maidens, no wicket, 37 so far. Zabe is 74, Rossington 39. Northamptonshire 234 for 5, and yeah, Neil Bainton's having a fairly serious look as that over ended at the place where Tom Clark's been following through. So I'm sure we'll have made a mental note.
Yeah, it's not something that Clark is doing deliberately.
No, of course not.
It's a natural thing, but it is a natural thing. It's quite handy for the off spinner from the far end. Neil's now intervened. He's on the case.
Well, Ollie Robinson is going to be ploughing in for yet another over. This will be his 19th, 20th of the innings rather. 4 for 39 so far. Things that could have been an awful lot better. There's Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington, who drives that away through extra cover. That's going to go for 4. Running over this still fairly quick outfield, crosses the rope now in front of the main scoreboard through extra cover. And bad hand or not, as Rossington recognised the half volley and drove it away through extra cover for 4. 43 to him, 238 for 5. And a pleasant stroke by Adam Rossington, who says he's been denying himself the luxury of really anything too flamboyant in this innings so far. But he's not going to turn down a scoring opportunity like that as Robinson comes in again, better ball. And Rossington in behind that, plays it up on the offside. He's struggling, Phil, isn't he?
He is,
really
I feel for him. That one was hit high on the back, hit back and bounced a bit. Well bowled, well played, but the wince on Adam Rossington's face, and we're a long way away, and I winced with him because it did look like he's in all sorts of pain.
Yeah, anybody that's played the game will know what it's like if you've got a bad hand, a bruised hand or whatever, a little chipped finger, and you just get one on either the bottom of the bat or on the splice. Doesn't half hurt. Here's Robinson in again. Bowls to Rossington, who's again behind that, plays it up to mid-off, and immediately you can see him in discomfort as he wanders off towards square leg and comes back in again. Been a frustrating year from that point of view for Adam Rossington. He's had a couple of just knocks on the the finger, missed the game up at Headingley, of course, when Ricardo Vasconcelos was deputising as captain and keeper. Here's Robinson in again, bowls to Rossington, who just works that away from, I suspect, around about middle stump onto the onside and comes through for a quick single. He goes out towards mid-wicket, one more to Rossington, he goes to 44, 239 for 5. So the lead now 133. And the partnership 91 between these two so far for the 6th wicket. I was saying earlier, the second home game in a row for Northamptonshire. These two have put on an important partnership. And now it's Zabe. Already a career best score for him, 74. 3 slips in place. Waiting for the edge as Robinson comes in again, bowls to him, and he plays that away just behind square on the onside. They come through for 1, that's all they'll be. Because smart bit of fielding from Stiaan van Zyl, running backwards toward the boundary, and keeps it to 1. 75 to Zabe, 240 for 5. Northamptonshire field once again switches over for the right-handed Rossington, with just 2 slips in for Rossington, 3 in for Zabe. A wideish third man, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square on the boundary, just behind square, and a long leg. Robinson ploughing in again, bowls to Rossington, who hit high up on the thigh pad, and half an appeal, a quarter of an appeal perhaps from Ollie Robinson as it just drops down into the crease. And end of the over, and Adam Rossington, I just wondered, Phil, how much longer he's going to be able to stay out there for. He just looks to be in a lot of discomfort. End of the over anyway, 240 for 5, Rossington 44, Zabe 75.
Yeah, well, hopefully the freeze spray is doing its job and starting to numb it a little bit. But I can see a way to my left. Barry Hoother in the physio is ready to run at any moment. So he's obviously not happy with what he saw when he got out there. But Adam will kind of know that's an injury that if you do go off, you're probably unlikely to come back on and back in this innings. So he's probably getting his money's worth. He's paid for his teas. He's going to see it through.
He's paid his subs.
Well, Tom Clark is going to carry on. Yeah, he just winced as he put on his right glove, and you could see Adam Rossington. Anyway, here comes Clark running it around the wicket, bowls to it. So he clipped away down the leg side. That was just helping it down to find. He picks up another single. He goes to 76, 241 for 5. So the lead is 135. Is that right? Yes,
it is. Yes.
Neil Bainton is the umpire at this end. He's a lovely guy now. He's reluctant to be very, he's unofficious as an umpire, but I think he needs to get Tom Clark out of the danger zone.
Clark's coming over the wicket now, bowls, and driven by Rossington. That's a lovely shot as well, driven through the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs. And Rossington, if he is suffering discomfort from that hand, didn't show it then. It was slightly overpitched by Tom Clark, and a lovely cricket shot. Was it a misfield by Rawlins? He looked annoyed with himself, Rawlins. I'm not sure whether perhaps he felt he should have been slightly straighter or...
He should be quite straight there. The shape of the ball is into the right-hander, so he should be straighter. And if he gets straighter, that means that mid-off can come a little bit deeper. And what that does, it narrows that angle that he can hit through. So, yes, is the short answer.
Yeah, he just looked frustrated, didn't he? In comes Clark and bowls, and Rossington is solidly forward. Plays back down the track, there is no run. Clark fields off with his own bowling. Ben Brown, plenty to think about, the Sussex skipper. He can't bowl Robinson all day. He's already bowled 20 overs, so he's probably looking around thinking about what the next option is.
I think Mika from the far end will be the change. That's probably why I pulled him off from this end.
Clark in again and bowls, and Rossington solidly forward. He just looks like he's just taking his hand off the bat quite quickly, Adam Rossington, when he plays his shots, but he's 48 not out. It's a fine innings by the skipper. He's been given 2 lives, 1 on 14, 1 on 35, both catchable catches, I think it's safe to say, both in the slips, and both really should have been taken. But he's made the most of his luck, and he's batted very well, and this is a fine partnership now of 97. Clark is in and bowls, and Rossington clips that to mid-wicket. Fielded there by... who's that in there at mid-wicket? I think that might be Stuart Meeker. Let's just see when he turns round. just fooled me slightly, because I think Mika has now got a jumper on, which he hasn't had for much of the
quite
day.
Broad, I think it is.
Yes, it is Mika. He just fooled me because he's had a short sleeve shirt on for much of the day, or the morning so far. Clark again, final ball of the over. Comes in and bowls to Rosington, and Rosington places firmly through backward point and picks up another single to the sweeper on the boundary, who's Jack Carson. Rosington goes to within one of his half-century, and this partnership within two of a century partnership, and a good partnership it's been as well, after Keogh was given out slightly controversial circumstances yesterday. 246 for 5, the lead for Northamptonshire is 140, and Ben Brown is now in conversation with Stuart Meeker. You called it absolutely right, Phil, and Meeker's going to come on from the indoor school. And I just wonder, I mean, it's too early for Sussex to be thinking about a new ball, isn't it? It's 19 overs, and if Northants bat for another 19 overs, they're going to have a very substantial lead, certainly over 200.
It's funny you say, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking 19 overs, Ollie Robinson, new ball. No, it's too early, but it looks like it might go that way. So Ben Brown's got a lot on his mind right now.
Yeah, he has. Yeah,
including where are my slips when I need them. It'll be one of those thoughts. Yeah, Sussex over the years have been renowned as a really good fielding side, haven't they? And whenever I've played against, done games against Sussex at whatever level, their fielding has always been top draw, and they have a history of producing England fielding coaches as well. And Carl Hopkinson is the latest off that line. Richard Housel, I think, did the same job, and he's now the academy director, I think, at Sussex.
He is indeed.
Yeah, a lot for Ben Brown to think about, but giving Ollie Robinson a rest. Stuart Meeker coming into the attack, bowls very wide outside the off stump, and Ben Brown diving away to his right, have to take it in front of first slip, Tom Clark. That was a real loosener.
I mean, I think in terms of slip fielders, I mean, certainly in the early days when I was covering Sussex, Mike Yardy never seemed to put a catch down in the slips, and of course the other quite brilliant slip fielder Sussex have, who is always Chris Jordan. I mean, that is a collector's item. If Chris drops one, he's excellent. Oh, excellent fielder, full stop.
Here's Meeker in again, bowls to Rossington, who clips that away down to deep square, and they come through for a single, and that's Adam Rossington's 50. So, good innings in the context by the captain. He's had to work hard for these runs, and as I say, it's so often you just sense that he was itching to throw the hands at one, but he's kept his attacking proclivities well in check, and he's reached a 50 off 90 balls, which for Adam Rossington is fairly slow going, but a valuable innings, and he's been dropped twice as well.
Proclivities, Radders.
I know, it's a long word for a Friday morning, isn't it?
need to Google that one.
Well, round the wicket comes Meeker, one slip in place now for Zabe, and he lets that go through, and it's slanted back into the left-hander, and Ben Brown finishes up having to take it wide outside the leg stump. That really did go.
Someone from the Sussex coaching group who are sitting below us, I can't say, is giving that a very big clap, and he deserves it. That was a fantastic stop. He saved 4 runs for his team there, because the ball passed just outside off bail and was heading down to fine leg. It swung after pitching a long way. Good stop by Ben Brown.
That's a terrific stop. And 99, the partnership between these two. That's wide outside the off stump, and again you sense that Zabe would have loved nothing more than to try and crack that away through the covers, but he let it go through to Brown.
I'm interested in how the seamers are going to go about constructing their overs. Wickets are going to get them off the field. They need wickets, but at the same time they don't want to be knocked around by going too straight. So I think we're going to see some balls hidden wide, maybe a couple of short balls from Meeker, and then maybe 2-3 and over are going to be sort of attempting to take the wicket.
Here's Meeker in again. Bowls again wide outside the off stump to save Zabe. He doesn't need to play that, and doesn't.
So in the game we call that hiding the ball.
Yeah.
So he's kind of giving Zabe maybe 4 balls and over to have a look at. But a couple of those will be bumpers. There's a long boundary down to the leg side, and then there'll be a couple pitched up, hoping to get through the defences.
And they've got 2 men out, one at deep backward square and one at long leg, just in front of the Spencer Pavilion down to our right, which is currently being used by the umpires and match officials. Round the wicket goes Meeker, and Zabe's in behind that, plays it out into the offside, thinks about a quick single. Loud roar of no from the captain, who sends him
Adam
back.
Rossington shouted no, but he communicated so much more in the way that he said it. It was no, and don't miss the stupid.
Yes, it was.
Get back in your crease. What are you thinking?
Yes, there was a lot of Yeah, a lot of hidden meaning in that one. I say hidden, you could hear it from up here. That's the end of the over. Zabe 76, Rossington's 50, 247 for 5. The partnership worth 99 for the 6th wicket. And a brief mid-wicket consultation. I have to say, Phil, watching up at Headingley, the partnership between Safe Zabe and Wayne Parnell at one point, and I make the observation to one member of the Northamptonshire coaching staff that the most likely way of that partnership being broken always looked like a run out. It was, I think they probably hadn't batted together before, to be fair, and it showed.
Long debate going on here. I noticed that Travis Head, who is the captain of South Australia, came across and had a word to Ben Brown about field placings for Stuart Meeker. Then Ben Brown went and had a chat to Stuart Meeker. So clearly Travis Head has made some sort of suggestion that Ben Brown has acted upon. But for the time being, it's Tom Clark who's running in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Rossington, who works this into the slip cordon, fielded there by, who's that in it? Slip. Aaron Thomason. And there is no run. 247 for 5. The lead is 141 for Northamptonshire. And these two have batted very steadily this morning. They've added another 32. And Sussex yet to get a breakthrough as Clark is on his way again. Bowls and Rossington drives firmly through backward point. That's going to race away for 4 runs. I think Jack Carson is after it. He's got no chance of cutting it off. And that's a lovely shot by Rossington. He goes to 54. And the 250 is up for Northamptonshire. 251 for 5.
And the 100 partnership.
Yes, indeed. Wonderful from these two. They really have batted well.
Yeah, came together in the 32nd over. This is the 63rd, so yeah, 100 in 31 overs.
Yeah, he can't give that. That was about 5th, 6th stump. You can't, but at this pace, you can't give that width. He's got to be straighter than that.
Clark again, just the one slip in place. He bowls, and Rossington is forward and plays firmly to mid-on. And there is no run. Actually, just interesting watching the ball run away for 4. I was thinking this yesterday. It's a big playing area, isn't it, here at Wanted Red? I don't know how it compares to, you know, in terms of size of county grounds, but it just always looks a big playing area with quite long boundaries.
It's kind of deceptive.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a funny...
Perhaps because the stands are low, I don't know.
It's deceptive.
In comes Clark. Bowls, and Rossington is back on his stumps and plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run.
Yeah, the corners it's funny, the corners can be quite big at times depending on where the wicket is, but straight it's not that long, and back towards the Ken Turner where we are is the shorter of the two boundaries, and we do see, particularly in the white ball cricket T20, a lot of people get caught hitting the other way, hitting towards the Lynn Wilson centre, and they end up 5-10 yards short is a common mode of dismissal.
Clark in bright sunshine now bowls, and wide of the off stump and driven by Rossington, but this time it finds Jack Carson, who's fielding, sweeping on the cover boundary, but one more to Rossington. He goes to 56, the total to... Oh, it's already gone up actually to 55, the total to 252 for 5. I just saw Ollie Robinson make a signal towards the dressing room. I'm not sure whether that means he's going to go off and have a breather for a while. We'll have to see. It brings a Safe Zabe on strike, who's on 76, his best score in first-class cricket. The left-hander waits as Tom Clark runs away from us. This is the pavilion end bowls, and Zabe cuts this one firmly through back. Got a very good bit of fielding at backward point. Is it? No, it went past. Did it go past Tom Haines?
No, he stopped it.
He did stop it.
Yeah.
Good bit of fielding. I thought for a minute it had gone past Tom Haines, but it was well fielded, low to his left. So a dot ball to finish the over. Adam Rossington wants some more attention to that finger. I think I just saw him signal to the physio, who looks like he's running back onto the field. So some more running repairs for the Northamptonshire skipper. He'll be pleased, maybe not with a blow to his finger, but the state of the match. 252 for 5. He's on 55, Zabe on 76, and the lead now is 146.
I do like Neil Bainton's signal for the hand sanitisation break. He looks as though he's just had a lottery win. He's sort of rubbing his hands together in glee. So he's just spotted that he's got all the numbers and the bonus ball, and he's off to the Bahamas soonest.
Well, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Because it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. It's a really lovely guy.
It's a great signal. Yeah, it's been a good start to the day for Northamptonshire. Phil Rowe made the point right at the start that historically, session 1 of day 2 hasn't been a particularly happy one for Northamptonshire on a number of occasions, but so far so good. They've added we've had 50 minutes play, and they've added another 34 runs without losing a wicket. Adam Rossington still clearly in a certain amount of discomfort. Physio Barry Kudrian is on there and has just been giving him a little bit more attention, and he's going to have to face this start of this next over from Stuart Meeker. Just while they're getting themselves ready, just run through what's been happening elsewhere. Most of the games are away, but they have had some rain, still some rain up at Old Trafford, where it was off for the most good part of yesterday. Up the road at Grace Road, Leicestershire still batting and piling on the runs against Surrey. 358 for 6 is the latest from that game. Here's Meeker running towards us. 2 slips in place, bowls to Rossington. In behind it, plays it back down the pitch, and Rossington once again grimacing and pulling the bat away, putting his hand away from the bat as soon as he made contact. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Worcestershire. Warwickshire 307 for 7 after being put in. Down at Lords, where they had some rain yesterday, Middlesex bowled out for 210. Gloucestershire 35 for 1 in reply. Here's Meeker in again, bowls to Rossington, who plays it down on the onside, just dribbles up towards mid-on, where Travis Head fields, and there's no run. Just about to resume at Old Trafford, where Glamorgan are 136 for 4 against Lancashire. Down at the Rose Bowl, where the game certainly moved ahead yesterday, Hampshire bowled out for 79. Somerset in reply 193 for 7. So they've got a lead of 114 so far, with plenty of power to add. Not a dissimilar situation at Trent Bridge. Meeker comes in, bowls to Rossington down the leg side, shapes the play, goes through to Ben Brown, and there's no run. Where Essex bowled out yesterday for 99, Nottinghamshire 215 for 6 in reply. So they're 116 runs ahead with 4 wickets in hand. And in the other match up at Headingley, and this is in Group 3, as is this match of course, Kent still batting against Yorkshire. Kent 253 for 8 against Yorkshire after being put in yesterday. That brings you up to date. Here's Meeker in again. Bowls to Rossington. He's hit on the pad as he aimed to whip that away on the onside. It dribbles up to mid-wicket, where Travis Head fields, and umpire Paul Baldwin signals a leg bye. So 1 onto the total, 253 for 5. The lead up to 147. And the partnership up to 105.
I just wonder whether that's a discussion about field placings. I just saw Aaron Thompson come out of slip, and he's just come down here to put some pads on, so I don't know whether Sussex are going to put a short leg in for Zabe. I don't know if they feel that's maybe a weakness, but there's definitely some sort of a field place.
Yeah, it looks that way. There's another leg side catcher going in. I think Delroy Rawlins is going into kind of a leg gully. I mentioned yesterday I thought the short ball was underemployed by Meeker. He's got the pace to get it up there, and so this is, with the wicket looking a little bit flatter, there haven't been many short balls, and let's have a look at him. That's one thing I'd be saying to our bowlers. Let's have a look at him, see if he fancies it.
Well, we are going to have a leg gully, which is Delroy Rawlins, and a forward short leg, Aaron Thomason. He's now in there with the shin pads and the helmet on. Meeker bowling round the wicket, and he does bowl short, and Zabe doesn't have anything to do with it, just ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Yes, Zabe is not the tallest man in the team. Mind you, he's not the shortest either, but fairly diminutive.
Who would be the shortest?
I think Ricardo Vasconcelos, I would say, is the shortest man in Northamptonshire's team. Here's Meeker round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who is short, and he looked as though he was trying to sort of crack that away, throw extra cover, didn't time it at all, just jammed it down into the ground off a bottom edge. It bounces up bowler fields. End of the over, Zabe 76, Rossington 55. 2-5-3 for 5 Northamptonshire, 35 runs added this morning, and the lead has built to 147.
5-7.5 according to the Playfair Cricket Annual.
Safe save.
Yeah, according to the book here. Yeah.
Never been 5'7.5". Never been.
Vasconcelos 5'5".
Oh, that's closer.
Yeah, it's nearer than that. It was. I have to say, I did an interview with after their match-winning partnership against Glamorgan with Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh, and Rob must be, I don't know, 6'2", I'd have thought, something like that. And the arm was aching a bit from going up and down with the microphone for the two of them. Yeah.
And Northamptonshire listeners will remember fondly, and he's still associated with the club, Steve Crook, who is one of our most entertaining guys. And he told me, and he called me over in a pub to ask me my height. I told him 5'10". He said, "That can't be right because you're taller than me and I'm 6'1".
A change of bowling, and Ray Rawlings is going to have his first bowl of the match. A bit of left arm spin around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Rosington just with the one slip in place, and Rosington eases forward and plays to short extra cover, and there is no run. So a slip, a fairly straight short extra, then a backward point and a cover saving one, a mid-off who isn't saving one, sweeper on the cover boundary as Rawlings is in, and Rosington nicks that, and it flies between Ben Brown and Aaron Thomason at first slip and runs away for 4 runs. One all got a hand to it, but it completely dissected the two fielders, and it's run away for 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think that's catchable, but it was interesting that it was very casually avoided by Thomason. I don't think it's thrilled Delroy Rawlings particularly. You don't catch those; that's come very quickly.
Yeah. So a full shot from Rosington, nonetheless. He goes to 59, and Northamptonshire to 257 for 5.
He did pull his head out of the way, having just watched the replay.
Rawlings again bowls, and Rosington drives to mid-off. Head is not on the one. I always find that a strange position. You might be able to explain it, Phil, because he's not saving the one there, and there's also room behind him to go over the top if he wants. So I always find that a strange. I don't know, the level of cricket I played, which wasn't very high, I usually say you were on the one or you're on the fence, one or t'other.
Okay, so the short extra you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the head down here at mid-on, at mid-off to the right-hander.
Yeah, it's sort of either or, isn't it? He's kind of saying, do you fancy lifting it over me? In general, I'm with you.
In comes Rawlings, bowls, good delivery outside the off stump, and rather reaching for that was Zabe, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
I think at the moment he's in a worse position actually. He's he's 10 yards in off the fence.
Yeah.
So that is a nothing position.
Rawlings in bowls and worked onto the leg side by Zabe. He takes a single through mid wicket. Stuart Meeker can't field, but Tom Clark running in from deep mid wicket does. Steve Dines has been in touch. Message for you, Andrew. He says, "Hello, Radders, listening to your commentary along with the live streaming. Just 13 days to go until we can resume our sheets at Wantage Road for the first time since the Durham game on September the 19th, 2019. So in comes Rawlings, bowls, and stroked nicely by Rosington into the covers, footed by Meeker. And there is no run. A nice tidy over, really, from Rawlings. But 259 for 5. Zabe on 75, Rosington on 60. He goes on to say that will be 579 days. It will seem a strange experience walking back into the ground after all that time, especially when you're so used to spending 60-odd days a year, including second 11 matches at the ground. And regards, Steve Dines.
Yep.
So thank you for getting in touch.
Yep, great Northamptonshire supporter, and he, I'm sure, will be looking to get into the ground. Well, obviously he is as soon as possible, which hopefully, if all goes according to plan and the roadmap is followed, and obviously still waiting for confirmation of how it's exactly going to work, but the feeling is that, well, the assumption is that the round of matches starting on May the 20th, so in a couple of weeks' time, which for Northamptonshire is a home match against Lancashire, will be the first round of matches that spectators will be admitted to. Here's Meeker starting his 15th over, bowling round the wicket to Zabe. He bowls short and he pulls it away, going out towards the boundary at mid wicket, but he just gets through for a single as the fielder comes round from deep square. One more to Zabe, 78 to him, 260 for 5.
Things are happening, aren't they? Adam Rossington edge one past slip. There's been a player miss to Delroy Rawlings in his first over, so it's sort of 1.5 chances created there. The short tactic has got the beans going a bit for the batters. Things are happening, so it's a good move.
260 for 5, and Northamptonshire's lead up to 154. This ball finds Rossington on the back foot, pushing out into the offside, where it's fielded by Tom Haynes, and there's no run. Just a warning, I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a minute or two as they come to me during the midday news.
That wasn't far away from hitting Tolleson, you know, at short leg. And I think it was here a few years ago where Matt Machin got hit on the helmet, I think by Ben Duckett fielding in that position. And I think he went off the field and didn't take any further part in the match from memory.
Here's Meeker, and again bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Rossington, and Rossington's working that away towards mid-wicket, doesn't find the gap. There's a good bit of fielding out there by Travis Head, prevents a single, and Zabe had come a little way down, Head shied at the stumps but missed. Sun's back out again, sort of in and out this morning, so plenty of cloud around, but it's all fairly high and fluffy, plenty of blue sky around. A decent forecast. Just the one slip as Mika comes in and bowls short to Rossington, who clubs that away over mid-wicket. First bounce for 4. So Rossington prepared to take that one on and hit that pretty hard. I thought at one point it might actually be going all the way, but it just bounced about 3 or 4 yards inside the rope in front of the white seats down there near where the hotel end used to be in the old days of the football stand. 264 for 5. Rossington up to 64. Zabe on 78.
It's a trademark Adam Rossington shot,
wasn't it?
And
Absolutely.
it shows he's backing his right hand a little bit, which is good to see as well.
Good start to the day for Northamptonshire, who resumed on 218 for 5. They're now 264 for 5, and this partnership between Northamptonshire's captain Adam Rossington and Zabe has now put on 116 for the 6th wicket. Zabe is 78 not out, already his highest score in first-class cricket, went past that last night, and Rossington this morning reaching his half-century off 90 balls, so a restrained effort by Rossington. He's also been dropped for a second time in the slip cordon. He's on 64, Zabe 78, Northamptonshire 264 for 5, leading by 158. As Mika comes in, bowls to Rossington, who's right across his stumps, plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of another over for Stuart Mika, his 15th, and Northamptonshire 264 for 5, Rossington 64, Zabe 78, and Archship now up to 116 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, I said earlier about the sort of the computations going through Ben Brown's mind, and as we get closer to thinking about the new ball, he's going to be thinking, well, who's going to be fresh to take the new ball? It looks like he's going to need that to force, at least to try to bowl Northants out, so he's going to need bowlers fresh and ready to take it. So, how many overs is Mika going to come in and run in and bang it down halfway? He hasn't trusted Sarrow this morning so far, so who's going to take the new ball with Robinson will be on his mind.
Yes, he also has turned to Rawlins in preference to Jack Carson as well for a bit of spin. In comes Rawlins again, tidy enough first over, bowls outside of the off stump to Zabe, who lets that go, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. Just the one slip in pace, 3 saving 1 on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Rawlins in again, pitched up and driven by Zabe to mid-off, fielded by Vanza, a comfortable single. And what these two I think have also done very well is they've rotated the strike. They've picked up the singles, and it's never easy when you're bowling to left-hand, right-hand combination, and the field is changing over, and the bowler's slightly adjusting his line, which he needs to now to bowl to the Northamptonshire skipper, Adam Rossington. Comes in and bowls. Rossington drives firmly into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Clark at short extra. Prevents any runs. And Rawlins, who does rattle through his overs, is in again. Bowls short, and Rossington just steps back and thumps the ball straight down the ground to Travis Head, who comes running in from down below, a sort of long off. One more though to Rossington. He goes to 65. The total to 266 for 5. It means the lead is 160, and that's a big lead with 5 wickets in the bin. In comes Rawlins, and Zabe cuts firmly to backward point, fielded there by Haynes, and there is no run.
This is a tricky period now for Zabe. He'll have in mind that I'm not too far away from that 3 figures.
Rawlins again, bowls, and Zabe, that's a full toss and clipped away by Zabe. Rather got away with that, did Delray Rawlins. Clipped away to mid-wicket, fielded by Mika. It's just a single, so a tidy enough over though from Delray Rawlins, who's bowled his 2nd over of the day, and Northamptonshire 267 for 5. Zabe is on 80, Adam Rossington is on 65, and the lead 161.
The Sussex bowlers are kind of communicating as a group to Ben Brown. You can have control without threat, and you can have threat but maybe lose a little bit of control, but you can't have both, and he needs both. So got a tough job to do here. But Adam Rossington's got a big job to do as well in keeping Zabe focused on the job at hand, which is just to bat and get to lunch, and then bat some more after lunch. And it must be difficult for the young man. He's not made a first class 100. He's on 80. Against a kind of depleted attack at the moment, Still got 13 overs to the new ball, and he'll be thinking, if I can get a spurt on through the 90s, through the 80s, he's just got to keep playing what's in front of him.
Mika starting his 16th over from the indoor centre end, bowling round the wicket to Zabe, who pulls without a huge amount of control, and it goes to mid-wicket on the bounce, and fielded there by Tom Haynes, but just didn't feel look completely in control of that stroke.
I think this is a really good tactic. I kind of hinted at it yesterday.
Yeah.
If he gets under the ball, you get a dot ball. If he takes it on, something could happen. There's a 6-3 field on the leg, so 3 men now going out onto the hook.
The man at leg gully is now at Delray Rawlings is now heading down towards the boundary at deep backward square, so they've got 3 out, as Phil said, and that's short again and pulled by Zabe once again on the bounce. This time it goes to Aaron Thomason, who's fielding at square leg. So this is obviously the tactic.
It's a great tactic. I mean, it's well executed so far, and things are happening. So as a captain, I've got something happening. I've got a chance. It looks a little bit, let's say, it's gone compulsive on the hook, and I'd like to see him get under 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, he seems to be prepared to take it on. There's no damage done so far, but 3 men back, and Mika bowling round the wicket again to safe Zabe. Full length, driven back on the bounce to Mika, who stops it in his follow through, and there's no run. Had a terrific message here from Jeff Stewart, old Northamptonshire member, watching and enjoying the excellent live stream and commentary in the Hermanus, Western Cape in South Africa.
Oh, that's the whale watching territory, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah.
Oh, wow, lovely.
Part of the world I fortunately visited at a time or two. And well, good to hear from you, Jeff. Thanks for getting in touch. And it's probably, even though it's heading into winter there, a bit warmer than it is here. But pleasant enough this morning. Not quite the gusty wind we had yesterday. Short again goes Mika. And Zabe looking to pull it round. It comes off body maybe off the glove. It goes down anyway, and it's fielded on the bounce by the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. But
it'd be good for Safe to get through this. They're trying to rough him up a bit, which is fine. They're entitled to do that. You've got to have pace to do it. Mika's got that, and why not? I think it's a really good tactic from Sussex. They're trying to rough him up a wee bit. It'd be great if he gets through this, because he knows he's going to be in this situation again plenty of times.
It's true enough. Bowling over the wicket to Zabe, who just a little bit of relief for him, gets a ball that he's able to just play down on the offside. It goes to backward point, and they come through for a single. 1 more to Zabe, 81 to him, 268 for 5, and the lead now up to 162 for Northamptonshire, 5 wickets in hand. 120 the partnership now between Zabe and Rossington. You're talking about the size of the playing area, John, which was an interesting comment. I mean, obviously, when the days when this was a football ground as well, it was a seriously big playing area. When you think all that the indoor centre and the area behind it was all grass as well. Is Mika in again? Bowls to Rossington, who drives up to mid-off and almost did the fielder up there at mid-off.
Yes, Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson was going one way and finished up having to go the other pretty quickly to stop that. I thought for a moment it might just elude his grasp, but he recovered well and fielded, and there's no run. End of the over. Rossington 65, Zabe 81. 268 for 5. Yeah, we were talking, I think, during the Glamorgan game about at the far end, well, of course, that used to be a football pitch until 1994, when Northampton Town moved to the Sixfield Stadium, and how awful it used to be having to field down there at this time of the year, because of course the outfield overlapped with the football pitch. And there are those who will still say that they can see the marks that the duck boards, where it was a 3-sided football ground, of course, over that far side of the ground. I'm not sure if it's imaginary or not.
In comes Rawlings, bowls at let go by Zabe outside the off-stump, taken by Brown. So, is there a famous game of Manchester United 1-8-2 at Northampton? George Best scored.
George Best scored 6.
He did.
And
in comes Rawlings, bowls, and Zabe cuts that firmly through backward point. He picks up the 1, fielded out there by Surrow. 269 for 5, Zabe to 82.
And my father and my elder brother went to the game, and I was invited to go to the game, and I decided not to go to the game, and I went with my elder sister and mother to London, to buy a wedding dress.
Right.
So I missed all of it.
In comes Rawlins bowls and driven by Rosington. Comfortably up to long off, fielded by Head. 1 all to the total.
1970, wasn't it?
Even in those days, I'd go to great lengths to avoid my elder brother.
So that was there. That was on this ground.
Yes, it certainly was. Yes, it's footage that still crops up from time to time.
Rawlins in and bowls, clipped away by Zabe down to find out. Looking for 2. This is good running. I think there will be 2. Well, they were looking for the 2, but Jack Castle was quickly in from deep backward square and got in the throw. But he was certainly looking for the second run. Zabe goes to 83, 271 for 5. A couple of emails in. I'll try and rattle through as the over progresses. Rawlins, 2 balls to go in the over, in and bowls, and short, and played away by Rosington. Comfortable single, out to the sweeper again on the cover boundary, who is Jack Carson, gets in the throw, 1 more to Rosington. Showed no effects of that hand, he's on 67, 272 for 5. And Rawlins wanders back to his mark, just the 1 slip in place. Left arm around the wicket, Delray Rawlins is in. Bowl too short, and Zeb cuts that one away firmly out to the offside, filled out there by Sarrow, who gets in the throw. 1 more to Zabe, he goes to 84, and Northamptonshire to 273 for 5 at the end of the over. So Steve has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, what are your conclusions regarding yesterday's shortcomings on what is now proving to be a very reasonable surface? So good to have the broadcast after being denied to go. I've been denied going to spectate at my local club. But he says, Goodwood is his local club, one of the most beautiful grounds in Sussex. Yes, it is a lovely cricket ground at Goodwood. There's a sanitiser break, so we can natter. I think yesterday it was a good toss to win. I don't think there's any question about that. And I think that, I wouldn't have fancied facing Robinson here yesterday morning. So I think, 25 for 7, no one wants to be in that situation. But I think there were mitigating factors, and I'm not just sticking up for Sussex there.
No, I think that's absolutely fair and right to say that. It was a very good toss to win. The little bit more detail behind that is then I think Northampton bowled on that surface very well.
Yep, agreed.
I would say Sussex didn't do a whole lot wrong. There was one quite soft dismissal, which was Delroy Rawlings, a soft dismissal of a batter, which you don't want to see. If it's a tail ender, that's forgivable. But in the main, they were got out. So that's a little bit more detail. But yeah, obviously a very good toss to win. Fair comment.
And Steve's been in touch, and he's just sent me a piece from a schools match where I know Joe Surrow won the game for St Bede's School down in Eastbourne with a hat-trick. And Sussex could do with one of those now, actually.
Well, Stuart Meeker is the man who's going to be trying to do it at the moment. He's just about to start his 17th over of the innings. Wicketless so far. 1 slip in place. He bowls over the wicket short to Zabe, who again takes it on, doesn't time it. Clubs it on the bounce up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ollie Robinson. And I'm rather with Phil on this from a Northamptonshire point of view. You just like him to just get out of the way.
Well, that was misdirected because he had to fetch that from outside off stump. The much better option there is just to play with an open face and lift it to the vacant third man area. There's no one down there. He can't get caught down there.
Good tussle though. There's Meeker in again. Bowls short to Zabe, and this time he does get hold of it and cracks it away through extra cover for 4. It rattles the boundary boards in front of the west stands, and once again it was a short ball, but it was misdirected, and Zabe was able to pounce onto that and punish it and hit it away through extra cover for 4. 277 for 5. Zabe up to 88.
Bought a big cheer that from the from the Northants changing room. That's something that we used to try to encourage, and we called it balcony presence. Obviously, they're not on the balcony now, but that's a kind of a proxy for balcony presence. It's good to see them supporting the young man. I really enjoy it. We didn't do that well enough during my time. Too many people in the changing room on the phone.
There's a big gap between backward point and mid-off, and Zabe finding it there as Meeker comes around the wicket. Bowl short to him again, and it just, oh my goodness, he tried to pull it, and somebody's got to be run out here, as he knows. Zabe manages to get home. It was a short ball, he looked to pull it, he miscued it, it went on the bounce to Aaron Thomason, and there was a horrible mix-up between the two batsmen, and it looked as though one of them surely was going to be run out. And now, not surprisingly, they're going to have a bit of a mid-wicket conference. Zabe was running to the danger end, to the non-striker's end, and fortunately for him, he managed to get home. Throw perhaps a little bit wide, but it wasn't a great shot and it wasn't a great bit of running. And at the end of it, he picks up a single, 89, 278 for 5.
The beans are going, aren't they?
Yeah.
The beans are going, the ticker's going.
There was a touch of comic cuts about that little bit of cricket, but from Northampton's point of view, no harm done. Mika in again, bowls to Rossington, who just calms things down by playing that away through backward point for a single. Sian Van Zyl comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Rossington, who goes up to 68, 279 for 5.
And I have to be honest, my beans are going a wee bit as well. safe on 89. It would be fantastic to be here and witness him get over the line to 100. If I show a bit of bias there, then fair cop. But
don't worry about that.
Well, it was, as I say, the previous one where the ball went up in the air. I thought, my goodness, he's going to hole out here, and he didn't, but then of course he was nearly run out. So now no slip in place, and the field for Sussex, he's got a mid-off, a short mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, a square leg, and then 3 out.
Yorker.
So this is obviously the plan plus a few. Mika round the wicket 2 and bowls short, and he fetches that from way outside off stump and plays it on the bounce to the short mid-wicket fielder. And there's no run. Tom Clark fielding in there. This is an extraordinary field.
I like it.
Well, it's trying something. It's
telegraphing what's going to happen, and it's going to happen, and then it's kind of you know what's happening, but can you deal with it? I've no problem with it. It's gone back into
it's a perfectly legitimate ploy. It's just to look at. It's just a remarkable field. 3 out. There were 4 in a ring. There's now 3 in the ring because the man at short mid wicket's gone into first slip. And that's whipped away by Zabe, ball of full length, and it goes down to one of the 3 men, the middle of them, on the boundary on the onside between deep square and long leg. Rawlins fields, and they come through for a single to end the over. Zabe into the 90s, 90 to him, 280 for 5 at the end of the over. Rossington is 68 in the lead, 174.
Adam Rossington could do Zabe a favour here by kind of fate taking Mika for the next short while. Just let him calm down. The heart's pumping, the ball's flying through at sort of 85 miles an hour past his ears. He's taking it on. He's become a compulsive hooker, having ducked a few earlier. So his game plan has changed. He's been brought into the fight. We don't want him in the fight. We want him ducking those. So Adam could kind of try and keep him away from that strike for a while, just to get the heart rate back down.
Just coming back to this hat-trick by Joe Surrow, actually there was more to it than met the eye. He was the captain of Beeds down in Eastbourne in a match against Millfield. It was a cup final, and he got a hat-trick to win the match. He was skippering the side, and Beeds won the match by 1 run. So that was a pretty incredible hat-trick. So thank you for sending that through, Steve. In comes Ray Rawlings, over the wicket, comes in on bowls to Zabe. It's a full toss, and clipped down the ground. He's going to get a single fielded down below us by Travis Head. Zabe goes to 91. 281 for 5 are Northamptonshire. The lead grows ever more. It's now 175 as Rossington surveys the leg side field, and Rawlins is in again, bowls, and Rossington diseases that to backward point. There's a comfortable single. The fielder then he wasn't saving one, and Rossington just picked up the single.
Sloppy that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was sloppy. You're either on the one there or you're not really. It's a backward point. I think actually the fielder, Tom Haynes, was running across. I think Rawlins was sort of coming into bowl and he wasn't really in position. So in comes to a save, sweeps, and he gets a top edge, and that's going to run away for 4 down to the far edge of the ground. Yeah, it does, just trickles over the ropes. And I think that came off the bat. Yes, it did. Zabe goes to 95, and I think I need to hand the microphone to you, Andrew, just in case.
Well, appreciate that, Adrian, thank you. But, let's see if we can, from a Northamptonshire point of view, get him through. I imagine there's a few members of the Zabe family who are going to be listening to this, possibly with fingers and everything else crossed. He's on 95. Rawlings bowls short to him, and he cuts that away. More runs for him here, going down towards the boundary at backward point. They're going to come through for a second. There's Joe Surrow fielding out there on the distant boundary. 2 more to Zabe, 97 to him, 288 for 5.
If anyone's getting a vaccination in the Amersham area, they'll be listening to the cricket, because Dr. Sajid will have it on in the background.
Zabe facing this ball from Rawlins, and he's driven that down the ground, and it's another single as it goes down to the man at long on. 1 run to Zabe, 98 to him now, 289 for 5. Rossington back on strike.
Yes, Safe's father, Sajid, is a very keen amateur cricketer, loves the game. He's a GP and is running a vaccination centre down there doing great work. But he will have an eye on the cricket, no doubt.
I'm sure he will. Rawlins rolling round the wicket to Rossington, who cuts, and it goes out to the man just coming round from deep point, and it's 1 more run to Rossington. It's the end of the over and he nicks the bowling, so 70 to Rossington, 290 for 5 at the end of the over. Save Zabe on 98. Northampton's lead up to 184.
Just a couple of quick emails here. Just a short message to say how much I'm enjoying the commentary from you chaps and loving the feed on YouTube, even though it's painful to see empty seats and not being able to attend, and that's regards Finbar Carroll, who is a Northamptonshire member. So thank you for getting in touch. And another one here from Mike, who says he's enjoying the coverage. Thanks for the commentary and the worldwide support are so encouraging. Please don't even mention the 100 ever again, says Mike. So thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Well, we're going to see, I think this is a change of bowling. I think Stuart Meeker's taking a blow.
Looks like
with the new ball very close. Is it Thomason?
I think it is Aaron Thomason.
Aaron Thomason.
Haven't seen him bowl for a long time. I mean, he bowled in his first match he played at Kidderminster a couple of years ago. And he bowls a very respectable sort of medium pace.
I remember him bowling well for Warwickshire in a T20, wasn't it?
I had him marked down as an all-rounder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I expected him to bowl before now.
8th bowler used by Sussex in this innings, and he's running in from the indoor centre end bowling to Adam Rossington. Perfectly adequate first ball, right on the spot, around about the line of off stump, and Rossington playing it with respect. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He's got himself very fit in the winter. Aaron, by his own admission, he needed to do that, and he's really trimmed down.
Yeah, he looks like he's shed a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, absolutely.
Right arm medium pace over the wicket, bowls to Rossington, who drives, who's going to get a single out to deep cover. 1 more to Rossington, 71 to him, 291 for 5, and a no ball called by umpire Paul Baldwin. So a couple more onto the total, 293, and Safe Zabe now back on strike on 98. 22, turns 23 later this month. His 24th appearance in first class cricket, already a career best, and here he is 2 runs away from what would be a maiden first class century. Thomason in, bowls to Zabe, and he's going to get certainly 1 as he turns that just behind square on the onside. That's all there'll be. Stian van Zyl comes in off the boundary, sends in his return. Zabe to 99, off strike at the minute, 294 for 5.
A message for you, Phil, from Yuzi. I think I pronounced it correctly. In High Wycombe, he said, I played a few games under Phil Rowe and thoroughly enjoyed them.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a number of Uzis that I know, but I think I know that one. Yeah, hi Uzi.
And Jade.
Here's Thomason, bright sunshine now at Wantage Road as he bowls this ball short to Rossington, who pulls away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it crosses the rope, and that was a little bit of a gimme really. It was have to be at this sort of pace, there's a lot of margin for error, and bowling short to Adam Rossington, there's not a great deal of future in that really, and he took full advantage, pulled it away for 4, 75 to Rossington, 298 for 5.
Well, Uzi is also Safe's cousin.
Oh, right.
So they're all tuned in.
I bet they are. Here's Thomason, just the 1 slip in, bowls to Rossington, who drives up to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and there's no run there. Yes, because he's a terrific record in schools cricket and junior cricket. Safe Zabe down there at High Wycombe. Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, wasn't it? His school. Scored an awful lot of runs in that sort of cricket. Took wickets as well. So a lot of people down that way are going to be willing him on to get this 1 more run, but he's off strike at the moment as Thomason bowls to Rossington, who drives once again up to mid-off where Ollie Robinson fields, and there's no run. I think for Zabe to have such an experienced campaigner at the other end is probably a good thing in these sort of circumstances. And they obviously like batting together. I say they put on a very important partnership, which we were talking about earlier, against Glamorgan in the previous home match, and they've put on 150 now for the 6th wicket. Here's Thomason in again, bowls to Rossington, who drives that out towards the cover boundary and will come through for a single. One more to Rossington, 76 to him, 299 for 5, and that's the last ball of the over, so he's nicked the bowling. And save won't be on strike just yet on 99.
More time to look at the scoreboard and make sure that it does actually say 99 against his name. I can't imagine what's going through his head at the moment. Hopefully not too much, but I'm sure there's quite a lot.
I think it's 150 partnership as well between these two. I mean, it's a terrific. I mean, and that's the lead now.
193.
Yeah, huge lead, isn't it?
And a bit of consultation going on between umpire Paul Baldwin and various people. It's all just lots of consultations going on in different parts of the field at the moment, not least between Ben Brown and the bowler, Delray Rawlins. Do you want me to stay with this for a bit?
Oh,
Adrian,
please do. No, absolutely,
okay.
Absolutely right.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it will be very good, as I say, from a Northamptonshire point of view. We were talking yesterday about how good it is, whichever county you happen to support, to see a young player come through the ranks and break through into the first team, and it would be good to be on. Well, Save gets what we hope will be his maiden first-class 100. Rawlins coming round the wicket, bowling to Rossington, and he's going to get the chance now because Rossington drives that up to very deep mid-off. That's Travis Head, and he comes through for a single. 300 up for Northamptonshire, so a third batting bonus point. The lead up to 194, Rossington up to 77, and now Zaib on 99. Slip in place, backward point, and they're ringing him absolutely rightly. 8 in the ring, all looking to save 1. As Rawlins comes over the wicket, bowls to Zaib, and he plays that defensively forward, up to one of those in the ring at extra cover, and there's no run. Ben Brown is making sure his field is set correctly. 4 on the offside, 4 on the onside, all looking to save the single. Rawlins comes in, bowls to Zaib, and that's it. He's edged that away. It's a thick outside edge, but he won't worry too much about that. It's gone down towards third man. He comes through for 2, and Saif Zaib reaches his maiden first-class century. Takes off his Northamptonshire helmet, and the applause comes from the Northamptonshire team and also from Ben Brown and some of the Sussex fielders, which is great to see. And how much better it would be if there were spectators in the ground, but there are not, and Saif Zaib reaches his maiden first-class century. 101 not out. Northamptonshire up to 302 for 5. I'll give you the figures from the innings in just a second as he plays that ball up to short mid-wicket. Of course, the field has now disappeared out to all distant corners, and Zaib reaching his century off 176 balls with 10 fours. Rawlins in again, bowls to Zaib, short, cuts that away down towards the boundary. This might be his 11th boundary as it runs down towards the fence. In fact, it's not. It just manages to, Joe Sarrow, pull it in about a yard inside the rope, but they come through for 3, and that takes Zaib up to 104, and Northamptonshire to 305 for 5, and he's looking at the heavens and just sucking in the air. I think that's a very, very special moment for Saif Zaib, and for his family, and for Northamptonshire cricket, because to see a young player, as I say, come very much up through the age group side, schools cricket, the age group sides, academy, and make a maiden first-class century. It's a special moment. Rawlins round the wicket, bowls to Rossington, who just pushes that up into the covers, and it's fielded by Tom Clark, and that's the end of the over. Zaib 104 not out, Rossington 77, Northamptonshire 305 for 5, the lead is 199, and Adrian, thanks very much indeed for that.
Well, my pleasure, and I have to say, from a Sussex perspective, I'm a firm believer in the traditions of the game, and you know, I thought it was good to see the Sussex players applauding Saif Zaib. They knew it was a really good knock, and I was really pleased to see that, because he's not given a chance, and he's batted beautifully. So well done, young man. I need to go and do my update.
All right, okay. Well, it was
he gets some overtime.
No sooner. Well, yeah, it's a great moment for Saif Zaib, and as I say, I'm sure David Ripley put him into the red ball side. There were those that possibly just pigeonholing him a little bit, Phil, as as a white ball player because of the way he normally plays, and of course the fact that he's a brilliant fielder, but he's proving a point. The last 3 games is Thomason bowling over the wicket to him short, and he pulls that away down towards the boundary, and that's another boundary for him. That is his 11th 4. Rattles into the boundary boards in front of the Spencer Pavilion. 4 more to Zabe, who goes up to 108, and Northamptonshire's lead past 200, 309 for 5, the lead 203.
Yeah, so firstly, massive congratulations to Saif. I'm so chuffed. I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit emotional about it. I got a message from Sajid, his father, last night, who reminded me that I once said to Sajid when he was pulling his hair out, "Don't worry, Sajid, it's not a straight line. Development's not a straight line. There are ups and downs."
Here's Thomason in again, bowls to Zabe, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler field, and he's follow through, no run.
And he has had some ups and downs along the way, but what's remained is his joy and enthusiasm for the game. He's always been a good guy to be around. He's learned his lessons over the years, plenty good enough to succeed at this level, and he's now learned how to do that. I'm so chuffed for him. I'm so happy to be here, and having seen it.
Yeah, he's always an interesting young man to talk to. He's always happy to come and do an interview with us and have a chat about the day's play. Here's Thomason in again. Bowls to Zabe short. No ball called by umpire Baldwin. That's going out towards the boundary, and that's 4 more. So it's almost as though with that weight off his shoulders of having got to 100, Zabe's now playing something closer to his what you would regard as his natural game, and that's a very long chase for the fielder out there, because the ball crossed the rope, just eluded the groundsman's tractor, and it's now gone way out towards the old Bowls Pavilion, which is now a gym. So it's going to be a while fetching that one back. Zabe goes up to 112, and Northamptonshire up to 315 for 5. Partnership now 167 for the 6th wicket.
You can't bowl short on this pitch at that pace. It's as simple as that.
No, well, Tom Clark discovered that earlier as well, and although I thought Clark's bowled pretty well in this innings, but yeah, Sussex bowling resources just being stretched a little bit here. You feel this is the 8th bowler used. The second new ball is sort of starting to loom large on the horizon now. This is the 74th over with the old one, so 6 after this. Slip in place, and Thomason bowling over the wicket to Zabe. Bowls a little bit short of a length. He looks to pull it, and I think that hit him somewhere slightly painful. The result being that he's now down on his haunches, just taking a few deep breaths. Adam Rossington coming down the pitch, and I'm sure saying something extremely sympathetic. Not. But yeah, he's just having to give himself a moment, which he probably would have needed to do anyway after reaching the 100. Great reaction when he got to the 100, though. It obviously means a massive amount. Here's Thomason in bowls short, and Zabe ducks underneath that. Decent pace from Aaron Thomason, but Zabe, not to be tempted, goes over the batsman's shoulder and through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, that was about 10 miles an hour quicker than the others, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
A bit of anger in that. He's a combative cricketer, Thomason, and yeah, there was a bit of feeling in that one.
Well, Sussex need to break this partnership as soon as they can. Northamptonshire have had a good morning. They've scored a run a minute. They've scored, 97 runs in 95 minutes this morning. Here's Thomason again, bowls short, and once again Zabe having nothing to do with it. Watches it sail over his shoulder blades and goes through to Ben Brown. That's umpire Paul Baldwin indicating that that's 2 for the over. Yes, I imagine the practice in was it Cheshire Muse Amersham down that way, where Zabe's father is a GP, may just have come to a temporary halt. Short to Zabe, and he's pulled that away for a single as it goes down to deep backward square. And 1 more to him. Stian van Zale fields in front of the old scoreboard, and that's 1 to Zabe off the last ball of the over, so he pinches the bowling this time. 316 for 5. Zabe is 113. Rossington is 77. Northamptonshire's lead is up to 210.
Well, I can tell you, Andrew, that Dr. Saj was watching. He sent me a photo of the live stream on his desk. So that's good. That even though he couldn't be here in person, got to see it. So yeah, congratulations to the young man. He's now got more work to do, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
Getting over the the hurdle of the three figures is one thing, and now he needs to make a massive contribution, really cash in now.
Well, he made the point last night, Phil, when when he got to 50, and he was saying, he's played a part in each of the last three matches for Northamptonshire, against Glamorgan, against Yorkshire, and now against Sussex. He's made useful runs, and you said last night on commentary, now he needs to play effectively a match-winning innings, or an innings that's really going to have an impact on the game. That first ball of the next over from Rawlins is swept by Zabe. Doesn't really time it. It goes to the only man on the square on the onside. That's at mid-wicket, and there's no run this time. He's looking to give himself a little bit of room. Comes down the pitch at Rawlins, drives that up to extra cover, and there's no run. I think Adam Rossington might just have said to him, "Okay, great stuff, just second guard now." Doesn't want to give it away. He's hit that over the top. He's speared that over extra cover, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. He used his feet beautifully there to the spinner, got to the pitch of it, drove it through extra cover for 4. 117 to Zabe now, 320 for 5. The lead goes up to 214, and the partnership now 172.
Well, Adam, good tactician, the captain's out there with him. He may be saying to him, you can play a few shots here, mate. There's 5 overs to the new ball. That's going to be tricky. Robbins is going to have it in his hand.
Yeah.
Let's cash in for these overs, and why not?
Yeah, well, why not indeed? Certainly seems to be the way he's playing. He swept that one from Rawlins, and it's gone out to deep mid-wicket, and fielded out there by Aaron Thomason in front of the west stand, and they come through for an easy single. 118 to Zabe, 321 for 5. A couple of photographers certainly on the ground today. I'm sure they'll have got pictures of Zabe's century and his celebrations thereafter. Rawlins bowls to Rossington this time. He's just across his stumps, pushes that up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Fielded there by Tom Haynes, one of the 8 bowlers used so far. Rawlins again round the wicket, slip in place, and Rossington drives, but it's well fielded on the short extra cover position, and good stop there by Tom Clark. Saves a single. End of another over with Rossington 77, Zabe 118, 321 for 5. So Northamptonshire leading by 215. And I was just looking at the, as you do, 6th wicket record for Northamptonshire against Sussex, and Adam Rossington already holds it, funnily enough. The record 6th wicket partnership for Northamptonshire against Sussex currently 199, unbroken, between Adam Rossington and David Murphy at Arundel 5 years ago, 2016. So little way to go before that one goes, but Adam Rossington's got it already.
Yeah, I did that game. That was impressive, because the ball was doing all sorts down there, and that was a fantastic effort to get that score. Really nice to hear David Murphy's name as well.
Yes,
very popular, obviously, with the Northamptonshire faithful, and a good servant to the club.
Yeah, he's gone into a legal career now, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's qualified as a solicitor. Works down in London, and I caught up with him a little while ago. He's going well in his new profession.
Yeah, as you say, very, very popular player here, wicketkeeper, and probably best be remembered. He'll go into sort of the immortals of Northamptonshire cricket, holding the catch that won the T20 in 2013. As Thomason bowls short to Zabe, who thought about the uppercut there, I think, and in the end didn't make contact, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Yeah, the David Willey hat-trick, wasn't it? It's in the T20 final in 2013. At Edgbaston, and David Murphy taking his good catch, actually, wasn't it? The last wicket
catch, full length diving, one-handed, wasn't it? Yeah, inches off the floor
to give David Willey the hat-trick and Northamptonshire victory. Thomason in his 3rd over, in again, bowls to Zabe, and again it's short, and this time he smacks that away through extra cover, and that's gone all the way to the boundary, crosses the rope. And I think you're absolutely right. I think you called it as far as the tactics for Northamptonshire are concerned, mindful of the fact that the new ball is coming and that Ollie Robinson's going to be a big threat. It looks as though they are indeed looking to get on with it. 122 now to save Zabe, 325 for 5. The lead up to 219. Just the one slip in as Thomason comes in again, bowls short to Zabe, who sways out of the way and lets that go through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, it must be quite nice, mustn't it, to get your 100 and then the captain comes down and stamps your licence.
Yes.
And says, there you go, play
a few
some
shots. Yeah.
Because he loves playing shots, and he can play a lot of shots, and it's got him into difficulties in the past. So to have the licence, good for him.
Remember one shot he played, I don't know if you were on commentary with us, it was the Worcestershire game here last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, when he hit one onto the roof of the signal box. It's Thompson again, bowls short to Zabe, who swatted at that one and wasn't really in control of the stroke, but it went down safely enough on the bounce to Stian van Zyl at deep backward square, and they come through for a single, 123 to Zabe, 326 for 5. He absolutely creamed that one, and it landed, it just rattled the tile. I think it actually broke a tile on the roof of the signal box in the Worcestershire game here last year. And he's had moments like that in red ball cricket, but without necessarily, until this year, making a really big contribution. That's changed. Short to Rossington, who cracks that away through mid-wicket. Rawlins diving away to his left, doesn't manage to stop it, but there is a man behind him, and that keeps it down to a single. Rossington 78, 327 for 5.
Yeah, I first came across a guy called Richard Hudson, who heads up Bucks Cricket, rang me and said, Phil, you need to have a look at this young man.
Zabe on 123, facing this ball from Thomason short, and he's pulled that away, and that's 4 more. It's there are 2 fielders down there on the boundary at long leg and deep backward square, and it bisected the 2 of them, crossed the rope, and it's another boundary to Zabe. 127 to him. Rossington 78, 331 for 5, Northamptonshire. So the lead is up to 225, and the partnership up to 183.
Yeah, so thanks very much to Richard Hudson for that phone call. And we saw Safe, I think, the following week. It was an academy session. He came up with his dad and his uncle, and a lovely little fella, very full of the game, full of the joy of the game. And I said, what do you do? He said, I do everything. I can bat, bowl, I can keep wicket. And I said, what are you worst at, do you think? He said, my bowling. I said, well, let's start with that. And bowled 2 balls. They sort of drifted in, pitched and turned. And I thought, well, if that's what he's worst at, we've got a cricketer here.
In comes Delray Rawlings, bowls to Adam Rossington, who eases that down to long off and picks up a single. I have to say I'm slightly puzzled by the Sussex tactics in the last half an hour or so. I know that obviously the new ball is just around the corner, but really, I mean, Aaron Tonneson has gone for the best part of 30 in his 3 overs, so he's going at about 10 and over. And I can't quite understand why Jack Carson hasn't bowled. In comes Rawlins, and tucked around the corner by Zabe. They're going to look for 2 here. And they'll come. Oh, they won't come back. There's a good bit of fielding out there by the aforementioned Jack Carson, who only bowled the 3 overs yesterday. So maybe he's got a niggle or something. I don't know. But it seems a little strange. Delray Rawlins has bowled. He's in his 7th over, no wicket for 35. I'm sure there's a method there. Somewhere comes Rawlins and bowls, and Rossington diseases that back down the track, and there is no run.
I had the feeling Thomason went a bit off-piste.
Yeah.
If I could put it that way.
Well, 3 overs for 30 he's bowled. Rawlins in again bowls, and forward comes Rossington and plays that through the offside, picks up a comfortable single. And Northamptonshire have certainly stepped on the accelerator here. They're looking for maximum batting points. They're looking to bat Sussex out of the game, and I suspect they have got half an eye, thinking tomorrow might be a washout. And they'll only want to bat once here. As in comes Rawlins bowls, and I don't know whether he stopped there because Rossington was backing up a long way, or perhaps he just lost his run up Delray Rawlings. Either way, he's coming back in again. Around the wicket, bowls to Zabe. Zabe drives through the offside. He's going to pick up more runs here. Surrow is chasing around the boundary. I don't think he's going to get there, Yes, he does. That's a good diving stop, and he just drags the ball in. Well fielded, young man. Gets the throw in, but it's 3 more to Zabe, who's raced to 128. And the total to 334 for 5, and a lead now of 231. I've got an email for you in a couple of moments' time, Phil. As Rawlins back to his mark. In again bowls, and Rossington disease is that through the offside to deep backward point, picks up another single, and this partnership between these 2 is now worth 190. And I don't know, might be having to look some through the record books, maybe.
I have. 199 is the Northamptonshire record for 6th wicket against Sussex, partly held by Adam Rossington and David Murphy at Arundel 5 years ago.
And that was Rossington's highest score, I think, as well. 138. So.
Well, it's all going all right for Northamptonshire
No, it is.
so far. Have you got an email for Phil?
Yes, I have. And Sussex is going for a 9th bowler. Travis Head is going to bowl. So, afternoon, Northamptonshire fan here. Where is George Garton? The last time I saw him at the county ground, he looked very quick. I did my level 2 cricket coaching with Rowie as the coach. Fantastic guy, very calming, says Matt Virgin. I don't know if that's his...
Yeah.
Listening from work, wishing I could bring my 16th-old son to the cricket when we are allowed. Thanks for the commentary, really missing being up there watching. At least we can watch the stream and the good company. So there we are, you got a fan.
Well, one.
Yeah.
Matt, that's great.
Well done, you're very calm, he says.
I thought you were going to say Phil's mum. Although she can't send emails.
And son of a great cricketer as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Matt Virgin, son of Roy Virgin, who...
That's a bit unkind saying your mum can't send an email, but she can't.
She can't.
Here's Travis Head bowling his first ball of the match, and bowling, well, spin of some description, and Adam Rossington treating that first ball with respect, playing it up to extra cover. The slip in place, bowling round the wicket head, and that's swept away by Rossington down towards deep backward square, and there is a man just in front of the aforementioned signal box, and one more run to Adam Rossington, who goes up to 82, 339 for 5. Northamptonshire, the lead, 233. And the partnership, which of course we're just keeping half an eye on, 191 for the 6th wicket. Slip in place now for the left-handed Zabe, who works that ball away into the onside. It's a long chase, and they're coming back for 2. Joe Sarrow had to come in off the boundary and to make a lot of ground, and Zabe quick between the wickets. I think he'd set himself to go for 2 almost as soon as the ball left the bat, and they come through for 2. 133 to Zabe, 341 for 5. Here's Head in again, flights that one up to Zabe, who drives, and Head can't stop it cleanly off his own bowling, but takes enough of the pace off it. It runs up to mid-on, and there's no run. Here's Head again, round the wicket to Zabe, who drives powerfully back towards Head. This time again, he doesn't get to think got a hand on it, but this time they are able to come through a single as it goes up to mid-on. One more to Zabe, 134, 342 for 5. That was one you wouldn't want to get on a cold morning, was it? He smashed that hard back at the bowler, especially when he just come all the way over here. His Head in again, bowls to Rossington, who drives that through the big gap at cover. And it goes out to Sarrow on the boundary. One more to Rossington, who goes up to 83 and pinches the bowling. End of the over, 343 for 5. The lead is 237, and the partnership now 195 for the 6th wicket.
I wonder how many runs have come in the last 10 overs. Well, actually, probably the last 8 overs, actually, because
it's a good point. Yes,
I mean, they've been coming very, very quickly. These two, I mean, certainly since Zabe got his 100.
Yeah, it's close to 10. I would
yeah.
say. Yeah.
Well, Delray Rawlings is going to come in from the pavilion. Just the one slip in place, comes in and bowls to Rossington, and Rossington just eases that down the ground to long off, fielded by Travis Head, who'll be glad to have a bit of sunshine on his back. Rossington goes to 84, the total 244 for 5. This partnership now with 196. So we're easy. Perhaps you should commentate, Andrew, because more records are going here.
Here's Zabe, and again, Zabe sweeping that ball from Rawlings down to the backward square. They come through for a single, and that takes the partnership up to 197, and Zabe up to 135. Rossington 84. The answer to your question is that Northamptonshire have scored 72 in the last 10 overs.
Wow. Round
the wicket goes Rawlings, bowls to Rossington, who picks up another single as he plays that out to the man at deep cover in front of the West Stand. One more to Rossington, 86 to him, 346 for 5, 198 the partnership. Yes, of which Zabe has scored 53. Around the wicket goes Rawlings, who gets a slightly full stroke from Zabe, who's looking to play that pretty much down the pitch. Just came off a thick leading edge up to short extra, safe enough. Rawlings round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, and there's a big appeal, and he's out. He's gone, And I think he's been given out
LBW.
Yeah, he aimed the sweep, missed it, so the record is safe. And Save is going back to the pavilion. He'll be annoyed, I'm sure, that he's got out with the second new ball beckoning. It was a big appeal for LBW. It looked a pretty good shout. He just missed the sweep. And Rawlins strikes, and Zabe goes LBW for 135, the end of a super innings. The partnership is 198, and Northamptonshire 346 for 6.
Yeah, what a great day for the young man.
Yep.
He's been in the game, as you said earlier, Addis. He's been in the game a number of years now, and he's threatened to produce, and he has produced when his team needed it as well. So fantastic. Well played, young man. He deserves all of the applause he's getting.
Yeah, the Northamptonshire players away to our left applauding. There was a couple of things I was going to say. The first thing was these two, until that moment, and Delray Rawlings picking up a wicket, but it just occurred to me sort of a chink of light for Sussex is that these two are batting largely untroubled. I know the new ball is only a couple of overs away, but Sussex must take heart from that. There doesn't seem to be too many demons in the pitch today, so that's a plus for Sussex. I guess the other plus is now that with the new ball literally available in 1 over, that presumably Sussex will take it straight away or straight after lunch, that Robinson will have a new batsman to bowl to. So that's a chink of light in what's otherwise been a pretty disappointing morning for Sussex, really.
Yeah, well, they've got one end open, so yeah, the new ball probably now becomes a very positive decision to take. It might have been in the balance actually had these two still been together, but they've got one end open. I was just thinking, I'm glad I didn't say it, I was just thinking how well Safe has played the sweep. It's not something that he's always played particularly well. He's relied on footwork against spin, and he swept really well. And then I'm glad I didn't say that because he was out sweeping.
Yes, and it was Neil Bainton doing the old Nick Cook trick of giving that LBW where you can actually hardly see the finger go up. It was the minimalist school of signalling, but I think it looked absolutely fair enough. He just basically missed a straight ball. So Tom Taylor comes to the crease, 346 for 6. I can give you the details of Zabe's innings. He was batted 4 hours 20 minutes, faced 202 balls, hit 15 fours, LBW for 135, partnership worth 198 in 47 overs. And now a slipper and a leg slip in as Rawlins bowls his first ball to Tom Taylor. He plays that up towards mid-wicket. It's fielded, trickles up to Stuart Meeker, and that's the end of the over. Successful one for Rawlins, and Rossington on 85. Tom Taylor yet to get off the mark, 346 for 6, and the lead 240.
I'm looking around to see if anyone's warming up, and I don't see too much of it going on.
No, I don't. Certainly Ollie Robinson isn't.
No.
Phil Pentecost has sent me a tweet. He says, "Hello Adrian and co, much enjoying the coverage. As an exiled Sussex fan, I'm watching Adam Rosington with mixed emotions, as when he was Middlesex's under-13 wicketkeeper, he played a few games for our little North London club, replacing me. I advised from first slip." Thank you, Phil. I wonder what club that was. Just drop us a tweet and let us know. I'm sorry you sent that a while in. I've only just picked that up, but great to hear from you. Travis Head is going to carry on. One of the Sussex are thinking, well, we'll wait till lunch now and take the new ball straight after lunch. But in comes Head, coming into bowl to Rosington, who eases that to short extra, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. So, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I guess the first thing they'll be wanting to do is make sure they get maximum batting points, as in comes Head and bowls, and forward comes Rosington, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Sussex have picked up their second bowling point, so they're the first points they've picked up in the match. No batting points, of course. In comes Head again, bowls, and Rosington just eases that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 346 for 6, a slip, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, a long on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side fence as Head is in again, and Rosington is back on his stump and just plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and the game has taken on a slightly slower feel after a fairly hectic half hour or so, and as Andrew was saying, Northamptonshire really got on with it, going at 7 and over as in comes Head and bowls and eased to mid on. Good with fielding there by Tom Clark, who prevents a single, gets in the throw, and Travis Head says, well fielded. So 5 dot balls for Travis Head. We've got, another 4 minutes to go until lunch, so we might get, depends if Rawlins bowls the next over, we may get 2 more before lunch. Sussex will be, I'm sure, keen to get off and regroup. As in comes Head again bowls, and Rosington just plays that quietly into the offside. It's a maiden over from Travis Head, 3:46 for 6. Taylor yet to score, Rosington on 85, and it will be interesting to see who bowls this next over. It is Delray Rawlings. He does get through his overs very quickly, and I think there may well be a sort of a long discussion here between overs about field placings and
I think
things.
it might just go that way.
Yeah, there we are.
by mutual consent, I think they call it. But the new ball is now due, so Sussex could take it if they chose to, but they're not going to take it yet. It is still going to be Delray Rawlings, with the clock showing 3 minutes to 1.
Yeah.
So, but there's a long. The 12th man's out there at the moment, having a chat with Delray Rawlings and a couple of the Sussex fielders. There's various conversations going on. Adam Rossington is not taking part in any of them unless he's having a natter with Neil Bainton, which I think he is actually.
Yeah.
You're talking, Phil, about Stephen Crook earlier. I mentioned him, and I've just spotted him on the grounds. As you say, works for Northamptonshire now, and he was obviously watching the innings of Safe Zabe from the committee balcony. We've let him on the committee balcony.
Oh, right. I didn't know he was there. I'll try to catch it. But he's still there. Right.
He is still there. Yeah,
okay.
I just caught sight of him. So here we go, with a slip and a leg slip in place, and it's 5 saving 1 as Rawlings bowls round the wicket. Bowls to Tom Taylor, who looks to play that away on the onside. Comes off the pad, and there's an appeal, half an appeal for LBW, but not with any great conviction. 3:46 for 6. It stays.
I think Sussex are going to struggle not to bowl these 5. Well, they're all shining the ball, but Rawlings does run in very quickly.
That's right. Well, he's in again, round the wicket, bowls to Taylor, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and Rawlings waits until the ball is just about stationary before fielding it. So I think both sides would be more than happy for this to be the last over before lunch. Here's Rawlings in again, and doesn't let it go. Dead ball signalled by umpire Neil Bainton, so he obviously is now scratching away at the crease, having obviously missed his footing. So that's wasted another 20 seconds or so. Rawlings in bowls to Rossington, who drives up to mid-off, who's Travis Head, who sends in a throw, of course, to Ben Brown, who's now looping it around the field. So they're doing their best.
There's going to be an elaborate field change.
Do we go by the digital clock?
I've got 12:59 now, so there's hope. Now they're having a consultation about the field, I think. 3 balls to go. Rawlings around the wicket. Quicker ball, bowls to Taylor, and he just drops down off the pad on the onside, and Ben Brown comes round from behind the stumps to field. Now there's a mid-wicket consultation, or Adam Rossington was coming down the pitch as though to have a chat with Tom Taylor,
who didn't read the script.
And has just settled into his crease. Rawlings in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Taylor drives that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Travis Head. Now once again Adam Rossington is coming down the pitch, I thought, to have a word. Travis Head is now going through an elaborate ball maintenance operation, which is pretty good considering, one imagines straight after lunch they'll be using a new ball anyway. And here's Rawlings, what might be the last ball of the session. That's dropped down by Tom Taylor, and I think the umpires have obviously read the script, even if the batsman hadn't necessarily, and the fielders and the batsman and the umpires are leaving the field, and that is lunch on the second day of this county championship match between Northamptonshire and Sussex. Excellent session for Northamptonshire, who started the morning at 214 for 5, and lots of speculation then obviously about how Northamptonshire would look to play it, and in the end they've played it pretty well. They've added 132 runs in the session. They've lost just the 1 wicket, and a memorable morning for Safe Zabe, who's the 1 man out, but not until he got to 135, his maiden century in first-class cricket. He was eventually LBW, missing an attempted sweep at Delray Rawlings. The partnership between Zabe and Rossington was worth 198 in 47 overs for the 6th wicket, just 1 short of the Northamptonshire 6th wicket record against Sussex. Adam Rossington has come through to the break, 85 not out. He's been dropped again. He also got another painful crack on on the finger, right index finger we think, which needed a certain amount of attention. Tom Taylor is yet to get off the mark, but Phil, it couldn't have really worked out much better for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, very dominant session, isn't it, for Northants? The headlines obviously go to Save for his maiden first class 100, and huge congratulations to him. What's really pleasing overall from a sort of broader perspective for me is that Northants haven't always been great front runners. You know, they've often kind of fluffed their lines when ahead, and this morning was a chance to consolidate and dominate. And we said earlier, the objective, as I saw it, was to get to this point in the game where only one team can win. I'm pretty confident that I can say that now, with all respect to Sussex. Always been good scrappers, Northants. Always been very good at getting back into a game that seems lost, but not always sort of ruthless. And I've enjoyed watching that, and particularly, and also a credit to Adam Rossington as well. Got a really nasty blow on the hand. Decided to stay out there, and knowing Adam as I do, a part of that will have been, I'm going to stay with this young man and nurse him through, and let's make sure we get him close to his 100. So great partnership, and well done both guys.
Yeah, it's been a very good morning for Northamptonshire. We'll just stay with us for a second or two, because I'm just going to be updating listeners to BBC Radio Northampton into the 1 o'clock news. But yeah, it was, Ben Sanderson made the point when I was talking to him after close of play last night that it was pretty much a perfect day for Northamptonshire yesterday, after bowling Sussex out for 106 and going into the close at 214 for 5. The lead was then 108 with 5 wickets in hand. Well, I think you have to say pretty much that was the ideal session for Northamptonshire, and they'll have been particularly delighted. I'm sure everyone involved with the club will have been particularly delighted to see Save come through to his maiden first-class century on his 24th first-class appearance, and that really was quite a special moment when he carved that one away down towards third man for a couple of runs on 99 and went through to his half-century. It's going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton now. Lunch on the second day, and it's been a terrific session for Northamptonshire, who've reached the break at 346 for 6, so the lead is up to 240, and we've seen a very special innings this morning from Save. He was eventually out LBW to the spinner Delray Rawlins for 135, and that was the 22-year-old's maiden century in first-class cricket. He batted 4 hours 20 minutes, faced 202 balls, hit 15 fours, and shared a partnership of 198 for the 6th wicket with his captain Adam Rossington, who's still there on 85. Second new ball is due now. Sussex may decide to take it as soon as we resume after lunch, but at the break, Northamptonshire 346 for 6. They lead by 240. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton listeners. We're going to head off for some lunch, 346 for 6 at the break, and we'll be back with you. I hope you'll be able to join us for the resumption of play in around about half an hour's time. Well, good afternoon, welcome back to the county ground at Northampton, where we've lunched well, trust you have, and we're just about to get underway again on the second day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Sussex, and so far Northamptonshire having had much the better of the day's exchanges so far. They resumed this morning on 214 for 5 in reply to the Sussex total of 106 all out, and Northamptonshire added another 132 runs in the 2-hour session up to lunch and lost just the one wicket, and that was Safe Zabe, who at the age of 22, turns 23 later this month, scored his maiden first-class century. He made 135, and well, obviously a great occasion for him and for his family, who we know were listening in. And the partnership between him and Adam Rossington, Northamptonshire's captain, was worth 198 for the 6th wicket. Rossington still there on 85. Tom Taylor has joined him and is yet to get off the mark. Now the new ball, the second new ball, is due, and we're just having a little look to see if Sussex have actually taken it. Joe Sarrow is going to bowl, and I'm not absolutely sure if they've taken it. I'm not sure they have yet. Here's Sarrow, bowling the first ball of the afternoon session, first ball of the day actually for him.
Looks new, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it is. So the new ball has been taken. 1 over late, and Sarrow bowls that one to Rossington, who just plays it up on the offside, and there's no run. Zabe, I'm sure, Phil Rowe and Adrian Harms, who are with me in the commentary box, I just sensed Zabe would have been a bit disappointed to have got out so close to the second new ball, but he was given a bit of licence, wasn't he, to play his shots. Sarrow comes in, Rossington turns away behind squarely onside, they come through for one, and they through for an easy second as two fielders converge on it in the deep. 2 to Rossington, who's 87, 348 for 6, and yeah, it seemed as though having got to 100, they said, well, we'll try and, he called it, I think at the time, Phil, looking to try and make hay before the second new ball was taken, and they certainly did. They were going at 7 and over at one stage.
Yeah, it helps when the captain's out there, because he can make those kind of judgment calls at the flick of a switch and implement them, and they went about 7.5 and over for that period.
Sarrow in again. Rossington is in behind that, plays it up on the onside up to mid wicket, and there's no run. Just wondering what sort of treatment Adam Rossington might have had on that finger that he got a painful blow on this morning that held up play for a while, and for a couple of overs afterwards, virtually every ball he played, you could see he was in a certain amount of discomfort. We'll just have had the freeze spray on it, you reckon, Phil? Or?
Yeah, a little more that could be done, really, perhaps a bit of strapping.
Yeah. Here's Sarrow, in again, bowls to Rossington, is on the back, and there's no run, fielded by Delray Rawlins, who's the only bowler to pick up a wicket today, and he trapped Zabe. LBW missed an attempted sweep, and Zabe out for 135 after a stay of 4 hours 20 minutes at the crease, and faced 202 balls and hit 15 fours. Obviously a memorable occasion for him, his maiden first-class century. Here's Sarrow in again, bowls to Rossington, who again is on the back foot, drives this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Partnership 198 to Zabe, which was one short of Northamptonshire's all-time 6-wicket record against Sussex, which was held by Adam Rossington and David Murphy against Sussex at 5 years ago, but that's safe in the record books for a little. Sarrow win again outside the off, and Rossington just lets that go through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 348 for 6. Rossington 87. Taylor yet to get off the mark.
Well, that over will make Sarrow feel a little bit happier with life. He hasn't bowled for quite a long time in the game. Got some harsh treatment yesterday when he opened up, but that was a decent over with the new ball. It's carrying through nicely, which Adam Rossington will enjoy. He likes pace on the ball. It's a matter now again of them getting back in after the break and then sort of picking them off, and Sussex will hope that they can get some support for Ollie Robinson. I had a little look at some numbers in the lunch break, and if you take Ollie Robinson's figures out of the Sussex attack, they bowled without Robinson 61 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 292, and you know that kind of tells you the story of the Sussex attack, and it also tells you how influential Ollie Robinson is, and he's just about to start with the second new ball.
Really interesting stat as the 4 slips are in place now. Robinson comes in, bowls, and plays and misses outside the off stump as Taylor through to Brown And there is no run, and we've probably sounded a bit like a broken record up here the last 2 days, but it's just looked like a different game the minute that Ollie Robinson has the ball in his hands. Because in reality, none of the other Sussex bowlers have really looked like taking wickets. I was a little surprised that Jack Carson didn't bowl at all this morning. He's only bowled, well, he's showing here as 5 overs in the match. I thought he only bowled 3 yesterday, and he certainly hasn't bowled this morning. So he didn't bowl this morning, did he?
No, he didn't. No.
And I thought he bowled 3 yesterday. I'm not quite sure where that stats come from. Anyway, in comes Robson bowls. Here is Ford has quietly timid off. We had an email just before lunch from Matt Virgin, who got in touch and was talking about George Gartner. Where is he? And George, oh hang on, he's been in touch again, has Matt, so I'll read that again in a moment. He was asking about George Garton, who isn't playing in this match. He's played in all 4 matches before, but I think he had a slight heel injury, George. But yes, he's he's developing into a good all-round cricketer, is George Garton. But missing out this week, Robinson his way. We've looked at bowls, and Taylor plays firmly to mid-on, looking for a single, but it isn't there. Ian down in Findon isn't very happy. Ian Scales, he's a Sussex supporter. He says, this is an excruciating listen for Sussex followers. We are being slaughtered. Have you got a white flag? I know the wicket was damp. He says, we are far from good enough. Disillusioned is Ian from Findon. Well, keep the faith, you never know. It's Sussex need to make sure they use this new ball, and the reality is, apart from this man now, they have struggled with the ball in this match. And it was a damp track yesterday. It was a good track to bowl on first up, as in comes Robinson and bowls. And Taylor puts his foot down, wicket on his foot down, and hits Robinson over long on for 4 runs. You don't see that very often.
That was an old-fashioned shot, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, big stride, and he played straight across the line, but it came out of the middle of the bat.
Yes.
He held his shape, so I haven't seen a lot of Taylor bat, to be absolutely honest, but that looked like something he's done many times, didn't it? It didn't look out of the ordinary at all.
This is actually really interesting, because the last couple of games, you could Tom Taylor's contribution with the bat this season, on both occasions, which is the long rearguard action against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and again digging in against Yorkshire up at Headingley, he's had to play, I think, very much against his natural inclinations, and maybe he's got a bit of license here to play some shots.
Robinson in bowls, and he's at it again. So plays that shot, but it's a thick outlet edge. The ball spoons in the air over cover and gets a couple of runs. I'm sure that Ollie Robinson had a little word swim as he ran past, something along the lines of lucky.
Something like that, yeah. Something like that.
But, Taylor examines the outside edge of his bat. He gets a couple of runs at 3:54 for 6.
Yeah, at Old Trafford he batted 2 hours for 13. Batting with Luke Proctor, and Yorkshire at Headingley made his first 50 for Northamptonshire off 143 balls, and again with a long partnership with Sabe.
Robinson, just the 3 slips in place now, bowls, and Taylor plays back down the track. There is no run. Robinson fields, and off his own bowling, end of the over, 3:54 for 6. Yeah, Matt's been back in touch, Matt Virgin. He says, hello again, chaps. I am indeed related to Roy Virgin. He is my grandfather. I know he is certainly missing being at the county ground, but he's finally managed to grasp a good enough level of technology to watch the live stream.
Oh, well done, Roy.
Well done, Roy.
I say well done, Anne, probably.
Huge congrats as I on a cracking knock. What I do to be in the crowd with a nice cold beverage, soaking up the sun, watching the cricket. Kindest regards, Matt Virgin. Thanks very much indeed, Matt, for getting in touch.
Yeah, I imagine that. Well, if Roy and Anne are into us and watching and listening, then a very good afternoon to you. And yeah, absolutely, we look forward to seeing you both at the county ground as soon as possible. Must tell you another technology story in a second as Sarrow comes in, starts a fresh over to Rossington, who pulls, and he's caught. He's caught at mid-on, he just spliced it, and the ball looping to Travis Head, who takes the catch. So Rossington goes looking ruefully at the bottom end of his bat, and it's Joe Sarrow picks up his 2nd wicket in first-class cricket. Rossington goes for 87. And Northamptonshire 354 for 7. I
was looking over mid-wicket for that. I completely didn't see that happen.
You weren't alone there.
I don't think Jack Carson realised either. He was fielding out there.
It came right off the toe end of the bat. I think Adam was through the shot a wee bit early. It's a shot that he plays very, very well. I mentioned earlier I have seen him out to that shot numerous times. I've seen it again just there, but no blame attached. It was a shortish ball, back of a length ball. He's entitled to play that shot. He plays it well. Just threw it a bit early, so it perhaps just didn't get to him as quickly as he thought. But what a great innings, what a great contribution, and a brave innings as well with that nasty hand injury. So well played, Adam Rossington.
Yep, caught Head, bowled Sarrow 87 of 149 balls. He was batting just shy of 3.5 hours. and he hit 7 fours. So yeah, very important contribution by the Northamptonshire captain. But the second new ball in the hands of Joe Sarrow does the trick, and now two relatively new batsmen in. Tom Taylor, of course, came in just before lunch, and he's joined now by Wayne Parnell, one of 3 all-rounders in this lower order for Northamptonshire. I have to say, from a Northamptonshire point of view, I like this depth of batting, the fact that you've got the 3 all-rounders in Taylor, Parnell and Berg. It does mean you bat very, very deep.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it? It does help, and it's well known Northampton's fragility with the bat in the top order, in kind of supporting Vasconcelos. Really, it hasn't always been up to it. So the deeper the better. And these guys all get in the team on merit as bowlers, don't they? That's the key thing. They're there to bowl. They're there to win games with the ball. But wow, what a great advantage it is to have such depth.
Well, all 3 of them in the last couple of games have made runs. Taylor, Parnell and Berg made important runs as well. 2 slips in now as the left-handed Parnell faces his first ball from Joe Sarrow wide outside the off stump, and he just watches that go through. Yes, I was saying about technology and former Northamptonshire players. My phone went the other afternoon, and it came up as a FaceTime audio, one of those calls, and I wasn't quite sure who it was, and answered it, and a very familiar face appeared on my screen, that of David Stanley Steele of Northamptonshire in England.
What was he trying to do? Microwave something?
Well, very close. As Sarrow comes in and bowls to Parnell outside the off stump again, he lets it go through to Ben Brown. Yes, he's got himself a new phone as DS, and I think he was playing around with it, and his lovely wife Carol said, he's phoned you by accident. But yes, sure enough, there he was, and he may have been by accident, but it was great to see him and hear him. And turns 80 later this year. BBC Sports Personality of the Year, of course, 1975. Sarrow comes in, bowls, and Parnell's on the back foot, plays that up to extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, and in very good form, and looking forward, like everybody else is, to getting back and watching some cricket live, both at his local club in Geddington near Kettering, and here at the county ground as well. And of course, we should very much looking forward to seeing David back on the ground. Here's Sarrow over the wicket again, bowls to Parnell, good ball, bounces a little bit and left the batsman, and Parnell dropping the hands and went into the gloves of Ben Brown. Had to dive away in front of first slip to take.
It's nicely played, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a good delivery. Pitched, bounced and went across him, and he dropped his hands.
Dropped his hands and kept him out of trouble.
Like a very good sort of old-fashioned opening batter. It was a nice technique.
Well, Parnell won't need reminding too much about his contribution up at Headingley. Sarrow comes in, bowls to him, and he crosses stumps, pushes that up towards mid-on, fielded at mid-wicket, and by Rawlins, and there's no run. End of the over. A successful one for Joe Sarrow, who's now taken, well, he's bowled 11 overs in at the innings, 1 made and 2 for 54, and Northamptonshire 354 for 7, with Taylor on 6, Parnell yet to get off the mark. Yes, I mean, you look at the stats from the previous matchup at Headingley. Parnell 10 wickets for 143 in the match, 5 in each innings, 16 in the first innings with the bat, 33 in the second, and any sort of normal course of events, you'd say he's had a really, really good game, but sadly I suspect what he'll be remembered for is getting out with Northamptonshire needing 2 to win. And meaning Northamptonshire, for the first time in 116 years on from first class status, lost the first class match by 1 run.
Well, here comes Ollie Robinson. The sun has momentarily disappeared. He comes in and bowls to Taylor, who plays that quietly through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single. And he goes to 7, 355 for 7. I'm always loath, and it's not it's not a criticism, it's an observation. But I don't understand why you'd have a deep mid-wicket there. Why, Phil, would you not have someone on the 1? I don't quite get that, because that's just a simple short delivery. You just play into the onside for a single. Unless, of course, you're trying to get Parnell on strike. That's the only reason for that.
Yeah, I think it's about run protection more than trying to get the right man on strike. Perhaps Ollie Robinson fancied bowling very straight at him and didn't want to go for 4 if he got it slightly wrong.
3 slips go down. We shouldn't question Robinson's field placing. Comes in bowled outside the off stump. So no ball, actually. We haven't seen too many of those in this match. Total goes up by 2 to 357 for 7. I mean, Sussex here need to be thinking, right, we need to polish off these last 3 wickets. We've got the new ball, and let's bat. There doesn't seem to be as much in the wicket for the seam bowlers. Certainly not that the Sussex bowlers, with the exception of Robinson, have achieved. Bat through the rest of the day, and tomorrow the weather does look a bit dicey. There's Robinson on his way again. Round the wicket bowls, and Parnell just plays quietly into the offside. There is no run. I mean, Sussex will be. You've got to think about points, haven't you? So probably the best Sussex can expect out of this is 11 points, three bowling points, eight for the draw, and get back down the M1 thinking, well, at least we're kind of still in with a shout.
Absolutely, and the new coach in Salisbury will be watching very carefully and learning a lot about his players. In adversity, you learn more about your players when you lose. Well, they haven't lost yet, but when they're on the back foot, let's put it that way, as they are currently, you learn more about players in that situation than when they're on top.
Robinson, Son's back with us, comes in and bowls, and good delivery, and he's caught behind, is he? Yes, he is indeed. And Ollie Robinson picks up another fifer. Caught behind is Parnell by Ben Brown. He goes for a duck. The 8th wicket is down. Parnell just hesitated for a moment, but Niels Bainton's finger slowly rose from behind his back. So Ollie Robinson picks up another wicket, 5 in the match. Where would Sussex be without Ollie Robinson? He's got, I think that's 25 for the season. He's in his 4th match, and Parnell is on his way for a duck.
Didn't look particularly happy about it, did he, Parnell?
No, he didn't. Nonetheless, he departs, and Ollie Robinson, just looking at his stats for this season, didn't play last week. He picked up 13 wickets down at Glamorgan in a win a couple of weeks ago. 5 in this match. What did he pick up against Yorkshire? 3 and 5 in that match as well. So he's certainly bowling really well, Ollie Robinson, but he just really hasn't had quite the support.
Well, no, the figures show that. That was a nice ball, wasn't it? Pitched it up to the left-hander, invited the drive. It was kind of a half-hearted firm push drive, and given out caught behind. But he's in the right area again, isn't he?
He is indeed.
How often we've said that. He's got 5 wickets, but he's challenged every over for at least a minimum of 4 of his balls in an over. Often 5 and sometimes 6 have been challenging balls, and that's high skill.
Well, Gareth Berg is the new batsman, who looks like quite a useful batsman to be coming in at number 10. 40 years of age, we were saying yesterday. Bowled very well, took 5 for 18. And I'm sure has batted much higher up than number 10 in his career as Gareth Berg, and he just sort of surveys the field. Did he take guard? I didn't see him take guard.
Played it before.
3 slips go down. Robinson is in and bowls and drives straight down the ground as Gareth Berg beats Travis Head at mid-off and runs away for a single. Will he get another one? No, he won't. So just a nice looking shot by Berg. So ball well pitched up. Robinson took the pace off the ball. You can see him just wringing his right hand. So Berg is on his way. 358 for 8. So the lead is now 252 for Northamptonshire. Lots of cricket left today. There's still another 64 overs after this.
Well, nice way to get off the mark, wasn't it?
Lovely
for a number 10.
Yeah.
Kind of firm push drive back down the ground, straight back past the bowler.
Robinson is still wringing his hand down below us, but now he's running away from us. Number 25 on the back of his shirt. He's in and bowls, and that's short down the leg side, taken by Brown. There's no run. A rare wayward delivery from Robinson, taken by Brown, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. I'm confused by those Carson stats. I'm convinced he only bowled 3 overs yesterday.
I think he might have come back on and bowled a couple.
He did.
Right at the end of the day.
You're absolutely right.
Right at the very tail end.
Yes, he did.
I think we were suffering from something approaching hypothermia at the time, so we can perhaps be forgiven for forgetting.
Robinson in, and Taylor works this one to backward point, followed by Haynes, and there is no run. So the end of another Ollie Robinson over. Figures of 22 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 55 for Ollie Robinson. Tremendous figures on par with those of Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson, who in fairness were bowling in very favourable conditions. Robinson was bowling in favourable conditions early on, but he's had to work hard for those 5 wickets. But you're right with Jack Carson. He did bowl a couple of overs right at the death yesterday. 5 overs, 0 for 34, but he hasn't bowled today, which is perhaps a little surprising.
Very puzzling, isn't it? I'm struggling to think of it. Offer any explanation for that, Phil? Because I'm struggling to think of why that might have been.
The only thing I can think is a bit of protection.
Yeah.
They had another option there which they used in Rawlins, and sometimes the slow left armer gives you a bit more control than the off spinner, so it might have been a little bit, let's look after the young man early in his career.
Yeah, could be. Well, here's Joe Sarrow, also in the early stages of his career. First game, in fact, and bowls that outside the off stump to Gareth Berg, who lets it go through to Ben Brown, and there's no one. The sun's disappeared behind a cloud for the moment, but you can see it's sunshine over towards Kingsthorpe and Moulton Park, so it'll be sunny here soon. The breeze, I suspect, has got up just a little bit from first thing this morning when it was fairly still, but it's come round from a different direction, which is why it doesn't feel quite as cold as it was yesterday. It's much more of a westerly today. It was northwesterly yesterday. Sarrow, good ball from him, just short of a length and pretty straight, and Berg's in behind it, plays it up towards mid-wicket where it's fielded by Tom Haynes, and there's no run. 3 batsmen out for Northamptonshire today. Before lunch, Saif Zabe, who was LBW to Rawlins for 135. Since the break, Northamptonshire have lost Adam Rossington, caught head bowled Sarrow 87, and Wayne Parnell caught Brown bowled Robinson naught. 5th wicket in the innings for Ollie Robinson. Sarrow in again, bowls to Berg, who cuts that away nicely, and he's going to pick up 4 runs as it goes past backward point, and it's a long chase for the man in there at sweeping on the cover boundary. There's no third man, and it flashed over the outfield. It was short and wide. It was there for the shot, and Berg didn't need a second invitation. He goes up to 5, 362 for 8.
He'll be disappointed with that, Sarrow. Number 10s can put those away in first team cricket. He's got to be a bit more accurate than that with the new ball. But I mean, impressed. He started quite well, hasn't he? Better than I think he did in the first innings. And he picked up the wicket, a little bit fortuitous, but good for him. It'll make him feel a whole lot better about life.
362 for 8, so the lead 256, and sure enough, bright sunshine now. And that's a good butt, another good ball. It nipped back into Berg, and a little bit of nip and bounce with the new ball, and that hit him amidships, as I think we used to say. But he's okay. He's just having a little suspicious prod of the pitch. A word with Tom Taylor at the other end. Yeah, Taylor's an interesting one with the bat, because the first time he played for Northamptonshire in any cricket was at Edgbaston last year in the T20, when he played an extraordinary innings to help Graham White win a match from nowhere. Here's Berg picking up another run as he turns that down towards long leg, and Ollie Robinson comes in off the boundary in front of the new pavilion. Fields sends in his return, 1 more to Berg, who goes up to 6, 363 for 8. And he's obviously a very talented stroke player, but in the Championship cricket this year, the innings he played, especially at Old Trafford when he faced 115 balls for 13, playing in support of Luke Proctor, and then did a similar job up at Headingley against Yorkshire. So can bat long. Here's Sarrow in, bowls to him, he's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Sarrow to field. End of the over.
Northamptonshire fans won't know a whole lot about Tom Taylor. Obviously he was with Derbyshire, where he started his career, and he was highly thought of. Moved to Leicestershire when there was a change of regime at Derby, and kind of followed John Sadler from Leicestershire down the M1 to Northampton. I know John speaks very, very highly of Tom Taylor as an all-round cricketer. For his skills, but also for his attitude and what he brings around the place. Very professional, very dedicated, very driven young man, and I think he's from what I gather, he's fitted in really well to the squad, and he's brought something that is very, very helpful down the order, and an all-rounder who can play a variety of innings.
The sun is back with us, and Ollie Robinson is going to come in to bowl to the right-handed Gareth Berg, who's on 6, 363 for 8. Robinson in bowls, and he hits Berg around about the 5 pad. The ball bounced down on the onside, and there is no run. I'm just going to pick up, if that's all right, Adrian, just to update BBC Radio Northampton in their 2 o'clock news, and I'll be back with you.
Grade 2 of County Championship action at the County Ground.
Northamptonshire's lead is growing, 363 for 8 now, which means Northamptonshire lead by 257. In there at the moment, Tom Taylor, who's made 7, Gareth Berg on 6. Northamptonshire have lost 3 wickets today. Safe Zabe was out before lunch for 135, his maiden century in first-class cricket. Since the break, the county have lost Adam Rossington, the captain, who was caught at mid-on by Travis Head off Joe Sarrow for 87. Those runs coming off 149 balls with 7 fours, and Wayne Parnell, who made important runs in the last couple of games, missed out today. He was caught behind off Ollie Robinson for naught, giving Robinson his 5th wicket of the innings. But the lead is building, 363 for 8, Northamptonshire 257 runs ahead.
Robinson on his way again. Mr. Pavilion in bright sunshine across the county ground. He's in and bowls, and Berg covers up, plays into the offside. There is no... I'm never quite sure whether the statistics on one of these... well, we can probably say that Cricket Info is one I'm looking at. There are other websites available. I'm not sure if it updates on a day-to-day basis, but Ollie Robinson's statistics, he's taken 270 first-class wickets, an innings best of 9 for 78 at Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago. He at an average of 21.22 and an economy rate of 3. So they're good figures from Ollie Robinson, and he's taken 5 wickets in innings 15 times. Could be 16 if this isn't updated, as in comes Robinson bowls, played to backward point, and there is no run.
I spent a very productive couple of hours down at Hove. Josh Cobb was 12th man, who, as people might know, is a bit of a cricket stato. He claims not to be, but he is. He knows the score of every game around the world at any time. And we set some parameters for English qualified seamers, and the top 3, based on the parameters we set, were Robinson, Sanderson, and Richard Gleeson, formerly of this parish.
Oh, interesting. As Robinson runs away from us, 3 slips go down. He's in bowls, and Berg with a model forward defensive shot, just plays with a high left elbow, and to the offside there is no run.
Just to go back on that, just reading out those figures for Ollie Robinson, Adrian, it just struck me, and very similar to Ben Sanderson. I've just actually got the Ben Sanderson's figures up in front of me. He's taken, before this match, 259 first-class wickets at 20.64, and he's taken 5 wickets in an innings 14 times, with an economy rate of 2.7. So
which bears out Phil's...
not much to pick between those 2 sets of figures.
Yeah. Robinson again, bowls, and Berg just tucks inside the line and plays that quietly into the onside. Picks up a single, fielded there by Stuart Meeker. There is no run. It is the end of Ollie Robinson's over.
Quite pleased with that. I managed to get in some useful information and to out Josh Cobb as a cricket badger at the same time. That's brilliant work.
Ollie Robinson now 23 overs. 6 maidens, 5 for 56. The lead for Northamptonshire is now, my math isn't very, 258, is that right?
That's entirely plausible.
I guess Northamptonshire just want to keep going a bigger lead as possible. They want to bat first now.
Maximum batting points.
Yeah, that's the yes, of course. So they've got another 36 runs to get.
I think maximum batting points may be a bit of a slog and then off, I think.
Well, here's Joe Sarrow starting his 13th over, and he bowls to Berg, who drives that away nicely, but there's protection down there on the cover boundary, and that keeps him down to a single. Stian van Zyl, who spent most of the day down there, it seems. One more to Berg, who goes up to 8, and 365 for 8 Northamptonshire. Yes, players are funny, aren't they? Some nobody ever wants to admit to being up with the records, but then you talk to former players, and I'm sure you will have done, Adrian, in the course of the interviews that we do, and some former players can remember pretty much every detail of every match they ever played in. Sarrow in bowls to Taylor, just angled in nicely towards the off stump, but Taylor's equal to it, punches it off the back foot up to mid-on, and there's no run. And you've got those who can't remember pretty much anything that they did, even when they got 100, and conflate different matches together. And it's the late great Dennis Brooks, who played more matches, scored more runs and more centuries for Northamptonshire than anybody else in first-class cricket. Sarrow comes in, bowls to Taylor. It's a lucky single off a leading edge. He was aiming mid-on. It finished up ballooning up over extra cover, and they get a single again down to Van Zyl on the boundary. One more to Taylor, who goes up to 8, 366 for 8. And Dennis, who we lost a few years ago at the age of 90, could remember pretty much, and bearing in mind I think he batted pushing 700 times for Northamptonshire in first class cricket. I doubt there were many innings he couldn't remember, even down to who'd got him out. It's absolutely encyclopedic. Jock Livingston was another one. The late Jock Livingston could remember every detail of matches he played. There's Sarrow in bowls to Berg, who plays it back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. Whereas I can think of one or two others, and probably better not mention names, that if you talk to them about particular performances in their career, you have to look it up afterwards to see if they're right, and often they, as I say, they're not quite. Perhaps conflated a couple of performances, a couple of matches. It's a funny one. People remember and don't. Here's Sarrow in again, bowls to Berg, who drives that up to extra cover on the bounce, and there's no run. Fielded by Rawlins.
There's a youngster on the academy here who's a very, very good player, Christian Davis, who you may know, Radders, I'm sure you do, who was at the biggest cricket badger I knew, and on quiet away trips, which there were many during my time in the second team, a quiet away trip, he would be challenged, and we gave him the career stats of any cricketer anywhere in the world, and he would name them within 3 guesses.
Wow, that's a serious effort. Here's Sarrow in again, bowls to Berg. It's a lovely straight drive, and he's going to pick up. He's going to pick up 4. In fact, there was an attempt at a sliding stop there at mid-off. It doesn't make contact. It runs away to the boundary. It was a nicely timed shot by Berg, but not maybe one of the great pieces of fielding of our time.
No, I don't think that plays the skipper one jot.
No,
that was Stuart Meeker.
Yeah, well, it should have been 1, and it was 4. So anyway, Gareth Berg will take them. He goes into double figures, 12 to him, 370 for 8. The lead up to 264.
Would have got him a straight red in today's football, wouldn't it? That?
Well, that really wasn't great, I have to say. It
went in with both feet.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, neither of them made contact with the ball.
So, 30 needed to get the final batting bonus point for Northampton. They've got plenty of overs left in which to get them, as in comes Robinson, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Taylor, who's forward and plays it straight back down the offside of the track, fielded by Robinson off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Looks flat out there, doesn't it? Looks flat now. I'm talking about the pitch, not the intensity of the Sussex team.
Yeah.
The pitch looks flat now. I should.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I thought a couple of deliveries in that last over from Sarrow just nipped in, and I was just thinking that perhaps there is a little bit still there, and I'm sure that Berg and Sanderson will be looking to put the ball in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean it's a brand new ball.
Yeah.
So it will nip, but in general, it's not.
Yes.
It's not carrying fear particularly.
No
threat there.
Robinson again in the bowls and stands tall as Taylor and just plays a stylish looking forward defensive, if there is such a thing, into the offside, and there is no run. But I think we were saying earlier that the Sussex batsmen will need to be thinking, there's no demons in this pitch, but they will need to be careful, particularly against the new ball, because I'm sure that particularly Berg and Sanderson will be bowling it round about middle and off and making the batsmen play.
Yeah, it's got that look, hasn't it? It's got the look of as the game wears on, that LBW is the big threat.
Robinson, and with a lead like this, Robinson is on his way again, bowls, and right in behind that is Taylor, plays into the covers. There is no room, even if we don't get much play tomorrow, which may or may not be the case. I think we're certainly going to lose a fair chunk of tomorrow if you believe the weather forecast. But you'd still think that Northamptonshire are going to have the new ball when they start, and probably another new ball as well at some stage on Sunday. I mean, I'm making all sorts of assumptions here, but they're going to have 2 cracks with a new ball throughout the Sussex second innings. Robinson again, and let go outside the off stump by Taylor, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
Shapes up well, doesn't he, Taylor?
Yes.
I said earlier, I haven't seen a lot of him with the bat, but looks pretty orthodox, favours the leg side, the right hand comes in a wee bit. He's happy to back his ability to lift the ball over the infield, but in defence he looks well organised, looks like he's got enough time. He looks a very dangerous lower order player.
Three slips, 3 men saving, 1 off the onside. A mid on, then 2 men back on the leg side. Robinson bowls, short delivery, and is that a 6 wicket for Ollie Robinson? Did the umpires think he'd go up then? I thought Robinson thought he'd got his man. It was an attempted hook from Taylor. Clearly, perhaps Sussex thought he gloved it through to the keeper, or they were kidding the umpire. I just thought for a moment Neil Bainton's hand came up from behind his, or out of his pocket.
It did.
He twitched. He
did twitch.
I thought it was a big twitch.
Yeah, compared to this morning when the safe save LBW, you hardly saw the finger move at all.
Yeah.
But yeah. I thought he'd given him out, but obviously he hadn't. He's still there.
Taylor survives. He's on 8. Still 370 for 8. Robinson in lovely sunshine is in, and Taylor right in behind plays quietly into the offside. It's a maiden over. I think Ollie Robinson's probably having a word with Tom Taylor, suggesting that maybe he did get a little glove on that. Either way,
yeah, it was a one-sided exchange.
Yes, it was. I think Robinson was rather letting his feelings known. Anyway, Taylor doesn't look too bothered. He remains on 8. Umpire Bainton is all that matters in those situations, and he decided it wasn't out. And Northamptonshire 370 for 8. Taylor on 8. Berg on 12. The lead for Northamptonshire is 264.
Yeah, just a little conversation there between Ben Brown and Ollie Robinson. They're sort of asking each other, well, what did it hit? What do you think? It's hard. I think that's a tough one for the umpires. It was a bounce, wasn't it? It flew through.
Yep.
It obviously caught something. They reacted to the noise. Was it the glove? Was it the shoulder? Don't know.
Well, here's Sarro starting a fresh over, bowling to Berg short, and again Berg going for a pull this time. Doesn't make contact. Goes through to Ben Brown outside the leg stump, and there's no run. Slip in place. Yeah, Tom Taylor, of course, involved in a bit of a controversial incident in the previous match up at Headingley, when he edged low into the slip cordon. First slip claimed the catch, and Tom Taylor wasn't convinced and stood there, and the umpires consulted and eventually gave him not out. Sarro comes in, bowls to Berg, who cuts that away. Again, it's short, it's wide. It's meat and drink to Gareth Berg, who cuts that away past backward point. There's no third man, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. 4 more to Berg, 16 to him, 374 for 8. Which is probably an outcome that I didn't exactly fill the Yorkshire contingent full of Maytide joy, and well, they one or two of them expressed their views, I think probably fairly volubly on the point, and not long afterwards, when Tom Taylor was given out LBW, which was a decision that again probably didn't please everybody on the Northamptonshire side, then I think further words were exchanged, it's probably fair to say, as he went off. Part of the warp and weft. As Sarro bowling to Berg, who's in behind that, plays it up towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Tom Haynes, and there's no run.
It's it's part of the modern game. It's a shame that batters don't take the word of the catcher. I think that's a real shame. It used to be the case more of the time. It's very rarely the case now. And once that comes into the game, then no one's going to go, and it's all a bit difficult. It would be nice to see a little bit of, yes, I've caught that, and off he goes.
Here's Sarro in again, bowls to Berg, who stands up straight, plays that up to mid-on very correctly, and there's no run. Yes, I think we made the point on commentary, Phil, Jonathan Doidge and myself, that the batsman was quite within his rights to stand there, but we can imagine an awful lot of cricketers, especially of an older generation, saying, well, yeah, in my day, if you asked the fielder if he caught it, he said he did, then off he went. But as you say, things have changed. Here's Sarro in again, bowls to Berg, who's again solidly in behind that, pushes it up on the offside, and Rawlins just trots in from extra cover to field.
The other part of that is, it is possible to believe you've caught it fairly,
yeah,
legally, and
sure,
you haven't caught it legally. And
yeah,
I know that might, for people who haven't played a lot of cricket, that might sound a bit strange to believe, but it is absolutely true. It does happen.
And I think in that situation, it's for the fielder to say, actually, I'm kind of not sure, and then the batsman gets the benefit of the doubt.
Here's Sarro in again, and bowls to Gareth Berg full length, and he whips that one away off his toes. He's going to get runs. It runs down towards deep backward square. 2 fielders converging on it. Field it in front of the signal box, and 2 more runs to Berg, who goes up to 18, 376 for 8, the lead up to 270. Yeah, the funny thing about that was that we then watched it, of course, as you do, half a dozen times on the replay, going back on the stream, looking at it again. And even with a decent camera angle, we couldn't be sure.
Yeah.
And we watched it a lot of times, and sort of straining your glasses on, and just put your glasses on and straining your eyes and to see if you can spot something or other. And you couldn't be 100% sure, but.
And the basic premise for umpiring, well, there are a lot of one of the basic premises is you have to be sure.
Yeah.
And if you're not sure, then the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter, and that's the way it should be. I think sometimes the partisan observer forgets that.
Ollie Robinson, the sun has disappeared, comes and gets halfway through his delivery stride, and then I wonder if he slightly stumbled there, Ollie Robinson, or something wasn't quite right either way. Umpire Baton signals that's a dead ball. Just you're picking up on the signal box. Is that what it is?
No, it's not. We call it that because obviously it looks like one.
Yeah. Has it always been there?
It's been there since 1904.
Right.
It's the oldest surviving structure on the ground. If you the Spencer Pavilion next to us, the sort of internal structure of it was the original pavilion from 1886, but it's been very considerably upgraded and largely rebuilt.
Robinson again in bowls and driven nicely to mid-off, fielded by Taylor, no run.
Although if you look round the back when we pop into the car park at the end of the day's play, you'll actually see that part of the original structure is there, and there's a grill there that if you look on some of the old team pictures that were taken at the back of it in the 1890s, you can still see it there. But in terms of a sort of unchanged building, pretty much, then it was originally built as a press and scorers box. When Northamptonshire achieved first-class status in 1905, they realised they actually had to do something properly for the press, which I'll come back to in a second.
Robinson in bowls, and Taylor comes up, plays into the offside. They're going to take a quick single, and a well-judged single, because Carson needed to move to his left for field, so Taylor goes to 9, 377 for 8.
Good run.
And it's quite a well-known story that the committee at the time of the County Ground Company, not the Northamptonshire Committee, but there was then a separate company that owned the ground. And they decided that £72, which was the cost of it, was an outrageous amount of money to spend on the press, and it only got passed by the chairman's casting vote, because they thought the 72 quid was just absolutely ridiculous to spend on journalists. Heavens above.
Good old chairman. Here comes Robinson. Balls. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. That deserved a wicket. And I think Gareth Berg just sort of looked at Ollie Robinson and said, have I survived that? That pitch somewhere just outside of off stump, and Ben Brown ended up taking it down the leg side. That was a snorter.
It looked out, didn't it?
Yeah, I can't understand how the bails didn't come off.
Exactly. It nipped back through the gate. It just missed about just over the stumps. Good take by Ben Brown, because I think he'd kind of given it up as bowled as well.
Yeah.
And then realised, I've got to make a dive and stop that. Great delivery.
Well, that's that'll give the Northamptonshire bowlers a bit of hope. There's still a little bit in this pitch as Robinson is in again and bowls, and there's another quick delivery, and Berg is floored. Did that get him in the unmentionables? Judging by the way, I thought it hit him around about the thigh pad actually. But it really squared up Gareth Berg, who I get the feeling is not the sort of person who would be easily felled, but he's going back into the crease. But Robinson has got his line and length here. 3 slips go down. Northampton's desperate to get to this 5th batting bonus point. Robinson in bowls, and Berg just covers up nicely, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, the press actually still used that box, Adrian, until 1983.
Right.
The scorers then the press moved up to the box immediately to our left of the committee room at the top of the old indoor centre, which is now the Ken Turner stand, and we've been in there ever since. The scorers stayed in there for a few more years before they then had a purpose-built box again, just a little bit further on the corridor from where we are now.
Robinson. Bowls and a rising delivery, good delivery, we're obviously generating a bit of pace taken by Ben Brown. Berg doesn't play a shot, 377 for 8. Taylor on 9, Berg on 18. So that's the history of the signal box. Thank you for that. They sell books in there as well.
Oh, they do. The area downstairs has been used for lots of different things. It was originally a sort of groundsman's store, And then in the 70s it became the Cricket Shop, which was like the club shop basically, and then they made it into a sort of small sponsors lounge. I mean, a lounge that was small, not the sponsors that were small.
Although that might have been might be quite
I was going to say, 'cause there wasn't a lot of room in there, and that was actually done out by Richard Williams, who's of course a former Northamptonshire player. He was a carpenter in the off season, Chippy Williams. So he did a lot of the work on that, and then more recently it's been the supporters club shop, which is what it is at the moment. And I'm sure as soon as they can get people back into the ground, that will be reopening again with second-hand books and all sorts in there. So yeah, it's a building with an awful lot of history.
There's a change at the far end, so at
Stuart
the
Meeker.
end, Meeker's back into the attack. Sarrow taking a blow, and I was just thinking, Sarrow, he's been a little wayward at times. He's got tucked into too many four balls, too many release balls, but he will learn an enormous amount from this game and from bowling in partnership with the metronomic and very skillful Robinson. He'll learn very quickly. That's the length there, the lines I need to bowl more consistently.
Which I'm sure is exactly what Ian Salisbury had in mind, bringing him in for this game. It was talked about one or two other young players in the game, and it's the steepest of learning curves in professional cricket. But as you say, quite rightly, Phil, he will have learnt from it. Here's Stuart Meeker, as we were saying, back into the attack from the far end, the indoor centre end. Starts off with a short one to Tom Taylor that just sat up a little bit, indicating, I think, that there's certainly less in the pitch for the bowlers than there was yesterday, and Taylor stood up tall and played it up to extra cover without really timing it. No run, 377 for 8, so the lead is up to 271.
I still think there's a little bit there though for the seamers, isn't there? If you put it in the right place.
Yeah, there's a little bit there. Here's Meeker in again, bowls, and that's whipped away by Taylor, and again Meeker just losing his line. You heard the crash there as it rattled into the boundary boards down below us, and Taylor helps himself to 4 runs, 13 to him, 381 for 8. And we say about Gareth Berg, he really isn't the worst guy to have coming in at number 10. Having made useful runs, as I say, in the last home game here against Glamorgan, he made a very important contribution. 69 not out on that occasion, which was his first class half century. I think for 3 years we worked out, didn't we, in that game, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, he's underclubbed with his batting in the last couple of years. It's good to see a bit of a renaissance.
Yeah, his first 50 for Northamptonshire. Here's Meeker in again, bowls to Taylor, who's off the back foot this time and just punches out towards the man out on the cover boundary, Aaron Thomason, and they come through for an easy single. One more to Taylor, 14 to him, 382 for 8.
Adrian's shaking his head. He's unhappy with that.
Well, I just don't understand when you've got a new ball that's relatively new. You've got one of your strike bowlers on against the number 9. I don't understand why you have a sweeper on the cover boundary. I mean, Sussex need to get Northamptonshire out here, and that was just a push and run for a single. Odd field placing for me.
Here's Meeker in again. Bowls to Berg, who's in behind that, drops it down. There could be a run out here. Taylor came a long way down before Gareth Berg decided that his 40-year-old legs weren't going to get him down the other end.
Does that count as a run? Taylor ran 2, Berg ran average it out. That's
it certainly came a long way down. Gareth Berg sent him back, and it was Travis Head converging on it, who's not necessarily the fielder that you would choose to take an extremely quick single to.
Taylor looked like he thought, well, at some point he's going to run. I'm just
I'll just keep going.
Force him into it, and he wasn't for moving.
Well, no damage done. 382 for 8 it stays. Meeker in bowls to Berg, who looks to drive. Doesn't time it, goes back down the pitch, and the bowler fields.
As I say, it's never I always say it's an observation rather than a criticism, and I don't mean it to be a criticism. It's just that I used to captain our local village side. It was no great standard, but there was always a time when you defended and a time when you attacked. And for me, there's 3 men on the boundary now, and there are singles all the way around the field. And Northamptonshire will want to get to 5 batting bonus points here, and they're getting there fairly easily at the moment.
18 more runs required as Meeker comes in, bowls full length, driven by Berg, but well stopped by the bowler in his follow through, puts down a hand and stops the ball dead. Rawlins completes the fielding and the end of another over with Berg on 18, Taylor 14, 382 for 8. We've had 92 overs in the innings, so 18 runs off 18 overs basically to get to the 5th batting bonus point.
I couldn't agree more. In this situation, it's a very new ball. Stuart Meeker's bowling 85 plus miles an hour. We've got number 8, number 10 in, I think, if my maths are somewhere near. And Northampton not looking to strike the ball for boundaries, they're looking to accumulate, and the field is helping them to do that very thing, to accumulate with low risk. Had that fielder at deep point been in the ring, then Taylor to score would have had to accelerate the bat, would have had to try and punch the ball through the field, could have created an opportunity. It was too easy.
This is a better field as Robinson is in from the pavilion in bowls to Taylor, who plays that quietly onto the leg side. There's a mid-on who's up. So the offside field now, there are 3 slips, which I totally agree with. 3 men. I would have my mid wicket in on the 1. I'd be making Taylor work for his runs here, because he's got a big gap there, hasn't he, between mid-on. So if Robinson does bowl anything short, he can just nip it onto the leg side. So, not criticism in any way, but it's just an observation. And Ollie Robinson is beyond anything. He's been Sussex's best bowler by a long chalk. It's on his way again in bright sunshine, in and bowls and driven down the ground. It's a nice looking shot and well fielded by Stuart Meeker, who gets a round of applause from Ollie Robinson. He was round very quickly from mid-on, and that was a nice looking shot by Taylor. He might have reasonably expected to get a boundary with that.
That was a heavy landing from Stuart Meeker right on his shoulder.
Yes, it was.
Which probably tells me why he didn't sort of do an authentic dive previously, because his technique isn't great.
Right.
There's a real technique to dive in. I don't want to criticise. It was a good stop. Looks like that the technique he employed there was ensured that he landed on his shoulder, which is not a good thing.
Taylor to 15, 383 for 8. In comes Robinson again. Bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Brown, and then there is no run. Just looking here at Gareth Berg, highest score of 130 not out for Middlesex against Leicester in 2001, and he shared the Middlesex 9th wicket partnership record. The record 9th wicket partnership, 172 with Tim Murtagh. So he's a fine batsman, is Gareth Berg.
Yeah, I came across that stat recently. Tim Murtagh just got some useful runs down the order. He is an annoying bloke to bowl, hasn't he? Wow, hits it in some strange places.
3 slips go down. The sun has disappeared. Robinson running in bowls and covered up. Berg plays it down the track, and this is good tight cricket. This is Sussex saying, we're going to make you work jolly hard for these last 17 runs to get to 400, and that should be the case.
Tim Murtagh has got a world record in Test cricket. Do either of you know what it is?
No. You're going to say it's not to do with his bowling, aren't you?
Correct.
I don't know what it is batting-wise.
Didn't he got some runs, didn't he, against England?
In comes Robinson and bowls, and covering up his Berg, plays down the track. There is no. This is a good contest between Berg and Robinson. Oh, I better go for my update. We get dilly-dallying. Sorry, Andrew.
No, spill the beans then, Phil. What is it?
Well, it's a typical bit of Phil Rowe knowledge, because it's approximately... I'd rather be approximately right than precisely wrong.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Okay, so approximately, it's something like the only number 11 to score more than 20 in each innings of his first Test match.
That's a good stat. Good stat.
Someone will now pile in and correct that, but it's in the right area, that one.
If Andrew Sampson's listening, he'll probably have a view on that. 3 slips in place, waiting as Robinson comes in. Bowls outside the off stump, and let go by Gareth Berg, goes through to Ben Brown. End of another over. Ollie Robinson's figures here, well, little short of heroic. 26 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 58. With Berg on 18, Taylor 15, 383 for 8, Northamptonshire. Bright sunshine here at the county ground, and Northamptonshire's lead now 277.
I'm really enjoying watching Ollie Robinson, and Northamptonshire batting a very long time here, which has given me plenty of opportunity to watch the skills on display. He's like an old-fashioned seamer, and that's meant as a really big compliment. He reminds me of the guys that every county had one or more of in the 80s, and they're few and far between. He's a bit of a throwback, a lovely, skillful seam bowler.
There's Stuart Meeker, who's about to start his 19th over, bowling from the indoor centre end. And it's still afternoon. The breeze has dropped a little bit as Mika comes in, bowls to Taylor, who picks up an easy single. He just goes onto the back foot, drops that down on the onside. Travis Head has to come round from mid-on to field. Big gap on the onside.
Yeah, to Adrian's point, and he'll be exasperated at that single as well. The guy out on the deep square boundary, I don't have a massive problem with that because I think they need to bowl quite straight. But given that, why have we then got a man on the point boundary?
Yeah, I know. Well, there's just easy singles pretty much anywhere you look. 384 for 8. Taylor goes up to 16. Berg facing and imposes a balloony bouncer that's actually called as a no ball by umpire Paul Baldwin. It sailed over the batsman's head and the keeper's head. It gave the wicket keeper absolutely no chance at all. And well, if Northamptonshire tried to stop Northamptonshire getting the fifth batting bonus point, I would suggest that's perhaps not the way to go about it. It's easy runs. It's gifting runs really to Northamptonshire. I'm all in favour of trying them out with a short one, but that was short plus.
I think that went about 6 foot over the batsman's head.
Yeah,
it was quite remarkable.
It gave the keeper absolutely no chance at all. Here's Mika in again, but again bowled short, less short, but not as straight. So the off stump, and Ben Brown's over to take that. But 6 runs onto the total, 390 for 8. 6 more onto the extras, of course. 23 extras now. It just was a bit of a. I think it was a delivery born out of frustration. I would suspect more than anything else. That I can't think there was any sort of calculation in it. It was just basically giving Northamptonshire 6 on a plate. Here's Mika in again, bowls full length this time, better ball, and Berg across his stumps plays it up to Travis Head at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean to give Stuart Mika cut him a bit of slack there. It looked a bit crazy, didn't it? Because it did sort of balloon over the batsman's head. But he will know, as a very aggressive fast bowler and very fast bowler, he wants to get his bouncer to head height rather than kind of navel height, and he got that a bit wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
But the intent was good.
Yeah, fair enough. Here's Mika in again and bowls, and that's driven beautifully by Gareth Berg. It's a lovely on drive. Super timing, super balance. It goes between the bowler and mid-on and crosses the rope for 4. 394 for 8. Berg to 22.
He'll be loving that, Bergie. That was a beautiful cricket shot, wasn't it?
It was.
Flew off the middle of the bat. And mid-on, it only went sort of between mid-on and the stumps. Mid-on had no chance to move at all.
No, it was perfectly timed. And Gareth Berg's just having a terrific season, bat and ball, contributing all round. Here's Mika in again, bowls to him short and wide, and he cracks that away out to cover point on the boundary, where Aaron Thomason sends in his return, and they come through for a single. 1 more to Berg, 23 to him, 395 for 8. And partnership between these two has already put on 38 for the 9th wicket. Very handy runs indeed. Northamptonshire just 5 runs away from that 5th batting bonus point, and they've got plenty of time in which to do it. No rush at all. So talking a little bit about the weather, we'll come back to in a second as Mika comes in and bowls to Taylor, who flashes at that outside the off stump, and first slip, which is Tom Clark thought he may have got a little nick on it, but he hadn't. End of the over, 16 to Taylor, 23 to Berg, 395 for 8. Yeah, we're talking about the weather and the fact that there is rain forecast to come in tonight and into certainly the first part of tomorrow. And Ben Sanderson, obviously, when I talked to him last night, been watching the weather forecast very, very carefully, because he said, well, you know, we want to be batting ideally deep into the afternoon for when the cloud cover comes in ahead of the rain. So probably the last session, you know, it might be a bit cloudier, bit of overhead help for the bowlers in the last session before we have that rain on Saturday. So he'd obviously been listening to Carol Kirkwood on BBC Breakfast, or
Northamptonshire. I might have mentioned this before. Northamptonshire have got their own Carol Kirkwood in the changing room, in the guise of Adam Rossington, who can forecast rain to within a 30-second window, because he likes the rain, does Adam?
I mean, from a Northamptonshire point of view, I mean, if the forecast is to be believed, we're going to lose some time tomorrow, aren't we? And
Yes.
I just think for a game that Northamptonshire have dominated, that must be in their thinking, that this is a game that they'll feel. If we were going to get 2 clear days, they'd fancy their chances of winning this. As in comes Clark. Well, it's a horrible ball. It's a full toss, and it's played to deep mid wicket, and it's another single, and now just 4 runs needed for Northamptonshire to get their 5th batting point.
Yeah, I'm with you at this stage, Adrian. I think get the 4th point in the bag, have a bit of a dip for as long as that lasts, and then let's get bowling.
Probably give themselves 40 plus overs tonight, something like that. Here comes Tom Clark, running away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Taylor, who plays very respectfully out into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, the latest forecast for tomorrow is for basically heavy, fairly persistent rain through until lunchtime.
Right.
And then as we head into the afternoon, there's still rain in the forecast, but it's the percentage is lower and the intensity is lower. And it may be that by the time we get to sort of 4 o'clock or something, it may even have gone through. But it's a question, I suspect, of how much damage will be done by the rain that we get early on.
Clark is in and bowls and hammered away. That's a good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes. That's what you want to see when you're under the pump in the field. That's a good stop by Haynes, because that could well have been 4 runs. Driven away and fielded at backward point. Just a single to Taylor. He goes to 17, 397 for 8.
Those last 2 balls, I mean, he's bowled pretty well actually.
Yes, he has.
But in terms of the overall non-Robinson effort, 1 ball full toss on leg stump, the next ball short wide.
Yeah.
It's been a bit like that, hasn't it?
Yep. Clark again runs in and bowls and played off the back foot as far as Rawlins at cover, and there is no run. I mean, Sussex have used 9 bowlers here, so the only person who hasn't bowled is Stian Van Zyl, who does bowl actually.
He's got 6 Test wickets.
And he also bowled at Glamorgan. He has had some knee problems, Stian, over the last couple of years, but I think I said everyone in this side had bowled in first-class cricket, even Ben Brown in a bit of a joke game at the end of a match. But the others are all, bowlers. That's wide from Clark, and that makes your point, really. I don't like to criticise a young man. He's only 20 years of age. He's making his way in the game, but I mean that's absolutely meat and drink. It's wide. It's swinging away. It's a half volley, and Berg, a player as his class, is just not going to miss out on that. He drills the ball through backward point. It's the 5th batting bonus point. I have to say, I think Sussex have let them get them rather easily in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the intensity has dropped quite considerably, I agree.
401 for 8, as in comes Clark and bowls. That's a better delivery, but Berg's in the mood now, and indeed I think we're going to see this is the first sign of Northamptonshire really putting their foot to the floor. That wasn't that bad a delivery. It was pitched round about middle stump, and it was just helped by Gareth Berg over mid-on for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. He goes to 32. And Northamptonshire 405 for 8. They lead by 299. That was a good shot.
There was a touch of, I'm going to qualify this statement quickly, by the way, so don't worry. There was a touch of Viv Richards about that shot. The qualification comes now when Viv Richards was facing Bob Willis and Ian Botham. But there was a touch of arrogance. He was going to walk down the wicket and a pick up over the leg side.
Yeah. And I just wonder if that's a signal. I mean, really, as far as Northamptonshire, they've achieved probably everything they wanted to achieve here. They've got the maximum bonus points they could have got. They've got a lead of about 300. We know there's rain in the forecast tomorrow. Probably anything from here.
Let's press go. 2 licences. Let's go.
And there's Stuart Meeker, starting his 20th over of the innings, 1 slip in place, bowls to Tom Taylor, who's picked up a single, and he plays that into the onside. Travis Head comes in from mid-on to field, but it's an easy single for Taylor. It goes up to 18, 406 for 8. This is, I'm sure Tom Taylor's probably slightly relieved to be out there batting for Northamptonshire when he hasn't got a scoreboard that looks fairly grim, and the knowledge that he's basically just got to try and hang in there for as long as he can and repair some damage.
I was also thinking Wayne Parnell would love to be love to be in there. The work he's done for his team.
Absolutely, yes. Because again, earned the right, as you said before. Meeker in bowls to IVA Berg. He plays that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm not going to live that down, am I?
Well, no. I think Gareth ought to be told. Yeah, I'm sure he would enjoy the comparison very much. He's just good value, and anybody who thought that, you know, maybe his playing career was coming to an end. Well, he's had a very, very good contribution this year all round, and that ball he punches back down the pitch. Mika half stops in his follow-through, just deflects it up to mid-on, and Travis Head completes the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, I think at the end of last season there were probably just one or two people looking at the stats and thinking, yeah, okay, you know, how much longer? But he's absolutely roared back with a bang this year, and he's been outstanding with the ball right the way through, and scoring some useful runs as well. Here's Mika in again, bowls to him short, and he doesn't need to do anything apart from sway out of the way. Goes through to Ben Brown, and yeah, Gareth Berger's proving yet again just what a valuable cricketer he is. And Ben Sanderson actually made the point last night, because I was asking him about Gareth Berger's contribution at the other end, and he said, well, yeah, he's had a good year, and you think if he didn't play at Old Trafford, which was perhaps a little bit of a surprise, and if he played in that one, who knows how many wickets he'd have. Mika bowls to him, and he plays that one nicely away through backward point. Come through for one, thought about a second, but Gareth Berg didn't fancy it. Sends Taylor back and settles for the single. 33 to Berg, 407 for 8. The lead up over 300 now, 301.
That's good to see from Aaron Thomas.
Yeah, I was just going to say, good bit of fielding that, wasn't it?
Very, very fast into the ball, got his throw away quickly, good body language as well.
Yeah.
I said earlier, he's a bit of a combative cricketer, and he's saying, not to me, you're not taking two to me, I'm still on it. I like that.
It's a lovely afternoon now, plenty of blue sky around, and rather less cloud than we saw earlier, and sunshine across the county ground. Still a little bit on the chilly side, but not as bad as it was yesterday. Here's Mika in again, bowls to Taylor, who smashes that straight back past the bowler, and both bowler and umpire did well to get out of the way. He hit that very hard indeed, and it crosses the boundary rope in a flash up in front of the indoor centre. 4 to Tom Taylor to end the over, 22 to him, 411 for 8. Gave that a serious clout.
He did.
He likes it up, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's straight's his go-to. Gets his left leg out of the way and swung through it beautifully.
Well, we're going to get a bit of Delray Rawlins now. So the new ball, they've had this, because Sussex didn't take it immediately, did they? So I think they went to about 82 overs. So this new ball is only 14 overs old. I think sometimes the spinners like bowling with a harder ball, but this could be entertaining. Rawlins will fancy picking up these last couple of wickets, but I'm sure the Northamptonshire batsmen, who are looking to get a bit of a move on here. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, something's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Sussex need to move the game forward. They need to get off the field.
Yeah.
I think Ben Brown will be a very happy man when he can run off the field. It's a big leg side boundary. The left arm, slow left arm round the wicket into the right hander. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the batters making a little bit of room, trying to hit into the offside of up and over extra cover. It's a shot Gareth Berg plays well.
Well, there are 3 men saving one. There's almost a short third man, a backward point, a short extra cover. There's a long off and a long on, a sweeper on the cover boundary, fielder at deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. As in comes Rawlins, bowls, and forward comes Berg, and a good delivery from Rawlins. That is, hits the pad and ricochets to backward point, fielded by Robinson, and there is no run. So no one in a catching position. Rawlins in bright sunshine in and bowls, and Berg is forward very respectfully and plays into the onside, no run. Jason Swift, the Sussex batting coach, is making his way around the ground with those fluorescent orange trainers on again that were in evidence yesterday. As Rawlins is in again, bowls, and Berg is back and caresses the ball down the ground to long off, where it's fielded by Travis Head. One more to Berg, he goes to 34, 412 for 8. Rawlins shines the ball on his trousers and then comes in again around the wicket, bowls, and Taylor drives without timing back to Rawlins, who fields of his own bowling. So 3 dot balls to Delray in this over. It's in his 10th over, figures of 1 for 45, and he's already in again. Comes in and bowls to Taylor, who's forward and plays quietly into the offside. They think about a single, but Robinson was very quickly in from backward point to field, and there is no run. So tidy stuff so far in this over from Rawlins. who's in again and bowls, and Taylor takes a couple of steps down the wicket and drives to mid off, well fielded by Tom Clark, who prevents a single. Rawlings very quickly through a nice tidy over from Delray. Rawlings conceded just the 1 run. Northamptonshire 412 for 8 with Taylor on 22 and Berg on 34.
So plenty of time the Northampton guys have a look at the slow left armour, but I think the intention is there to accelerate. Just a very tidy over. He has brought some control. He bowled earlier pre-lunch and brought a little bit of control there as well. And it is something that captains like to have, the slow left armour, to bring that extra bit of control. Obviously, LBW very much in play for the left armour bowling to the right-hander, and since DRS came into the game, umpires are far more likely to give LBW for things that really would hardly have been appealed against sort of 30 years ago. A good stride in, hitting on the knee roll, is now often given out, whereas previously, before DRS, was very, very unlikely to be done so. So yeah, very good for the slow left armour is DRS.
Stuart Meeker to continue from the indoor centre end, and 412 for 8, conscious of the fact that we haven't given any scores from other matches, so I'll just rattle through a few of those in the next few moments. Hits Gareth Berg on the pad, first ball of the over, angling down towards leg stump, would have missed leg. There's half an appeal. They thought about a leg bye, but in the end decided against it. At Grace Road, Leicestershire piling on the run still against Surrey, 491 for 9. Leicestershire there. Warwickshire against Worcestershire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire made 343 all out. Worcestershire are 54 for 1 in reply. At Lords, come back to that in a second, Meeker comes in, bowls, and that's another nice on drive from Gareth Berg, but it goes up to Travis Head at mid-on, and there's no run. At Lords, Middlesex all out for 210, Gloucestershire 126 for 4 in reply, so the bowlers certainly on top at headquarters. At Old Trafford, where they've had quite a lot of rain in the last couple of days, Glamorgan still batting against Lancashire, 214 for 6. Somerset have just been bowled out by Hampshire down at Southampton at the Rose Bowl, but they've got a big lead as Meeker comes in bowled short, and Berg ducks underneath it, goes through to Ben Brown, and there's no run. Hampshire 79 all out, Somerset bowled out for 336, so that's a lead of 257 for Somerset there. At Trent Bridge, into the third innings there, Essex were 99 all out, Notts then 323 all out, so big first innings lead of 224. Essex are batting again, 31 for no wicket, which leaves the game at Headingley. Here's Meeker in again, bowls full length to Berg, who hits that nicely up to mid-wicket, well fielded, just there on the edge of the square by Tom Clark. Yeah. Prevents any run there, and at Headingley, which is also in this group, of course, Group 3, Kent 305 all out, and Yorkshire are 48 for 2 in reply. So that's brought you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in the country. 8 matches in this round of county championship matches. Here's Meeker in again, bowls to Berg, forces off the back foot, and he's going to pick up a run. As once again it's Thomason comes in off the boundary at point to field. One more to Berg, who goes up to 35, and Northamptonshire to 413 for 8. On this sunny Friday afternoon in Northampton, Berg comes down to have a chat with Tom Taylor, offer some helpful advice. Taylor on 22, Berg 35. It's another useful partnership for Northamptonshire, just building this lead up. Here's Meeker in again, bowls just short of a length to Taylor, who steers that, runs it down to third man. It's Sian Van Zale in front of the Spencer Pavilion, who fields, sends in his return, and Taylor picks up another single off the last ball of the over. 23 to him, 35 to Berg, 414 for 8 Northamptonshire, so the maximum 5 batting points in the bag, and the lead up to 308.
Do you reckon they've got a sort of amount of overs they'll want to bowl tonight, Phil? Because we thought they'd really step on the accelerator. They've slightly not done that in the last couple of overs, but what do you reckon? How many overs will they fancy having a crack at Sussex tonight?
I don't know. to be absolutely honest. I because of the forecast tomorrow is as it is, and because now we're in an unassailable position, I think the winning line is in sight, and that's when we can now think about the weather. We talked about it earlier. Only when you can see the winning line. I'd want to be bowling as many overs as I could now. I think let's have a whack, pick up as many as we can, and sort of add to demoralisation that maybe impacting the Sussex guys, and then get off and bowl.
Rawlins is in bowls to Taylor, who pulls that one around the corner down to deep backward square, fielded right down in the distance by Joe Sarrow, who's picked up a couple of wickets. 14 overs, 2 for 71 for the young man making his debut for Sussex. Number 474, I think, is of the list of Sussex players who have played first-class cricket. Rawlins in again, bowls, and swept by Berg to exactly the same place. And again, it's down to Sarrow. One more to the total. Berg to 36, 416 for 8 on Northamptonshire. Lots of blue sky around, some cotton wool clouds. Not as cold as yesterday, as Rawlins is in and driven firmly. And a good stop by Rawlins, who took the pace off the ball, but not before Taylor goes through for another single. He goes to 25, so 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. 417 for 8. And Rawlins left arm around the wicket, past umpire Bainton in, and Berg shaped as if he was going to come down the wicket and loft that one over mid-off, but decided against it.
He was a bit early, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was a bit early. Showed his intentions. Really well bowled by Rawlins, just held it back.
A dot ball fielded by Thomason at mid-wicket. Rawlins in again, bowl short, and a nice little dab by Berg. Nice looking shot, but played straight to Tom Haynes. But I think I'd call that short third man, a wider short third man, and again there is no run. So Rawlins again, well bowling to his field. That's what he's got the man there for. And he's in again. Bowls, but just helps that around the corner. I'm not sure if it came off the pad. It might have done. We'll wait for umpire Bainton's signal. That was a strange signal. Did he think
that's his hand sanitizer signal again.
He sort of put his hand up, but he didn't touch his leg either. So it clearly came off the bat. Is the net effect of that? So Berg goes to 37. He's pinched the bowling. 418 for 8. It means that the lead here for Northamptonshire is 312. And looking at the scoreboard, 48 overs remaining in the day. We'll lose a couple for a changeover of innings. Looks like Delray Rawlings is getting a new shirt that he's going to put on, or maybe a long sleeve shirt.
Yes, I think it's that sort of day when, as soon as you lose the sun, I would imagine it's actually quite chilly out there. It just strikes me the breeze has got up a little bit from this morning when it was fairly still. But there's a little bit more breeze around, but it's certainly, as you say, a very much more pleasant day than it was yesterday. That last 2 hours last night, I think we were talking about the various snow stoppages that we've had in the county championship so far this season. I think it was almost every bit as cold as that. So the last 2 hours last night was seriously cold. And well, now Travis Head's coming back into the attack. So he bowled a couple of overs before lunch, and what we thought was just going to be the build up to the second new ball. One of 9 bowlers, wasn't actually the 9th, wasn't he? The 9th bowler used by Sussex, and he's back into the attack. 418 for 8. Sun back with us, and Head comes in and bowls to Gareth Berg. He gives it a little chassé down the pitch, and when he gets there, sort of cloths it to extra cover, and there's no run. Head bowling round the wicket to Berg, who clubs that up towards long on, back on the boundary, and they come through for a comfortable single. One more to Berg, and that's 38 to him. 419 for 8. I wonder, Adrian, when Travis Head flew in, if he was expecting to be bowling in his first championship match. Bowls this one to Taylor, who works that away off his hip, but only as far as Delray Rawlins, is fielding next to umpire Neil Bainton at square leg. And there's no run there. 4 saving 1 in a ring, and Taylor drives that up to mid-off. Thinks about a run, but there isn't one. Stuart Meeker fields, and again there's no run, so it's just a question of slightly going through the motions here. That's a full ball that's driven by Tom Taylor up towards the indoor centre. Good stop by Stuart Meeker,
Yeah,
who's been sprawling a bit since lunch.
that was a good stop.
And it might have been well have been 4 if he hadn't got something on it. As it was, they only come through for a single. One more to Taylor, 26 to him, 420 for 8. And Berg has skied that one, and Head's going to get a wicket, and he does. Caught by Joe Sarrow at backward point. Berg goes for 38, 420 for 9. Congratulations all round for Travis Head, and it was obviously inspired bowling change by Ben Brown. So Berg goes for a bright 38. Useful little partnership there. Another 63 added by those two. Northamptonshire 420 for 9, and we are going to see Ben Sanderson with the pads on.
What can we expect from Ben Sanderson? Will he?
Well, I don't think he's a sticker, isn't he, rather than a clubber.
Right.
You're usually going to see him. Although again, in that those frantic last few minutes against Yorkshire at Headingley, he played a cover drive for 4 that was like Ted Dexter.
Yeah, there are occasional signs of brilliance from Sunday with the bat. They're few and far between, but they are good to see. I remember him planting someone straight at Trent Bridge for a flat 6, which he'll thank me for talking about. But generally, he's number 11 for a reason.
He's taking a while to come out, isn't he? Our email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Well done, Travis Head. He's picked up his first wicket in Sussex colours. I'm sure, as you say, Andrew, he wouldn't have expected necessarily to have been bowling in this match, but that's exactly what he has been doing. So, yeah, good to have a couple of emails through on this very bright, sunny afternoon here in Northampton, and I suspect we're going to see Sussex batting fairly soon, but with a big deficit to overcome.
61 balls for 38 runs, Gareth Berg, 6 fours, so yet another useful contribution for him, and another nice little partnership as well. I say 63 for the 9th wicket.
Those lower order runs, in this situation, those lower order runs absolutely destroy you.
Yeah.
They really hurt. They're almost worth double.
Well, let's not forget, Northamptonshire were 60 for 4. So the final 5 wickets have added 360.
Yeah,
Ouch.
Yeah, it is an ouch, isn't there? But there's good depth in this Northamptonshire batting lineup at the moment. Start of a fresh over from Rawlins.
As he comes in bowls, he's been missed behind the stumps. He came down the wicket, dancing down the wicket to Delray Rawlings. It kept very low, in fairness to Ben Brown, but I think Taylor was virtually walking back to the pavilion, to be honest. He'd missed the ball, and that has to go down as a missed stumping, I'm afraid.
Well, it would be a miss. It would have been a stumping. It's more like a run out, wasn't it? But the ball squatted very low and just crept through.
Taylor on 26, 422 for 9. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Taylor just plays quietly down the ground, and Rawlins fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. He's surveying the leg side, is Tom Taylor. There are 3 men back on the leg side as Rawlins in again, bowls, and Taylor down the wicket, drives, and he doesn't quite go where he intended. It goes out to the fielder, who is Stian Van Zyl. That's deep mid wicket. One more to Taylor. He goes to 27, 423 for 9.
I quite enjoy watching Ben Sanderson have a dip. Very often connects with the wicket, with the underside of his bat. I've seen that a few times. Please replace your divots.
In comes Rawlins, bowls, and Sanderson just manages to squeeze that one out on the offside. Picks up a single fielded by Tom Clark.
Strike rate of 100. I'll tell you about that. As I say, that 9th wicket partnership was starting to come in within reach of the record against Sussex. 87 between Dennis Brooks and Ken Fidling at Horsham in 1948. They put on 87.
In comes Rawlins, bowls, and down looks Taylor, and he hammers that down to long off, and I can't quite see where that's gone, but I expect it's just a single. Yeah, fielded down below us, I suspect by Travis Head, who was down there out of view. One more to Taylor. He goes to 28, 425 for 9. A slip is in place for Ben Sanderson. As in comes Rawlins and bowls, and Sanderson plays into the onside, fielded there by, who's that, Aaron Thomason, and there is no run. End of Rawlins over, the end of his, where are we, the end of his 12th over. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53 for Delray Rawlings, and Travis Head is going to carry on, having picked up a wicket in only his 3rd over in Sussex colours. His figures look quite respectable. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7, the 9th bowler that Sussex have used in this innings.
He should have had another one, shouldn't he? That over should have been a stumping. The ball did keep low, but yeah, Ben Brown will tidy that up. 99 times out of 100, but it kind of sums things up a little bit for Sussex in this innings. That's the one out of the 100 that escaped his grasp.
Yes, it does. He's going to start his 4th over. I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in just a second, as that ball from head is driven up over mid-off. First bounce for 4. So Tom Taylor's going to try and cash in if he possibly can. He goes up to 32, and Northamptonshire up to 429 for 9. Good strike by Tom Taylor.
Yeah, head's getting quite a lot of drift.
Yeah.
And Taylor had to really put his foot down with the chassis there to get to the pitch. Played it really well.
Northamptonshire have moved on to 429 for 9 in their first innings, so the lead growing, and there's another boundary for Tom Taylor to boost the lead even more. 433 for 9 now. That means Northamptonshire lead by it's now up to 327, the Northamptonshire lead, and it's been an excellent day for the county, and a particularly memorable day for Save, 22 years old, making his 24th appearance in first-class cricket, made his maiden century, 135 earlier in the day, off 202 balls with 15 fours. Handy runs too from Adam Rossington, Northamptonshire's captain, who made 87. Gareth Berg just gone for 38. And now Tom Taylor making his presence felt as well. 307 is the lead. 433 for 9 with Taylor 36 and Sanderson on 1. So Travis Head in again and bowls, and that's a reverse sweep from Tom Taylor, who's bringing out every stroke in the book. His full repertoire. He goes up to 40. 437 for 9. The lead up to 331.
It's really well played, isn't it? That was entirely the right option there. Well, 5 men back on the leg side boundary.
He's hit 3 cracking shots in this over. There was the one over mid-off, the club over mid-wicket, and a very well played reverse sweep. So he's going through the MCC coaching book in an over. Here's Travis Head in again, bowls to Taylor, who cuts this time, and he's going to get more runs, and I think he's going to get 4 more as it bisects 2 fielders. They had a wideish third man and a backward point on the boundary, and it beat them both and ran into the boundary. So 4 boundaries in this over for Tom Taylor, who goes up to 44, made his maiden half century for Northamptonshire in the previous match. Very different innings, 50 off. What makes his half century of 138 balls in a battling partnership with Saif Zaib. 4 fours in the over. What's he going to do this time? Plays it back to the bowler. End of the over for Travis Head, whose figures have taken a wee bit of a hammering, and that's that. That's the declaration. So Tom Taylor finishes 44 not out. Ben Sanderson on 1. Little pat on the back for Sanderson, or for Taylor from Sanderson, as they go off, and that's the declaration. Northamptonshire have pulled out at 441 for 9 just after 3 o'clock on the second afternoon. They batted 102 overs, so getting a reasonable scoring rate there of about pushing up towards 4.5 and over, and it means that Northamptonshire have a lead of 335 on first innings. So obviously going for the route one, if you like, to only bat once, and Sussex fielders leaving the ground, and they've had a pretty chastening experience today in particular. Northamptonshire resuming this morning on 214 for 5 and thought of a couple of quick wickets, and they could keep the lead down 150, 160, something like that, but as it was, those early wickets didn't come. We had a big partnership between Zaib and Rossington, useful contributions since then from Taylor and from Berg, and the result is that Northamptonshire have a commanding first innings lead.
I've just seen something out of the corner of my eye which I've really enjoyed, actually. So that was a brutal innings for Sussex to endure. I've just seen Travis Head wander over to the umpire and ask him for the ball to give to Ollie Robinson, because he got 5 wickets in the innings. So he's still got the presence of mind to think about the team, to remember the guy got 5 for, and to be bothered enough to go over and do that for his teammate. And this is on his debut, I think. So
yes, it is.
No great relationship there. That says he's a very good man.
No, I wondered what was going on down there. I saw him chatting away to the umpire. It's a very good spot, Phil. Well, I'm just sort of trying to put the game into some sort of context, really. I think we know it was a good track to bowl on yesterday morning. There was no question of that, and there's a very good chance had the boot been on the other foot, Northamptonshire might have been bowled out for 100 yesterday morning. I mean, that might have happened. We will never know. I think what we do know is, though, that Ollie Robinson apart, and the point has been made that it is a relatively small Sussex squad. It's a relatively inexperienced squad, and we have to take that into account. But even with those factors, Robinson apart, I mean, he's 441 for 9. Robinson's figures are 5 for 58, which I think probably says much about the support bowling that Ben Brown just didn't have anywhere to turn to where he could get the control that he needed.
No, I mean, there may be a sort of a small little inquest in the Sussex hierarchy about the selection for the game in terms of the bowling lineup, particularly. So, where we are right now, I wouldn't be looking particularly at the Sussex batting and asking too many questions. I'd be thinking about we've learned a bit about some of our bowlers there. For some reason, Carlson didn't really feature. I think he bowled at 6-7 overs in the innings, something like that. Sarro on debut found out a bit about bowling at this level, picked up a couple of wickets, so good for him. He's only a young man, but he will have better days and he'll learn from that experience. But it did look a very lopsided Sussex attack, and Northamptonshire were able to sort of take runs at will at times, and I did feel sorry for the captain, Ben Brown. He just didn't know where to turn. He tried to find a combination that was going to work for him, and he wasn't able to do so. Some of the catching didn't help him either.
Saib's out in the middle practicing his left arm spin, so perhaps he's going to be having a little roll out, as it's been very much his day with the bat. I know there's people that always like to keep their scorecards up to date, so let me just run through the Sussex bowling for you. Ollie Robinson, far and away the pick, of course, as Adrian said. 26 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 58. Joe Sarro, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 71. Stuart Meeker was 21 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 83. Tom Clark, 15 overs, no maidens, 0 for 58. Jack Carson, 5 overs, didn't bowl today, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 34. Tom Haynes, 2 overs for 16. Delray Rawlins, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. Aaron Thomason took a bit of hammer this morning, 3 overs for 30. And then Travis Head, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. There were 25 extras, 7 byes, 8 leg byes, and 10 no balls. 441 for 9 declared off 102 overs exactly. And Tom Taylor finishing 44 not out off 57 balls with 7 fours.
Yeah, and I just wonder as well, I mean, certainly though we said that Northamptonshire was 60 for 4 when Luke Proctor was out, so the final 6 wickets added, 381. So what that tells you is that certainly this has turned into a decent track to battle, and I guess from a Sussex perspective they need to think here, right, we've got 43 overs to bat tonight, there's no real demons in the pitch. There's no reason why Sussex shouldn't get through these 43 overs, at worst with a couple down. Is that fair to say?
Well, that'll be their ambition, absolutely. I mean, they're up against a very skillful bowling attack. I would say that. We looked earlier, didn't we, at Ollie Robinson's numbers, and fantastic as they are, very much matched by Ben Sanderson. And then we've got Gareth Berg to add into the equation. We've got Wayne Parnell with international calibre as well, and Tom Taylor. So it's going to be a test, and it's going to be a test of 2 things really. And again, the Sussex coaching staff will be looking for. They'll know about the skill of the individuals, and this will be about the application and a little bit of heart, and a little bit of character. So it'll be a learning opportunity. But there will be the message going around as well. We can do something special here. We get out of this with a draw. That's something special. And the way the points are, it's worth playing for the draw, isn't it? It's worth really digging in, and I really like the
I do. 8
points.
points. Yeah, I mean Sussex could walk away from a game where they've been outplayed for the first 2 days with 11 points. And that's what, and still in with a chance. I mean, I think that's a great thing about these group stages. I mean, the one thing I would say, and I'm not here to make excuses for what's been a difficult day for Sussex, is this schedule is punishing, isn't it? I mean, 5 weeks. I think Northampton's get a week off next week.
Yes, yeah,
and
next week.
And how Sussex could do with a week off, really, because they back from here on Sunday, another game against Kent on Thursday. So it's 6 weeks on the spin. And I know everyone's in the same boat, but it's that's a tough old schedule when you've got a relatively small squad.
It's a really tough schedule, and with a small squad. And then, sod's law is you get a couple of injuries in departments where you don't need them, which is generally in the fast bowling department, and you end up with the situation they're in now. So it's not straightforward, and sympathies are there. Northampton have been in that situation a number of times over the time I was involved with the club, and it can be an unforgiving game at times. Yeah,
it can, and we were talking about the bowlers that Sussex don't have, so clearly they would have reckoned without having Jofra Archer for pretty much the whole season. Chris Jordan, perhaps a little bit in county championship cricket, but he's going to be in and around the England T20 setup for much of the season. There's a lot of T20 cricket coming up this summer. So the resources are stretched. However, I think, as you say, an opportunity here on a pitch that's flattened out. Lovely weather here this afternoon to get heads down and see Sussex through to the close, see what happens tomorrow weather-wise, and bat much of the day on Sunday, which they're going to need to do.
Absolutely. As a batter in Red Ball Championship cricket, as a batter, you play two sorts of innings: one to win a game, one to save a game. And this is the second of those. And they'll find themselves in these positions numerous times over their careers. So let's see what they've got.
Absolutely.
Well, it's going to be Ben Sanderson who's going to bowl the first over of Sussex' second innings. Picked up 5 for 28 in the first innings. The heavy roller making its way off the ground and chasing after the wheelbarrow that's been used to remark the creases. There's 4 members of the ground staff actually been out there, and they're all heading off. And we're going to see Ben Sanderson bowling to Aaron Thomason, with Tom Haynes the non-striker. Haynes, of course, on a king pair, having been out in the first innings. First ball caught by Vasconcelos at first slip, and there are 4 slips in there already, with a point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And interestingly, Rob Keogh, who has dropped a couple of late, is no longer in the slip cord and he's an extra cover. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Thomason, and solid enough start for Thomason, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Sanderson to field. So Vasconcelos is almost inevitably at first slip. Gareth Berg now in at second, Tom Taylor at third, Ben Curran at fourth, and Rob Keogh finds himself out of the slip cord and an extra cover. 2 gun fielders, Zaeb at point and Thurston at mid-wicket, and here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Thomason, who plays that up to mid-on, fielded by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run. Northamptonshire with the 4 seamers who bowled in the first innings: Sanderson, Taylor, Berg and Parnell. They also have, of course, Luke Proctor, who can bowl a bit of medium pace if required, though he has a little bit of a side strain, so I'm not sure they'll be looking to use him a lot, if at all. And then there's the off spin of Rob Keogh and the left arm spin of Saif Zaeb if required. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Thomason, who's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Second ball was a no ball, so Sussex are away, 2 for no wicket.
It's a nice balanced attack, isn't it? The Northampton attack, with the left armour, with the off spinner, with the slow left armour. Yeah, and as you mentioned, Luke Proctor as the 5th seamer as well. He's a handy bowler.
Yeah, Simon Carrigan left out of this game, who, despite fairly unpromising conditions, bowled well up at Headingley in the second innings. Here's Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump, and Thomason lets that go through. The usual oohs and ahs from behind the stumps as it goes past, but it's a decent enough leave. Yeah, Northamptonshire, I think it was Ben Sanders was making the point last night that if you actually look at the bowlers not playing for Northamptonshire in this match, you've got Nathan Buck, Brandon Glover, who hasn't played this year in any red ball cricket, and Jack White, who also hasn't appeared yet. decent strength in depth. As Sanderson comes in, bowls to Thomason, comes right across his stumps. There's a sort of half-hearted appeal for LBW. It's pretty clearly heading down the leg side. So yeah, Northamptonshire this year do have decent depth in that seam bowling department.
Yeah, it's good to see. I wish it happened earlier. But yeah, it's really good
said
to
with
see.
feeling, yeah, absolutely.
It's really good to see.
And I say Simon Kerrigan also left out for this game. Here's Sanderson, and again bowls to Thomason, who gets the first runs off the bat, and he's going to get 4, I think, as he squeezes that one down wide of the slip cordon. It runs down to third man, crosses the rope, and that's 4 to Thomason, so he's away. And Sussex are 6 for no wicket. You're just tuning in or logging on. Northamptonshire declaring 441 for 9 in their first innings, having added another 227 runs this morning in fairly quick time, with Zabe making 135, Adam Rossington 87, Gareth Berg 38 and Tom Taylor 44 not out. 5 wickets for Ollie Robinson. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Thomason leaves with a bit of a flourish. End of the over. Thomason is 4, Tom Haynes yet to face a ball, and Sussex 6 for no wicket, having started their second innings 335 runs adrift.
One of the features of Sussex over the last few seasons has been the failure of opening partnerships, certainly perhaps since Chris Nash left the county, but in these two, Tom Haynes and Aaron Thomason, they found a bit of stability, a left-hander, right-hander partnership. I like that. Aaron Thomason, who's worked really hard on his game during the winter, and Ian Salisbury was saying this was always going to be his preferred opening partnership. Sussex are missing the injured Phil Salt, who made a very good 100 here the last time Sussex played here. So he likes these two. They've been in good form. Tom Haynes 474 runs this season. He's on a king pair, and we'll be glad to avoid that. As in comes Berg, and Haynes lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. He's averaging 52, and Aaron Thomason is averaging 34, an average of 78. Best score of 78 not out.
What's the injury to Phil Salt?
He was involved in a bicycle accident, I understand, and hurt his foot. I think he's got a small bone broken in his foot. He did have a protective boot on, which we saw him walking around the outfield last week, which is now off, is the good news. As in comes Berg and bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. But I don't think Sussex were expecting to see him back in action before the end of May, which is a big shame.
Oh, it is a shame. He's a good player, isn't he? Good
Yep.
young player. He likes to hit the ball.
He does.
And he does it very well.
Yeah.
So is Ian Salisbury saying that these two would be preferred even if Salt were available?
Well, that's what Ian said up at Old Trafford, which suggests that Phil Salt is going to come down lower down the order, where you'd think he could be very destructive.
Yeah, he's handy, yeah.
In comes Berg over the wicket bowls, and Haynes works this to mid-wicket, and a good diving save there by Luke Proctor, and there is no run. Yeah, so you'd have thought if this is the preferred opening partnership, then Van Zyl 3, Head 4, Salt 5. That's a good solid middle order for Sussex. So someone will miss out when they're all fit. But if Phil's listening, and I know he does, tune in and have a listen now and again. Hope you're getting on okay. As in comes Berg and bowls, and Haynes lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Rosington, and there is no run. 3 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg. There's a third man, a wideish third man, and a fine leg. We've got another 41 overs after this to be negotiated tonight. The light looks good. We were here till 7 o'clock last night. I don't think it'll be the same today. As in comes Berg and bowls, and Haynes looking to drive. Doesn't turn that ball. It's a favourite shot of Tom Haynes, that shot through backward point where he's very strong, and no surprise that Sanderson is down at that third man boundary. It makes you think they obviously do their homework, these teams, on strengths and weaknesses of players. So it is a favoured area for Tom.
Yeah, we talked yesterday a little bit about analysis, and actually Sussex, credit Sussex, they're kind of they were the first county to really drive home the benefits of analysis. Berg
again bowls, and Haynes, and exactly he does play that shot through backward point, Down to third man, fielded by Ben Sanderson. So Tom Haynes is on his way. He'll be glad to have avoided a pair. He goes to 1 and Sussex to 7 without loss at the end of the second over.
Someone somewhere in the Sussex changing room is just putting a pair back in their bag, which would have been left had Haynes suffered a.
Is that what happens?
It does. It depends on the player,
right,
and their seniority and their sense of humour. I have seen it, and I've seen it not done as well.
Right. Have you seen a pair sort of thrown around the dressing room, someone getting cross or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has happened.
I'd fancy being on the receiving end if it was a particularly ripe pear. It would go absolutely everywhere, wouldn't it? I was going to say, presumably they have to have a conference first. Here's
that's brilliant.
Here's Sanderson, 4 slips in place, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, who drives beautifully away past cover, and that runs away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Tom Haynes. He goes up to 5, and Sussex up to 11 for no wicket.
There was obviously a joke I didn't get there, a conference.
Conference pair. It's a type of pair.
Is it? Right, okay. That was over my head, sorry about that.
Yes, well, I thought they always say I'd rather be a pair than a bear or a bear than a pair, depending on which part of the West Midlands you happen to be in, because they're playing each other at the moment, aren't they? Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Haynes, who plays that away on the offside.
Would you rather be a burr than a purr?
Well, I don't attempt regional accents. But, goes into the covers, fielded by Save Sabe. What a day he's had. Maiden first-class century, having beaten his previous first-class best last night, just before the close. Went past the 65 he made at Swansea a few years ago, and worked his way up to the 100, and then played some super shots after that. That's a good ball from Sanderson, which drew Haynes into the stroke, and it goes past the outside edge and is taken by Adam Rossington. Rossington, who had a nasty crack on the finger this morning when he was batting, right index finger we think. There was a bit of a delay while he had some treatment, but came out again after lunch and didn't seem to be in too much discomfort in the latter stages of his innings. Certainly immediately after it happened, virtually every ball he faced it seemed to be jarring. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Tom Haynes, and he's going to get runs. He's going to get a couple to be precise, as it's a long chase around there from mid-on by Wayne Parnell, who flicks the ball back to Rob Keogh, and they pick up 2 more runs. Takes Tom Haynes up to 7 and Sussex up to 13 for no wicket. I say, Rob Keogh finding himself out of the slip cordon. He has spilled 1 or 2 the last couple of games, so maybe just giving him a break from there. Sanderson in again, bowls to Haynes, works it away on the onside. Almost have been a single there.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't.
I think it was a question of both Thurston at mid-wicket and Parnell at mid-on converging on the ball. I thought there probably was time for a single, but Aaron Thomason didn't seem too bothered, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Kind of decisive captaincy again by Adam Rossington there, isn't it? Rob Keogh, you've dropped a couple. We'll get someone else in.
Here's Sanderson in again over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and again, as Adrian called it, is very strong through that point region, and he's played that just backward of point, and it's a long chase for Save. The comeback for 3, Thomason had to hurry a little bit to come back for the 3rd, but did so safely enough in the end, and that's a productive over for Sussex. 16 for no wicket, 4 to Thomason, 10 to Haynes, and Ben Sanderson's bowled 2 overs for 15, considering he bowled 15 for 28 in the first innings. So what a difference a day makes. Almost a name for a song.
Shows good intent from the Sussex openers. They're not going to just let him bowl at them. They're not there to be bowled at. They're there to score runs, even though they're obviously in a rearguard kind of action overall. They've still got to play what's served up, and if they get a half volley, they've got to tuck into it. And particularly like Thomason pushing for 3 there as well. It would have been very easy to just sort of canter through for 2, but he pushed for the 3rd, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Gareth Berg, the sun has momentarily disappeared as he comes running into bowl to Tom Haynes, who drives straight down the ground. Nice looking shot by Tom Haynes. That's going to be 4 more. Slightly over pitch by Berg, and Haynes helped it down the ground. Is it going to go for 4? I think it is. Yeah, nice shot by Tom Haynes. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 20 without loss. Thanks very much to Jeff Lloyd, who's been in touch Sorry, I've just noticed your email, Jeff. You sent it a while ago, and he said it's going to be very hard work for Sussex to get back in this game. I wonder if Northampton will declare. Well, they did on 441 for 9. He says, best to you all, Jeff Lloyd from a sunny Lancing. Thank you, Jeff. At Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at oldmanrad or at BBC Sussex Sport. 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and a third man as in comes Berg and bowls, and Tom Haynes takes a good stride down the wicket and plays straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Some nice cricket facilities there at Lancing College. I was lucky to play down there a couple of times as a very young man, as an under 13 in national finals of competitions that were held at Lancing College. We had a great time down there for the Northampton Saints Club, where I played my junior cricket, which I can pretty much see from here.
In comes Berg, over wicket bowls, and forward comes Haynes and plays down the track now. Northampton, because aren't the Northampton rugby team called the Saints?
They are.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the cricket club came from the rugby club.
Right.
And they're actually celebrating their centenary this year.
Oh, terrific.
In 1921 they were founded. So
celebrations planned, hopefully, I guess.
Yeah, I think they've got some thoughts on that. Yeah.
Once we can all celebrate as groups, as in comes Berg. 3 slips go down, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes drives, and that's another super shot by Tom Haynes, who seems to be taking some of the frustration of getting a first baller out on that. It was slightly wide from Berg, but Haynes absolutely hammered that through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 18 and Sussex to 24 without loss.
Yeah, the ball got there to the boundary very quickly. It's beautiful timing, wasn't it? It was a picture of a shot. That's the way you play the cover drive. Head right over the ball, arms extended through the shot. It was a lovely shot. It was a very full ball. It deserved to go for 4. Wow, it was put there with some style.
Berg is on his way against the left-handed Tom Haynes. In and bowls, and Haynes out again, and this time he's caught, and Tom Haynes is on his way, and Gareth Berg has got the breakthrough. It's a well-taken catch, and Tom Haynes will be furious with himself. He just played an exquisite cover drive for 4 runs, but that was wide. It was sliced away, and I think that was Tom Taylor in there at third slip, who took a good catch, had to rock back to take the catch. The Sussex lose their first wicket. It was a wide delivery from Berg. Haynes didn't really get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and Sussex lose their first wicket.
Yeah, the game's very easy from up here. The previous shot was how you play that shot, wasn't it? Head to the ball, over the ball, retained his balance, retained his shape, and let timing take over. That one he tried to hit. It wasn't quite in the right zone. He wasn't quite close enough to it. He tried to hit it, lost his shape a wee bit, back came inside the line, and it did fly to third slip, and it was a tumbling catch, wasn't it? I don't know whether he knocked it up and caught it on the rebound. There was a bit of juggling going on, but held on to it, and Northampton will be delighted with that breakthrough.
Was it just interesting, actually, because just when that cover drive went to the boundary, and there was a chat between Gareth Berg and whoever was fielding at mid-on, it might have been Wayne Parnell. I wonder if there was a bit of a debate about should we strengthen that offside field, but they decided not to.
Just watching that slip catch, you're absolutely right. It was it went in there at sort of breastbone, and he just dropped down, and as he fell, he managed to hang on to it as he fell over backwards. But second slip there, and it's interesting because we were just saying a few moments ago, Rob Keogh taken out of second slip. Yeah. And Tom Taylor in there.
I mean, it's interesting. This is a real balance, and I think Adam Rossington gets it right more times than not. You want to give you guys you're going to drop them at slip, that's going to happen, and it's about how you come back from that. So you don't want to be pulling people in and out of the chord, and you want a settled chord, and you get the spacing right and the distance right. But Adam's judgment was, no, enough's enough, I need to replace that, and he's got his reward there with the good catch.
In comes Berg again, bowls, and he hits Van Zandt on the, I think that came off the pad down to third man. We'll wait for umpire Baton's signal. No, it must have came off the bat. So Van Zandt is on his way. Sussex are 25 for 1 now, which saw the demise of Tom Haynes for 18. I need to nip off and do a radio update.
Right, you are. I just wanted to ask you, Phil, because it's just sort of talking about Northamptonshire getting their bowling underway in the second innings. First innings, Ben Sanderson shared the new ball with Tom Taylor. This time, Gareth Berg given the new ball successfully, because he's picked up a wicket, and we know he bowled beautifully in the first innings. But again, a bit of a call there, presumably by Adam Rossington, and it's paid off.
Yeah, and I quite like it. It's proactive, isn't it? It's proactive, and it's right as well.
Well, it's Van Zale facing this ball from Ben Sanderson at the start of a fresh over and pushing that up on the offside. It's fielded by Rob Keogh in his new fielding position at extra cover. And 4 slips in for Ben Sanderson, with Vasconcelos at first, Berg at second, Taylor at third, and Curran at fourth.
In Adam's early days as captain, I kind of was in a position to broker some of the conversations between the bowlers and Adam at tea breaks, at lunch breaks, but he's very clear on what he wanted them to do.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Van Zale just lets that go through to Rossington, and there's no run. Yeah, Taylor in at third slip at the moment, with Berg in at second, and then when Berg's bowling, Taylor in at second with just the 3 slips in. And it was a good catch by Tom Taylor. It flew, as you say, knocked it up, held it at the second attempt, but it did fly with the new ball. Now, that's an important wicket. Tom Haynes, we say, has been very much one of the men in form this season in county cricket. 474 runs at 55 coming into this match. That ball Van Zale plays down to point, where it's fielded by a century maker earlier in the day, Saif Saib. Did we establish, Phil, we were talking earlier about when Saif Saib got his 100, that his dad, who's a GP down in Buckinghamshire, was doing a vaccination clinic today. Did we establish whether they actually paused the vaccination programme for a second or two just to...
I don't doubt that for a minute.
No, to watch.
It's a very strong cricketing family.
Yeah, to watch them get the 100. Well, great occasion for the family. And that's outside the off stump as well, bowled by Ben Sanderson. Not a lot of bounce. The pitch, as is often the case at Northampton, as it comes later to sort of second day and into the third, the bounce just starts to go a little bit. And I think you were making the point earlier, Phil, that LBW just tend to come very much into the equation as the match progresses here at Northampton. Certainly against Glamorgan, the previous home match, pitch really did get very, very flat indeed. Sanderson in again, bowls to Van Zale, finds the edge of the bat as he's just turned round a little bit by that one, but it goes down safely past the slip cordon. Long chase for Zabe down towards the third man boundary, and they're able to come back for 2. Couple to Van Zale, who goes to 3, and Sussex to 27 for 1.
Stinker of a throw from Safe. He'll want to catch the eye of the captain. There he goes, and he's just apologised to him.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good man, very wise.
Yes, that wasn't the best, was it? Mind on other things, perhaps. Interesting to see him having a little roll with the ball in the interval between innings, so perhaps expecting he might get an over or 2, depending on how things pan out. Sanderson, good ball again, right place to Van Zale. Goes past the outside edge, taken by Rossington. End of the over. Van Zale is 3, Thomason 4, and Sussex 27 for 1.
Yeah, just mentioning Safe's family and what a strong cricketing family they are. And I also said earlier on, I think, about the joy with which Safe plays cricket. He just loves playing cricket. It's the thing he loves more than anything else. And he's told me in the past about family games where they've got CCTV set up at the back of the house, and they can therefore film the games, and they have reviews. They have international teams within the family. The parents moved house a few years ago, and there's a cricket net in the back garden. And they absolutely live for the game, so they'll be delighted.
Well, he's got many supporters in this part of the world, all of whom will be delighted, I'm sure. Gareth Berg starting a fresh over and bowls to Aaron Thomason, who plays that one away down to long leg for a single. Sanderson comes in off the boundary to field, and there's no run, and 1 run rather, and the field changes round for the left-handed Van Zale. Thomason up to 5, and Sussex to 28 for 1, so still 307 behind. Having lost the wicket of Tom Haynes at the start of their second innings, caught at second slip by Tom Taylor. Off Gareth Berg for 18. Berg in again, bowls to Van Zale, who drives nicely through extra cover. I think that's going to go all the way for 4. There's Keogh hot in pursuit, but he's not to be able to catch up with that when it crosses the rope. Nice shot by Van Zale. He goes up to 7, and Sussex to 32 for 1.
I said on day one, it's a sort of wicket where you've got to be very full to get the nick, and Northants are being very full. Of course, that encourages the drive, and so they are conceding a few drive ball boundaries, but they've got so many runs on the board, that's
absolutely.
Not really the issue.
They're not going to worry about that. And it was noticeable when we were talking about the pitch against Glamorgan, where the bounce really did go, and it just needed really Glamorgan to bowl on that last afternoon a lot straighter than they did, but they gave the batsman far too much width. His Berg in again, bowls to Van Zyl, covers up, plays up towards mid-on, doesn't get that far, just goes to Luke Proctor, who comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. And I think that was the problem, wasn't it, that Glamorgan encountered, and they set Northampton 355 to win in 79 overs, and then just didn't bowl straight.
But they did bowl very poorly, didn't they? I think.
Well, the boundary count, and especially square of the wicket boundary count, was very, very high, wasn't it? Here's Berg in again, bowling to Van Zyl, who's cuts that one back. There was a big appeal for LBW. Looked as though it probably might have done too much, and also might have been a bit high. Not out, says umpire Bainton. Yeah, just watching that, it was clearly going down. Let's watch that on the replay. Good ball. Came back sharply, but basically did a little bit too much, I think. Yeah,
he mostly tried to go across him a wee bit, and Van Zyl plays quite square, which sort of encourages you to think about running the ball across. That one pitched and did nip back, but a bit high. Good delivery nonetheless.
Here's Berg, 3 slips in place, and again bowls to Van Zyl, who pushes forward, plays that up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Berg having taken 5 for 18 in the first innings from 13 overs. Sanderson 5 for 28. Taylor and Parnell both wicketless. As we were saying earlier, plenty of options, bowling options for Northamptonshire, plenty of runs on the board. But Sussex, I'm sure, will be looking to make a real fight of this. And here's Berg in, bowls to Van Zyl, who plays it up towards mid-wicket, fielded by Luke Proctor. End of the over, with Aaron Thomason on 5 and Stian Van Zyl on 7. 32 for 1 Sussex. They still trail by 303.
Nice email from Tom Scott, who says, "Good afternoon, chaps. Great coverage as ever. I'm currently in Sheffield as a student, but from Sussex and have already gotten back into following the Championship this year, possibly out of procrastination. Just wanted to say thank you for a cracking job as ever. I probably should get back to finishing my dissertation. Can't wait to get back at Hove." So now you've said that, Tom, you must let us know what your dissertation is on.
I should make another cup of tea if I were you.
Ben Sanderson is going to carry on from this. The Pavilion end, 32 for 1. Our Sussex need to score 335. They're going to make Northamptonshire back again, and the first ball of the over is played by Tonneson onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Thomason on 6, Van Zyl on 7. Tom Haynes back in the Pavilion for 18 after a cover, or one particularly beautifully played cover drive, but then out the next ball, caught at slip by Taylor, a good tumbling catch. 4 slips waiting as Ben Sanderson is at the end of his run. He's running away from us in bright sunshine. Now he's in and bowls, and Thomason is forward with his bat close to his pad and plays quietly down the ground, fielded by Parnell, and there is no run.
Just reminded of something we talked about previously about the most successful bowlers and things that they have in common, things they do well. Sando's gone for a couple of early boundaries here, but generally speaking, the one thing that all of the successful bowlers have around the world is accuracy. And Sanderson and Robinson, very similar, very economical.
Sun has gone in, as in comes Sanderson bowls, and Thomason just flicks this nicely around the corner. He could pick up 4 runs here. Luke Proctor is very quickly round the boundary down at the far end of the ground and prevents it going for 4 runs. Good bit of fielding. But Thomason picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 7, joining Van Zyl on that number. 34 for 1. John has been in touch, and he says, how do the commentators think the schedule in 1965, say, 28 county championship matches, well over 100 overs a day, if they consider this season to be tough? They always say that, it's all about that in football as well, don't they? That used to play a lot of matches in the old days as well, and current players have it easy. I'm not sure about it.
3-day cricket, wasn't it then?
Yeah. That's very true. Sanderson on his way in bowls, and Thomason just plays quietly down to mid-on, and there is no run. I think particularly, sorry.
No, I was going to say, and also the only one-day cricket then, of course, was in the Gillette Cup as it was then. 60 overs, we'd just come down from 65, hadn't it, down to 60. The Sunday League didn't start until 1969. When around about that time they cut the championship down, was it to 22 and then to 20 matches? So it was a very different schedule then and different demands.
Sanderson in and bowls. Thomason looks to flick that one down to fine leg. The ball ricochets onto the onside, and there is no run. I don't remember. I mean, I was thinking back to previous seasons and thinking that generally there was a break after maybe 3 or 4 matches, but sort of 6 on the spin that feels like quite a lot to me.
You're quite right. It used to be 4, didn't
Yeah.
it? Four's in my mind as the number.
You get a
pick your team
breather
for the first 4 games almost.
Yeah. But 6 on the spin is quite a lot. Northampton will pay 5 on the spin before a break next week. Then we're back into, I think, another 2 games before the T20 start. As in come Sanderson and Bowles, and Thomason lets that go outside of the off stump. Taken by Rossington. There is no run.
Yeah, sorry, Northampton's got 3 actually. They've got they play 5, then a break, then they've got Lancashire here, and then we come down to Hove, which is very much looking forward to.
Yeah,
and then Canterbury. And that takes you pretty much up to the start of the T20, which Northampton's first game is June the 11th.
Right.
So I think they finish at Canterbury if it goes the distance on the 6th, and then we start on the 11th, and then we've actually got 2 championship matches in July. So it's like at the moment the advantage of the schedule is that it's nice and easy, and everybody knows when they're playing.
Yes.
Then of course when the T20 starts, it starts to get a bit complicated. The diary's all over the place with lots of arrows and things which confuse everybody. Here's Bergin again, starts a fresh over, bowls to Van Sale, is on the back foot, pushes it up towards Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run, still 3 slips in place. Dustin Salos at first, Taylor at second, Curran at third.
Yes, so actually, in terms of this, the first stage of the county championship this season, those 8 matches will be played by the very early part of June, really. Everyone would have played 8 of the 10 sort of group matches.
So maybe if you work out the number of actual days, which we will in just a second as Berg comes in, bowls over the wicket to Van Zale, who pushes up to Keogh at extra cover once again, and there's no run. So 28 times 3, you had 84 championship days, assuming every match went the distance, which on uncovered pitches then of course they didn't. You often tended to get matches that finished a bit early, and even if you had a good run in the Gillette, you'd have perhaps another 4 days on top of that, so maybe 88. At the moment you've got 14 4-day matches if they all go the distance, which again they often don't, which is 56, as Berg once again forces Van Zale onto the defensive, plays back down the pitch for the bowler himself to field, and there's no run. So at the moment you've got, say, a maximum of 56 days championship cricket. We've got 14 T20 games, so that gives you 70 plus the 1-day cup, which is another 8. Plus, of course, if you get to the knockout stages of the T20, would give you another
at least another
one, maybe 2 or 3. So there's not a huge amount of difference as this ball is turned up to mid-wicket by Van Zale off Berg, and there's no run. And then of course you've got, if you have the odd tourist match or university game or whatever, but in terms of competitive matches, if you say 80, 81, something like that days, not a huge amount of difference, is it really? But it's just it's all different types. And I suppose also you have to say the intensity is the word, isn't it, Phil? I would suspect.
Yeah, I'll come in on that in a sec, if I may.
Here's Berg running in again, over the wicket, bowls to Van Sale, who covers up again. But Berg right on the money, plays it up to extra cover, Van Sale, and there's no run. But
just before I do that, just for Northamptonshire supporters, got a lovely message from Rory Kleinveld, who's taken a photo. He's watching the Northampton game live streamed. Lovely viewing on a cold, wet Friday afternoon in Cape Town. There's Rory. So hi, Rory. Hope the family's well. Great to hear from you. A proper steel back, if ever there was one, that man. And very much missed. I hope all's going well with you, mate. So yeah, the cricket is very different, isn't it? Far fewer overs of spin and far fewer overs of medium pace as well, so more for the fast bowlers to do.
Here's Berg in again. There's another good ball to Van Zale. It just spat up a little bit off a length. Van Zale played it well, drops it down in front of him, and that's the end of another testing over from Gareth Berg, who's bowled at 4 overs, 1 for 15. At the end of it, Sussex 34 for 1, Thomason 7, Van Zale 7. Yes, I think the overs is a good point, of course, because they did get through more overs in a day then, and you talk to somebody like, we were talking about David Steele earlier, you talk to somebody from that sort of era, and they did get through, the bowlers got through a lot of overs, 1,000 overs in a season, wasn't even for a medium pacer, wasn't unheard of. Someone like Derek Shackleton, Brian Crump, of course, here at Northampton.
And you weren't allowed to be injured in those days,
well,
either.
No, that's true enough.
In comes Ben Sanderson, bowls to Thomason, who drives nicely into the covers fielded by a diving. Is that Keogh in there?
It is.
Yes. To extra cover, and there is no run.
So did they actually do shifts down the mines rudders on the morning of play, or how did it go? You were around in those days.
No, I don't know. Well, they didn't at Northamptonshire. I mean, funnily enough, one of the very early players when Northamptonshire got first-class status in 1905, chap who made his debut for the county in 1887, was still playing 20 years later. Come back to that.
Sanderson in bowls. Thomason is forward, solidly placed to mid-on, and there is no run.
A chap called Charlie Smith. He was a shoe riveter. He was a wicket keeper, and so he played for Northamptonshire and carried on playing first-class cricket until he was mid-40s. And he was a shoe riveter and played as an amateur. And he would get up at very early in the morning and do a few hours at the last at his work before he came to the ground to play cricket.
That's a riveting story, Andrew.
In comes Sanderson bowls, and Thomason is caught, and the second wicket goes down. And I was just going to say that Sussex will be delighted if they can get through to tea without losing a wicket. And just as I'm thinking that, Ben Sanderson bowls the ball just slightly wide of off stump. Thomason played at it, and the ball went to fourth slip.
Ben Curran, I think.
We'll wait for confirmation of that. I'm sure you're right, Phil. And another big blow for Sussex. And Aaron Thomason, who's been in such good form at the top of the order, misses out in this innings. He made 8 in the first innings, 7 in the second. And Sussex in real trouble here. And they'll be looking for the 2 senior pros, the 2 overseas players, Stian Van Zyl and Travis Head, to try and steer them through the rest of the day. But make no mistake, Sussex are backs to the wall here.
Curran it was, yep.
Yeah, Curran, he's talked his way in there. It helps if you, yeah. So, well, he's done well in there. He's talked himself into that position. He's done well in there. A lovely delivery, wasn't it? Pitched and held its line just outside off stump. I think he had to play at that one. But a little bit hard, pushed a little bit hard, and a genuine opening batter, and he's trying to turn himself into an opening batter. Might have just had a bit softer hands, a bit more bend in the knee. The ball would have perhaps got to the fielder on the half volley. But reminiscent, the delivery very reminiscent of the guy that I was just talking about, who's following Northants from Cape Town, Rory Kleinveld. Rory, you'd have been proud of that delivery, and well snaffled by Ben Curran at fourth slip.
So out comes Travis Head, made 9 in the first innings. It's been quite an introduction to... he's played county cricket, he's played at Yorkshire and Worcestershire, so we'll know a bit about it. But very un-Adelaide weather here this week. Cold, and he's now got a job here. But he's been in good form for the Redbacks down in South Australia. Made 232, a personal best for him, or a first-class best. He's facing Sanderson, who's in them bowls, and Head is forward and just eases that to mid-off. And I thought he was going to pick up a single, but Parnell fields, and there is no run. 34 for 2. We've still got another 34 overs to be bowled tonight. And Northamptonshire in a very... certainly, if it wasn't for the rain forecast tomorrow, you'd think Northants were... well, they're very well placed whatever way you want to look at it. Sussex have to bat all of Sunday, even if we don't get played tomorrow, as in comes Sanderson round the wicket, bowls, and Head plays that to backward point, and there is no run. Fell by, is that Zabe in there? Yeah, I think it is.
I don't, I can't say that I know Travis Head's test record particularly well, but I do know whenever I've heard people talk, Australian selectors and captains and so on talk about Travis Head, they've always kind of thought he could have been a massive success at test level, and perhaps hasn't delivered at that level as they thought he could. So he's obviously got a lot of pedigree.
Yeah. Sanderson again, bowls, and Head comes a little low on Head, plays out into the offside. A wicket taking over from Ben Sanderson. Sussex 34 for 2. Head yet to score. Van Zyl on 7. In fact, I think, and there was a question asked at the press conference the other day, and I should have known the answer to this. I don't think he's centrally contracted by Australia anymore, which perhaps bears out your point.
I think that's right. That's recent, isn't it? I think.
Yes.
Fairly recently, yeah.
So he will feel, certainly coming to Sussex, it's an opportunity for him to, to come here to score runs and force his way back into the Australian selectors' mind, because there's an Ashes series coming up. If you make runs here during the summer, go back to the early part of the Australian season in good nick.
I've got a test average pushing 40, 39.75. There's Bergen again bowling to Stian Van Zyl, who drives that up through mid-off. It's a long chase for Rob Keogh, heading up towards the seats next door to the indoor centre. They've completed 2, they come back for 3. So 3 more to Stian Van Zyl, who goes into double figures, and Sussex up to 37 for 2. 19 tests for Travis Head, 31 innings, 1,153 runs, couple of hundreds, high score 161, average 39.75.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? With that average, only 19 games.
Yeah.
And he's been around a while, hasn't he? So, you know, perhaps there's been better options. They do churn out some good batters, don't they, the Aussies?
Yeah.
But yeah, to lose a central contract, having played just barely 20 games and we're averaging 40, it's a strange one, isn't it?
42 ODIs and 16 T20 internationals, so he's played plenty of white ball cricket for Australia as well. He's facing this ball from Gareth Berg, and it's a big appeal for LBW, and Neil Bainton says not out. That looked a decent shout, but to be fair, Travis Head, so looking at that on the replay, I just wonder if that may have pitched outside leg stump. Certainly,
Berg was convinced he'd got him.
He was. He thought he got his man, didn't he? And my just first thought on the full-time, the sort of real-time replay was that may have pitched outside leg. We'll just have perhaps they'll show us another replay of it. Good shout anyway, and well
bowled. It looked a good shout, didn't it?
Yeah.
It looked a good shout. Whenever the ball runs to the offside as well, it has a bit of a doom about it, doesn't it? Feeling of doom.
But he survives, and he's facing this ball from Gareth Berg, and he's forward and pushes that up to Rob Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run there. I dare say we shall get the chance to have another look at that one. But Gareth Berg, he's coming over the wicket, of course, to the left-hander, which always does have the risk of just pitching it outside leg. 3 slips in place. Here we go. Here's the replay again. Yeah, I think that may have been outside leg stump. Perhaps a touch high as well, maybe. But yeah, it was a decent shout. Here's Berg in again. Bowls to Head, who just drives that up towards mid-off. Keogh comes across the field, and there's no run.
Hitting the bottom of the battle lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ball is hitting the bottom of the battle lot. Bowl straight, boys. Bowl straight.
Well, they should have seen what Glamorgan didn't do in the last match here, when they didn't bowl straight, and they just gave Northamptonshire batsmen so much width, and they were able to punish it. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Head, who drives, doesn't time it. It's a super bit of fielding by Wayne Parnell at mid-on. That's a terrific stop, and send a throw into Adam Rossington, and it wasn't quite timed, but it was heading towards the boundary. They certainly would have got 3, and perhaps sensing the fact that he didn't fancy a long chase, Wayne Parnell took off, and that was a superb stop.
It really was, yeah.
And Parnell's other Gareth Berg goes over and helps him up, because Wayne Parnell was still on the floor. I think he was tying his bootlace, but Gareth Berg comes past him, offers him his hand, and pulls him up off the floor. Nice touch. Berg in again. Travis Head still waiting to get off the mark, and he plays that up, and he does get off the mark with a single as he plays it up just a little bit wide of Parnell, who has to make some ground round to his left, and Head is away, and he pinches the bowling as well. 1 to Travis Head, 10 to Stian Van Zyl, and Sussex 38 for 2. Still trailing by 297, and I think we have 1 over to go before tea.
Yes, and you figured Sussex are going to escape with the draw from this match, because they surely can't win from here. Much will depend on these two, and one of these two, or even both, have got to play a major innings, and that means hundreds. Or certainly one of them to go on and play a very, very big innings. Sanderson around the wicket comes in and bowls to Travis Head, who drives down the ground, and misfield by Sanderson, who was down low and tried to stop the ball, but it's gone down the ground to mid-off for a single. Steve Van Zyl puts his hand up. I don't know whether he felt in some way he might have impeded Ben Sanderson there. Sanderson made nothing of it, but just put his hand up as if to issue some sort of an apology. Either way, no offence taken, and Head goes to 2, and Sussex to 39 for 2, needing 335 if they're going to make Northamptonshire bat again. 4 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sanderson in bowls to Van Zyl, who he jumps into that shot, doesn't he? He almost takes 1 foot off the ground and plays it quietly to mid-on, fielded by Parnell, and there is no run.
Yeah, he squares up a lot, doesn't he? Squares up a lot. The left shoulder comes round. He ends up facing down the wicket quite a lot, so the ball generally goes off the bat a little bit squarer. Been with Sussex quite a while now.
Yes, he didn't come over at all last year because of restrictions coming over from South Africa. He missed the Bob Willis completely, so he's missed a whole year's cricket, Stian. As in comes Simons again, Van Zyl is forward, plays into the offside, there is no... I mean, he's a fine player. And in fact, down in Cardiff, the second game of the season, he scored a super 100, and interesting talking to him afterwards, because he said, I've really been out of the game for a while, and, you do sort of think to yourself, can I still do it at this level? I mean, I don't think... Ben Brown said after the game, no one doubted that he could, but interesting with a player as much experience as he has, you just out of the game for that amount of time. But a fine player when he's in full throw, particularly through the offside and through extra cover. In comes Sanderson again, bowls, and rather tucks up Van Zyl, and that comes off the pad down towards fine leg. Umpire Sanderson umpire Baldwin gets the stare from Sanderson. I think Sanderson was saying he was a long way across his stumps then.
I think Sander's trying to suggest that he didn't play any shot at that.
Oh, right, okay.
I think he's wrong.
41 for 2, so 2 balls to go until tea, and still another 32 overs left for Sussex to negotiate tonight. Head on 2, Van Zyl on 10, Thomason and Haynes the openers back in the pavilion as in comes Sanderson bowls, and Van Zyl just took the back out of the line at the last minute perhaps.
Didn't bounce, did it?
Kept a little low, didn't it?
Didn't bounce.
This is not going to be easy for Sussex.
No, it's not, and I'm wondering... Well, obviously this is the last over before tea, but I do wonder after tea whether round the wicket to the left-hander is going to be a better option with the low bounce.
That certainly did keep low. Van Zyl waits. And Sanderson comes in and bowls, and Van Zyl is forward, very solidly plays out into the offside, and that indeed will be tea. And another session in which Northamptonshire will be very pleased with their work, declaring on 441 for 9. Both Sussex openers are back in the pavilion, and much depending on the experience heads of, no pun intended, Travis Head and Stian Van Zyl to steer Sussex through the rest of the day, and indeed to try and get Sussex get their way back into the game. It's a long way off. They need to get to 335 before Northamptonshire will have to bat again, and it goes without saying Northampton firmly in the box seat here.
Yeah, they'll have wanted two for tea, or tea for 2, and that's what they've got, and it's kind of every session Northampton set their objective. It looks like they've come out and delivered against that objective, so far the happier side now.
Yep, it's been a pretty good day for Northamptonshire all round. I shall be just updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in a minute or two, so we just talk our way through the day's play so far. And to say, Adrian, I mean, it's talking when we started this morning. In fact, before the play started, we were looking at the situation: 2-1-4 for 5, and we were thinking, yeah, okay, if Sussex could nip a couple out early, then there's every chance they could keep the lead down to say 160, something like that, 160, 180 maybe. Which, whilst is substantial, is not, doesn't put Northamptonshire totally out of sight. But they needed to break that partnership, didn't they, of Adam Rossington and Save Zabe fairly early on, and just didn't manage to get a breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that Zabe played beautifully for his 135. Sussex didn't help themselves. Adam Rossington was put down on 2 occasions, once when he was on 14, once when he was on 35, when he was put down on 14. Northampton were 184 for 5, so there'd have been sort of 80 ahead with 6 wickets down, and then you never know, Sussex might well have just been with a deficit of 120, 130, but I think Sussex will be disappointed with those catches, because they were both, it's easy from here, Andrew, I'm well aware of that, but at this level they were routine slip catches.
Yeah, I think they were ones that the fielders themselves would have expected.
Of course,
would have expected to take them. Nine times out of 10, perhaps 95 times out of 100, if you like.
Yeah.
But it's been a funny old game in that respect. Because Northamptonshire dropped 4 in Sussex first innings, including Ollie Robinson 3 times.
Yes,
in various parts of the field. So yeah, the catching has been fallible in this game. But I think we made the point yesterday that from a Northamptonshire point of view, you look at that batting order, and it just does look pretty deep. And the fact that Zabe has now come in at 6 and in 3 games running now has made a significant contribution as a relative newcomer to to red ball cricket, and I don't mean in terms of his debut, because he made his debut, several seasons ago. But he hasn't played that many games. He was saying that the most games he's played in the season before this is 7. In a championship season, so he's never actually quite played half a season of championship cricket. And for him to come in at 6 and to actually be making a contribution, to have Rossington back at 7, then the 3 all-rounders, does give Northamptonshire a lot of depth, and especially against the Sussex attack that's been a little bit thin in this game. It really did give that attack, and Ollie Robinson in particular, a lot of hard work. And Robinson was just magnificent, wasn't he? He bowled so well, and just didn't get quite the support. I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second into their 4 o'clock news bulletin, if you'll just bear with us for a minute or two. It's been another very good session for Northamptonshire at tea. Sussex are 41 for 2 in their second innings, so that means they still trail by 294. Northamptonshire picking up the wickets of the 2 Sussex openers. First, Tom Haynes caught at second slip, good catch by Tom Taylor in there off Gareth Berg for 18, his 6th wicket of the match. That was 24 for 1. And then Aaron Thomason caught at 4th slip by Ben Curran off Ben Sanderson, also his 6th wicket of the match. And he was out for 7, and that was 34 for 2. All this after Northamptonshire declaring earlier in the afternoon on 441 for 9, and a very special day for Save 135, his maiden century in first-class cricket. Adam Rossington made 87, Gareth Berg 38, and Tom Taylor 44 not out. So Stian Van Zyl and Travis Head unbeaten at tea, a lot depending on those two as far as Sussex are concerned. 41 for 2 at tea, they still trail by 294. And that just about takes us through to tea. It is tea break here. We'll go in search of a cuppa. I hope you do the same, and we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon, and welcome back to the county ground at Northampton. We're just about to start the final session of the second day's play in this county championship match between Northamptonshire and Sussex. Northamptonshire, the home side, very much on top at the moment. Sussex resuming on 41 for 2 in their second innings, so they still trail Northamptonshire by 294 runs. It's going to be Travis Head and Stian van Zyl to resume the innings. This third wicket pair came together after the two openers departed. Tom Haynes for 18 and Aaron Thomason for 7, and here's Gareth Berg to start the evening session and bowls his first ball to Travis Head, who turns that up towards mid-wicket. They think about a single, and indeed they take it, as Luke Proctor just overruns the ball and it goes out to Wayne Parnell, and they're able to come through for a run. So Travis heads away with another single, 3 to him and 42 for 2. Van Zyl on 10, and Phil Rose with me in the commentary position. Northamptonshire just hoping to make early inroads, 32 overs to go, further inroads in this Sussex innings, and if they're right about the weather forecast, then we may get some time lost tomorrow. They want to leave themselves in a strong position at least to finish off on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's handy that the break came when it did, because the same two bowlers can continue, the two threatening bowlers.
Berg again, also Van Zyl, who's behind that, plays back down the pitch, and Fields. Yes, it's 6-6 at the moment in the match between Sanderson and Berg. No other bowlers have taken the wicket as far as Northamptonshire are concerned in this match. They both took 5 in the first innings, they've both taken 1 in the second innings. 2 other seamers haven't been required yet, Taylor and Parnell. Of course, we were saying earlier they also have Luke Proctor and the spin of Keogh and Zabe if necessary, as Berg comes in outside the off stump. And Van Zyl watches that go through to Adam Rossington.
Looks in lovely, lovely rhythm, Gareth Berg, doesn't he? He's flowing through the crease. All the mechanics are working really well. And long may it continue. He's obviously, as we've said a few times, he's not in the first flush of youth, 40 years old, but the body's been well looked after. He's had some injuries, but he's got through those, and he's in good nick. I think he's wintered well, fit and healthy, and he's just looking like a Rolls Royce at the moment.
Here he is, running in from the indoor centre end, bowls outside the off stump. That's a beauty to Van Zyl, who's beaten. A little bit of bounce, and how often have we said it this season on this ground, particularly from that far end, the indoor centre end. The old ball just bounces a little bit more from this end, a couple before tee. You say kept low, it makes it sound like a sort of a grubber. It wasn't quite to that extent, but wasn't a great deal of bounce, and is often the case here at Northampton that as the pitch gets a little bit older and the ball becomes older, as Van Zyl steers that wide of the slip cordon down to third man for a single, he goes up to 11, and Sussex up to 43 for 2. It is often the case that as the game goes on, the bounce does get a bit lower, and Phil Rowe was making the point in the afternoon session that often then LBW will come very much into the equation.
Nice technique there, looked a bit of innocuous delivery, didn't it? But that's professional batting, getting enough of your weight over the front knee, bending enough into the ball so the edge goes down. Here's
Berg again, bowls to Head, plays it back down the pitch, and it's fielded by Gareth Berg in his follow through. End of the first over of the evening session, with a single to each batsman. Head is on 3, Van Zyl is 11, and Sussex are 43 for 2. And they trail by 292. Yeah, that ability to bend the front knee, to get weight transferred over the front foot, all good kind of basic coaching points, so that the bat is decelerating with a nice angle, hands in front of the blade. If the ball does get edged and you're playing softly at that, it generally won't carry to slip. If you're pushing at the ball, Aaron Thomason will be ruining this. Just push a little bit, the bat a little bit more upright, hands a little bit firmer, and the edge carries. And that can be the difference between getting a career and not getting a career.
Ben Sanderson comes in and bowls to Van Zyl, who plays that through 4 slip. It bounced rather awkwardly for the 4th slip fielder. He's going to race away for 4 runs down towards the indoor school, despite the chase from Vasconcelos. So 4 to Van Zyl. He goes to, is that 15? There we are, the total to 47 for 2. Just in the way that Sussex approach this now. I mean, they've got an awful lot of work to do to save this game, but I guess they need to be as positive as possible. It's no use sort of poking around here. They need to play in a positive vein, to at least try and wipe out the arrears, which is another way out of this pickle.
I think my cliche ready-made for a situation like this is positive in defence, positive in attack. Just good footwork. Intend to hit the ball, intend to score, and then you generally move better.
Sanderson is on his way. He comes in, bowls to Van Zyl, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Rosington. And there is no run, but much depending on these two. These are the two experienced players. I know that Travis Head hasn't played an awful lot of cricket in this country, and only arrived, as I understand, last week. So, he's coming into a tricky situation. If you look at the rest of the order, Tom Clark, Ben Brown, Delray Rawlins, there's plenty of batting to come. But at least two have got to make big scores to try and dig Sussex out of this. As in comes Sanderson again, bowls, and Van Zyl looking to play that through extra cover. That's his favourite shot, but he's rather squared up. Play down the track, and there is no run. I was just talking next door at tea time and saying, this sounds awful, doesn't it? But wondering whether the rain might help Sussex. But the feeling seems to be that it is going to rain, but we might get some cricket later on tomorrow, seems to be the current thinking. Perhaps late in the day, and of course the covers would have then been on for a good period of time as well, so I don't know, the omens are not good for Sussex. But you never know. In comes Sanderson, bowls, and Van Zyl's going to get 4 more, I think. He steers that one down towards third man. That may not reach the boundary, actually. Vasco Solis is very quick across the ground, and he is going to get there. Well fielded, sir. Has he hurt himself? No, he's just having a joke with one of his teammates. I think nonetheless 3 more to Van Zyl. He goes to 18, and a 50 up for Sussex. 50 for 2. Which means that the arrears are now 285, I think. Yeah,
players love chatting about the weather, and coaches really hate players chatting about the weather.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Because it kind of distracts from the job in front. But it's kind of, the forecast is so bad that you can't help but give it a thought.
4 slips in place. Sanderson on his way. He's in and bowls and Van Zyl. That's the shot that he plays. If you had to talk about Stian Van Zyl's signature shot, that is it. It's this slightly over-pitched delivery. In fact, that was Travis Head even, so sorry about that. But he obviously liked that shot as well. Beautifully played. Yeah, the ball through the offside.
Angling across him, over length, just missed his length, and he enjoyed tucking into that one through the vacant extra cover area.
Yeah, it could have been Van Zyl, the way he played the shot. Sussex with a lot of left-handers in their top 7. In fact, 5 of them. So Head's lovely shot right up the meat at the back. He goes to 7, 54 for 2. But as you were saying earlier, Northamptonshire can afford to bowl balls of full length and drag the batsman forward. Sanderson again bowls, plays it into the offside, and just picks up a comfortable single. Does Head. He goes to 8. He was on the move as soon as he played the shot. End of Sanderson's over, and Sussex are 55 for 2. Van Zyl on 18, Head on 8. That's the end of Sanderson's 7th over, and he's picked up the wicket of Aaron Thomason.
Coach's dream there. 4 followed by 1. Coaches love that. Coaches around the world love that kind of stuff. 4 and 1. Hit the boundary and then get the heart rate lowered, take the single, rotate the strike.
Well, my compliments to the chef on the tea run, Adrian. Very, very pleasant indeed. Nice cuppa. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure. Well, we got wraps as well. We have been well looked after here. I have to say.
Just nipped next door and got our quota of wraps. Very nice. 3 slips in place. Gareth Berg starting at fresh over from the indoor centre end. Bowls to Travis Head. Comes across his stumps. Plays it up to Wayne Parnell at mid-on. And there's no run. Yeah, fine evening. I've been told that some of the analysts here at Northampton was obviously watching the stream and listening to us, and they've set up a sort of rad bingo card, things that I tend to talk about on this ground, and the weather in Kingsthorpe and this sort of thing. So I won't talk about the weather in Kingsthorpe, and I won't talk about the churches that are visible either. Here's Berg in again, bowls short to Head, who pulls, and he gets an edge, and he's caught by Adam Rossington. And my goodness, that is a huge wicket for Northamptonshire. Short ball, and Head went to pull it away and got a little tickle through to the keeper, and Adam Rossington takes the catch. Gareth Berg is delighted, Rossington likewise, and Sussex are 55 for 3, and Travis Head goes for 8. Caught Rossington, bowled Berg.
Well, it's not your day. It's not your day, is it? It was a bumper, not particularly well directed. It was well outside the eye line. Travis Head thought he was sort of with impunity could pull that through the leg side and got an under edge, and it was caught very low down by Adam Rossington. So a very unusual dismissal, and what a sad end. He was looking to get stuck in there and put a big partnership together with Van Zyl. That's the end of him.
Well, Sussex were in big trouble, and now they really are in big trouble. I mean, so much now depends on Van Zyl, but there's an awful long way to go. There's an opportunity. Tom Clark coming out now, young batsman, just 20 years of age, but well, a chance to make a name for himself. That's what you have to say. He's made a very good 50 down at Glamorgan earlier on this season. Another left-hander.
Yeah, that's a big wicket though,
huge wicket.
And it's a
huge wicket.
It's one of those. You made the point, Phil, about it. When it's not your day, it just feels, from Northamptonshire's point of view, is that's a bit of a Brucey bonus, isn't it? Really, it's one that you perhaps weren't expecting to get a player out in that way, especially a fine player like Travis Head with his record, and Northamptonshire will feel that they've really got a bit of a bonus wicket there.
Yeah, so it's only one wicket, isn't it? But
yeah.
It's one of those wickets.
Yeah.
There'll be certain individuals. It's almost unspoken, really, that you kind of know. You get Travis Head out, and it really does open things up, and it will have a similar negative impact on the Sussex lines. Oh, Travis has gone, and okay.
Well, immediately they've got two men back on the boundary on the onside, deep backward square and long leg. As short goes Berg. First ball to Tom Clark, and it sails over his head, and Adam Rossington takes it, and there's a real bubble about Northamptonshire in the field now. They've got, say, two back, possibly at least to sow the seed in Tom Clark's mind that he's going to get the odd short one. They've got a man at deep backward square and a man at long leg, and possibly only 30 yards, if that, 25 yards separating the two of them. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Clark, who forces nicely off the back foot, and he's away. Runs out towards the boundary at point, chased back there by Save, who flicks the ball back in front of the West Stand. Good fielding, but they're through for two, so Tom Clark is away with a couple, and Sussex 57 for 3.
So something's occurring, and I'm looking to see what it is. Northamptonshire have become really vocal, really upbeat, really positive. And people who don't normally contribute verbally are doing so. I don't know whether there's a bit of a feeling with Clark, but something's happened.
Here's Berg in again, bowls to Clark, who's in behind that, pushes it up on the offside. Fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Rather strangely, or perhaps not strangely, Rob Keogh's out of the slip cordon today, and we haven't seen the hand warmer. The little hand warmer shake, the sort of maracas man that we've been seeing throughout the season so far. Rob Keogh with this hand warmer that he keeps in his pocket and shakes vigorously to warm his hands up. No sign of it today. Perhaps it's so tropical it doesn't need one. Here's Bergen again, bowls to Clark, short ball, and he's cut that away for 4. Goes through, pass backward point, beats the diving Zabe and crosses the boundary rope. And that's 4 to Tom Clark, who goes up to 6. And at the end of the over, successful one for Berg and for Northamptonshire. 61 for 3. Clark is 6. Van Zyl is 18. And in this second innings, Sussex have lost Tom Haynes for 18. Aaron Thomason for 7. Travis Head for 8. 2 wickets for Berg. 1 for Sanderson. And as the Northamptonshire social media account was saying, today it's Berg 2, Sanderson 1, 7-6 on aggregate.
Northampton's got a bit giddy then, the back half of that over. There was loads of contributions from all corners of the field. Berg bowled quite a sharp bouncer and then 2 short wide balls. So even a man of his experience, I think the wicket of Head was such a bonus. We just lost our way a little bit. We'll settle back in now, hopefully.
Here's Sanderson, 4 slips in place and bowls to Van Zyl, who dabs that down on the offside. It goes to Saif Zabe in there at point, and there's no run. Yes, it's Northamptonshire over the years, certainly since certain players retired, and you think of obviously in the days of Alan Lamb and 1 or 2 others, there was always a bit of bubble on the field, but probably in recent years rather less so. But yeah, there's a bit out there, in a good position, but still a lot of work to do. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Van Zyl lets that go through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run.
I'd like to see Sando come around the wicket.
Yeah, you said before tee, didn't you, think that round the wicket to the left-hander is a good option. Yeah, I need to say afternoon again to Rory Kleinveld, who's saying, listening to us and watching the stream out there in Cape Town. It's raining there apparently, was it? I think you said. Never rains in Cape Town, does it? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Van Zale, who plays that down to backward point, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. With Jeff Stewart on earlier in the day from Hermanus, not too far away from Cape Town, in the beautiful Western Cape in South Africa. Saying then it's the whale watching capital, isn't it, of South Africa? Great.
They have a whale cry there, don't they? The guy who rings the bell.
That's right, yes.
In the town to tell people that the southern right whales are just offshore.
Beautiful part of the world. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Van Zale outside the off stump. Just lets it go through to Rossington, and there's no run. Batting to come for Sussex after these two. Ben Brown, the captain. Ray Rawlins, both of whom, Brown and Rawlins, were out for naught in the first innings. Then Ollie Robinson, who played very well for 49, dropped 3 times. Then Stuart Meeker, Jack Carson and Joe Sorrow, the debutant. 4 slips. Sun behind a cloud at the moment as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Van Zale. Just tucks him up a little bit, he plays it out towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run.
In the first innings, Sando got Van Zeel out with a snorter of a delivery, didn't he? So swung back in and
that's right.
Went on with the nip and gathered off the wicket and crashed into the stumps before he could get a bat on it. So I'm guessing that's why he's probably sticking with over the wicket, sort of trying to replicate that delivery.
Yes, I think we said at the time we weren't quite sure how you played that particular delivery. It was an absolute brute of a ball.
Yeah, I watched it back in the evening on the highlights a number of times, and I still have no answer for how you don't get out to that ball.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, slanting across the left-hander, goes through to Adam Rossington, and that's the end of the over. Sanderson's now 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32, and Sussex 61 for 3. Van Zale is 18, Clark is 6. And they still trail by 274. We've got, 28 overs left in the day.
I should imagine, Ben Brown will be thinking about his batting now, but I would imagine there'll be perhaps a small corner of his brain thinking, if I was captain of this Northamptonshire, I'd be able to bring on Taylor and Parnell as replacements for these two. And I only wish I could have that kind of level of resources in my own attack.
Yeah, as I say, Sussex obviously with a few not able to be picked at the moment. Here's Berg in, bowls to Van Zale, to Clark rather, beg pardon, who plays that out in the offside, fielded by Zabe. Yes, you get the players of the quality of Chris Jordan in particular, who's obviously making his way back from the IPL, hopefully being into the reckoning fairly soon. Rob
Keogh's got his hand back on his Moroccan.
Oh, he has, yes. I just when we thought that Rob Keogh's hand warmer had been left in the bag. No, it's out there on the field. It's not that cold. Here's Bergen again. Bowls over the wicket to Clark, who stands up tall man, and plays it out in the offside once again. Zabe, he's fairly bubbly at the best of times in the field, and he just sensed that after the day he's had, he's even more energetic than usual. He really has had a terrific day. One to say that he and his family will remember for a long time, I'm sure. It's one of those, we always have the call at the final session with reporters always trying to think about which players they might want to have a chat with afterwards. As Berg comes in, bowls short to Cook, who pulls, gets a top edge, diving attempt at a catch by Charlie Thurston, but it beats him and goes down to the boundary for 4. But that was, I think, what they were looking to try and bring from Clark, a hook and a top edge. And it wasn't that far away from the fielder, but he picks up 4, 10 to Clark, 65 for 3.
Well, he was not in control of the shot, was he? So he's going to get a few more of those. Let's see if he continues to take it on or he decides to get under it.
Well, there are 2 men back, and Berg just having a chat with Wayne Parnell at mid-on. Yes, watching that, he wasn't in control of the stroke, and it wasn't that far away from from Charlie Thurston, and now another man's going out. So I think you're absolutely right, Phil. They've taken a man out from the slip cordon. Ben Curran has gone from third slip. He's going out to deep backward square. They now have a man at deep square just in front, a man at deep backward square just behind, and a long leg. 3 fielders, all on the boundary on the onside, and what, 30 yards separating the 3 of them. Here's Bergen again, bowls short, not that short, to Clark, who pulls it out to one of those men. That's Luke Proctor down in front of square on the onside, and they come through for a single. And now Ben Curran has the long run back from deep backward square to third slip as Clark picks up the single. 11 to him, 66 for 3. Tom Taylor going through his warm-up routine at second slip, so presumably he's going to be into the attack fairly soon. Here's Gareth Berg running in again over the wicket, bowls to Van Zale, who's solidly in behind that, plays it up to Keogh. On the offside, an extra cover and there's no run. 66 for 3. So the lead for Northamptonshire, or the deficit for Sussex, 269 at the moment. Now another change in the field, and the man at deep backward square is coming up to save 1 at mid-wicket. So 3 slips in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Charlie Thurston still down there on the boundary at long leg. Here's Berg, in again, bowls to Van Zale, and just tucks him up a little bit. He plays that, works it away onto the onside, fielded by the man at mid-wicket, Luke Proctor. End of the over, 66 for 3. Clark is 11, Van Zale is 18.
Yeah, Northants very quickly have gone to the short ball tactic against Clark, to the longer boundary on the leg side, with 3 men, 3 catchers down there at points in that over. So that's come from somewhere, and they haven't played a lot of cricket against him. I don't think he's ever played against Northants. So that's got to be something that the analyst has picked up from watching some footage, looking at the dismissals. So that's good communication between the analyst, the bowling coach, and the captain.
Just heard that talk about Travis Head, that apparently made 100 here in a 50-over game for Australia A.
He did, yes, and he did an interview with BBC Radio Northampton on the same day, so it was a doubly special day for him, really.
In comes Ben Sanderson, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, who plays nicely through the offside. More runs here for young Tom. He's going to pick up 3, I expect, as Dave goes chasing back. No, just the 2. Good chase, and the total goes up to 68 for 3.
No, he was put forward for interview by Australia A when they played here, and yeah, he was very, very good, and it was I'm sure it was one of those duties that maybe it was probably not one of the most prestigious jobs of the day, but he did it, and he gave us a very thoughtful, considered interview, and it was very interesting to listen to.
In comes Sanderson around the wicket, bowling to Clark, who's forward, plays to extra cover, and there is no run. Just interestingly, during our update, I'm not saying we're sort of, what's the word, obsessed by the weather, but I was listening to the weather report down in Sussex tomorrow, and they're talking about early rain, which will be cleared by mid-morning, and then dry for the rest of the day if cloudy and a bit blowy. So I think the report's up here that maybe it's not sort of Armageddon all day. Maybe he's sort of correct. So perhaps there will be some play later on tomorrow. We'll have to see. 4 slips awaiting as Sanderson is on his way. Comes in and bowls, and Clark is bowled! And he's been nibbling away just outside of the off stump. There is Ben Sanderson. I think he brought that back into the left-hander straight through the gate. And Clark is on his way for 13. It's the 4th wicket down for Sussex. There are still 26 overs to be bowled tonight. And, well, this just gets more and more difficult for Sussex as the overs tick by. 68 for 4. Clark on his way for 13. Well,
immediate reward for Sanderson coming around the wicket. So I'm pleased to see that. I've been asking him to do so, and he's done so, and we're bang on the money. I don't think it did heaps, that ball. Probably just nipped back a little bit. Perhaps not enough to really get through Clark's defences when he's playing well. A little bit tentative into it maybe, and clip the top of the bail. So the top of off was well and truly in the crosshairs then, and real skillful bowling. It's not easy when you've bowled whatever 9 overs or 8 overs over the wicket to go around the wicket and hit the mark straight away, and Sanderson's good enough to do that.
Well, I think we were talking yesterday about when Sussex were up in a pickle here a couple of years ago. They were 68 for 6 in their first innings, and Ben Brown and Chris Jordan put on a stand of, I think it was 307 or 309. So it's never over till it's over, and Sussex will need to keep believing, and certainly in Ben Brown they have a cricketer who simply never gives up. But someone somewhere in this Sussex order has got to put their hand up in a big way if Sussex are going to dig themselves out of this, because they are in a real mess. 68 for 4, 335 needed to make Northamptonshire bat again. The sun is out and Sanderson's tail is up. He comes in, bowls to Brown. Oh, that didn't miss the off stump by very much either. I have to credit the batsman for a good leave, but I just got the feeling that didn't miss by very much.
Just watching the replay of the Tom Clark dismissal, absolutely right, didn't do anything. It just did him on the angle, I think. It didn't cut back a great deal.
You shouldn't be getting bowled out to that ball, I don't think.
No.
Martin Mahoney's been in touch in High Wycombe. We were talking about the rain, and he said you may not have to worry about tomorrow. Well, there's still 26 overs to go tonight. Sussex will want, need to say they want to take it as deep as they can, as in comes Sanderson, bowls to Brown, and Brown is solidly forward, plays to short extra, and there is no run, but the Northampton tails are up.
Absolutely right about the weather. I was just looking at the revised local forecast from the Met Office for tomorrow, and gradually the clearing up is coming that little bit forward. It was sort of 2 o'clock, then it's 1 o'clock. Now they're saying heavy rain at midday, and then less heavy sort of 1 o'clock, 1:30, and then from roughly 2:30, 3 o'clock onwards, no more rain.
Yeah, so we could get some play later tomorrow. In comes Sanderson bowls. Brown is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Sanderson, who's, well, his expression they use a lot. He's got the ball on a piece of string at the minute. He's bowling on a really good length, and it's very difficult for these Sussex batsmen. 68 for 4. Brown yet to score. Van Zale on 18, and Sanderson picking up another wicket in that over. His figures are 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34.
Yeah, and I think he went for about 15 or so in the first couple, didn't he? So he's dragged his economy rate back since those loose first 2 overs. Very unusual. But now Sando doing Sando-like things. He's been with Northampton a number of years now, and he's been the standout bowler. Probably, we've had some really good players over the years, and probably one of the best signings we've made particularly in terms of red ball cricket in recent years.
Here's Gareth Berg starting his 9th over. Stian Van Zyl going right across his stumps and just manages to get some bat on that.
He was plumb if he hadn't.
He was. If he'd have missed it, I think there might have been an appeal, possibly. It drops away on the onside and he comes through for a single as Wayne Parnell fields. But yeah, if he hadn't have got something on that, then I think he might have been on his way. Anyway, he got enough bat on it to get a single. 19 to Van Zyl, 69 for 4, Sussex, and Ben Sanderson's equalised again in the battle between these two. Both took 5 in the first innings. They've both taken 2 in the second. No one else need apply. There's Berg in again. Bowls to the new batsman, Ben Brown, and that's outside the off stump. And Brown just lets it go through to Rossington, and there's no run. We'll have a little look at what's happening elsewhere in the country, which we haven't done for a little while. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 496 all out. Surrey 70 for no wicket in reply. Looks a bit flat there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 343 all out. Worcestershire in reply 129 for 3. Gloucestershire have taken the lead against Middlesex at Lords. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Brown. He's in behind that, plays it up to Parnell at mid-on, and there's no run. Middlesex 210 all out, Gloucestershire 237 for 7. So 27 runs ahead, 3 wickets in hand. Up at Old Trafford, where they've had quite a lot of rain in the last couple of days, haven't they? Glamorgan still batting, 307 for 7 against Lancashire. That, of course, is in this group, in Group 3. At the Rose Bowl, I'll just bring you up to date with that in a second. Here's Bergen again, bowls to Brown outside the off stump, lets it go through to Rossington, and there's no run. Hampshire 79 all out, Somerset 336 all out, so big lead. 257 on first innings for Somerset. Hampshire have gone in again, and they're 31 for no wicket in their second innings. At Trent Bridge, fairly similar scenario, really. Essex are batting again, having been bowled out cheaply in their first innings against Nottinghamshire. They've conceded a first innings deficit 224, but Essex 88 for 2 in their second innings, still 136 behind. Bergin again, there's a big appeal for caught behind against Ben Brown. Not out, says umpire Neil Bainton. It beat the inside edge, went through to Rossington. There was a big shout, and well, Northamptonshire I think thought they got him, but not out, says the umpire, so they haven't. We'll have a little look on that on the replay, which is just coming up now. Yeah, you can't really tell from that. There didn't seem to be any deflection, but there may have been they probably thought they got a little thin edge, but so they went past between the inside edge and the pad, but not out, says the umpire, so he survives. 69 for 4 it stays. And I'm just going through the last couple of scores there. Berg comes in again, bowls to Brown outside the off stump, lets that go through to Rossington, and there's no run. And talking about Gareth Berg playing Hamlet yesterday, it's more King Lear today. It's tragedy. 69 for 4. Brown yet to get off the mark. Vanzale on 19. So I gave you the one at Trent Bridge. So that leaves Headingley and the other match in this group, in Group 3. Kent 305 all out, and Yorkshire in reply now 151 for 3, with Gary Balance 55 not out there.
Yeah, very theatrical, as you say, Shakespeare, and in the end it was much ado about nothing, as it was given not out by umpire Neil Bainton.
I'm going to get a change of bowling. No, it's not. Still going to be Sanderson.
Someone's got to get a spanner out to get the ball out of Sanderson's hand at the minute, I think.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket. Ben Brown's got a few problems with his headgear, which he's trying to investigate on a couple of occasions, but he's ready now at the non-strikers end. Vanzale to take strike. 4 slips, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. In comes Sanderson bowls, and Vanzale is dropped! Dropped at 4th slip. Ben Curran, is that?
Yes.
It was wide outside the off-stump. Vanzale was looking to steer that one through backward point. It went straight to Curran, and we spoke a lot about drop catches in this game. I think he'd be disappointed that went down. Yeah,
it was almost like catching practice. He didn't know whether to go fingers up or down. I think in the end he had one up, one down. Yeah, I think his right hand fingers pointing up, left hand down, never a good combination, and the ball went down.
Sanderson on his way. A life of a Vanzale comes on and bowls. Vanzale plays to a point, and there is no run. So a life of Vanzale when he was on 19, and the score on 69.
So I would say they are very close. Yeah, the ball has kept low. Sando's not express pace, and they have to come quite close there. And obviously 4th slip is the closest of the lot, so it got to him pretty quickly. But he should have caught it, and knowing Ben, he will back himself to catch that as well.
Yeah, we saw 3 slip catches go down in suddenly. Yeah, 3 off Ollie Robinson in the Northamptonshire innings. So it's perhaps difficult for slip fielders when it's cold, but I think certainly he feel he should have caught that, as indeed the Sussex one should have done. Sanderson did again, bowls, and Vanzale picks up a single through the covers, followed by Zabe, and one more to Vanzale. He goes to 20, Sussex to 70 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Northampton. Delighted to have your company here for the last couple of days. But Northamptonshire are all over Sussex at the moment. 70 for 4, leading 3-3-5 to make Northamptonshire bat again. Ben Brown, the skipper, will certainly not go down without a fight, but it needs a big score, or a couple of big scores for Sussex, as in comes Sanderson bowls and Brown drives nicely into the offside. Good tumbling save by Keogh, and as you say, Phil, at the minute you can just tell, and why wouldn't they be? The Northamptonshire fielders are sort of really all up for this, and they're all.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a real buzz about the place, isn't there?
Well, they're pretty, to be honest, well, we've got 24 overs left in the day. They might be thinking, come on, you never know. They might fancy a weekend off.
Well, I'm sure that is very much in their minds, absolutely. We're booking tea times.
In comes Sanderson, over wicket bowls, and Brown defends solidly. Brown will be determined that it does go into a 3rd day. Ben Brown batting in his more familiar position of 6 in this match. He has been batting 5 early season, but down a place with the arrival of Travis Head, who made 8 in the second innings to add to the 9 he made first time around. Batting to come, Rawlins, Robinson, and then really down to the tail end, although Meeker and Carson both more than capable lower order batsmen. Sanderson in bowls and taken by Rossington. There is no run. So end of the over, 70 for 4. Van Zyl on 20, Brown yet to score.
I thought Carson in particular shaped up really well with the bat. You know, he's probably not a genuine. But he came in number 10, I think, in the in the first innings. So a bit of sort of seniority given to Meeker to come in above him. But yeah, he certainly looked like he could play. And Ben Brown, as I said, I think yesterday, I'm a big fan of Ben Brown as a cricketer. He kind of flies under the radar a wee bit.
Yeah.
But first class average will be close to 40, I would think.
Yeah.
I'll be interested if anyone's got his numbers handy, how many first class centuries he's got.
I think it's 18 from memory.
15 to 20, yeah.
Well, here's Tom Taylor coming into the attack for his first bowl of the innings. Bowled 8 overs for 37 in the first innings. Bowled well up at Headingley without a great deal of reward. Picked up just the 1 wicket. That was in the second innings. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Van Zyl, and immediately a little bit of a loose snap, and it's flayed away through extra cover for 4. Van Zyl to 24, and Sussex to 74 for 4.
I don't like looseners.
I know you don't.
Don't like looseners.
And that's what that was. To be fair, it was about sort of, well, I was going to say half pace. That's perhaps a little bit unkind, but it was a 4 ball anyway, and it was hammered away by Van Zyl.
Ben Brown, 7,809 first class runs, highest score of 163, averages 38, 1800s, 42 50s.
That's a very steady record, isn't it?
Yeah, good stats.
That is impressive. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, and this is outside the off stump, going a little bit wider. It's taken by Adam Rossington in front of first slip. Vasconcelos at first, Berg at second, Curran in there at third. He was at fourth slip. That's when he dropped Stiaan Van Zyl on 19 off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. It did fly. I just watched it a couple of times on the stream, and it just seemed to get there before his hands were in the right position. Here's Taylor again. Bowls a big appeal for LBW against Van Zyl. Not out, says umpire Neil Bainton.
No, that's a poor appeal. Yeah. that appeal was enthusiastic because it hit him so low, but it pitched well outside leg stump.
Yeah, it did. I thought that as well. Yeah.
I would like to see him come round. I'm broken record time for me. Apologies, but I would like to see round the wicket. From round the wicket, that ball bounces as low as it did, then he's dead.
Yeah. Well, at the moment he's carrying on bowling over the wicket. See how long it'll be before he perhaps decides for a change of angle. This is to Van Zyl, and he's just erred on leg stump, and he's just got a little tickle round the corner. Just needed to get something on it, and he picked up 4, which is exactly what's happened. He goes up to 28, 78 for 4 Sussex. Not the best of starts from Tom Taylor.
It's something that we used to talk about in terms of the bowling group, which is pass the baton on. You know, it was a bit of I think it sounds like one of Rips's, doesn't it, that pass the baton on. It came from somewhere, and we liked it. We used to use that. You finish your spell strongly, you pass the baton on, you start well, and that kind of joins it together, and there's no gaps. But the baton has been passed on, and Tom, as he did in the first innings, as in the second innings, not started where he'd want to be.
Yes, conceded a couple of boundaries in his first 4 balls, and here he is running in again. Bright sunshine now, beautiful afternoon, and he bowls to Van Zyl, who drives nicely, and he's going to get more runs here as it goes up towards the boundary at mid-on, past mid-on, and it's a quite decent chase back for Wayne Parnell, who catches up with the ball, underarms the return back to the bowler, and they pick up another 2, 80 for 4, and Van Zyl up to 30.
He likes an underarm, doesn't he?
Yes, he
Parnell
does.
I'm wondering how many full-out throws he's got in his left shoulder, because I think there's a bit of protection.
I think that's exactly the case. Yeah, it was certainly watching him up at Headingley. That was the case again. Did have plenty of bowling to do there, of course. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, who looks to drive, doesn't time it, goes up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. 10 runs off the over, the first bowled in this innings by Tom Taylor, And Sussex 80 for 4. Ben Brown yet to get off the mark. Stian van Zyl is 30. Sussex having lost in the innings so far. Haynes for 18. Thomason for 7. Head for 8. And Clark for 13.
So that's a double change.
It is going to be Wayne Parnell.
We're quite right, it is a glorious afternoon now. Lots and lots of blue sky, just some cotton wool clouds floating around, still a bit of a breeze, and I'm sure if you're in the sun, it's probably very pleasant.
Take the unprecedented step of unzipping my fleece.
Oh, steady on.
Halfway down.
Steady on. I'm not going to take off the thermals, that's for sure.
I'm not sure I can cope with that little bit.
Two pairs of socks is the order of the day. But Wayne Parnell is going to come in from the pavilion end. He's bowling with 3 slips, a third man, a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex 80 for 4, needing 335 to make Northamptonshire bat again. And in comes Parnell. Round the wicket bowls, and Brown plays nicely through the offside. He's going to get at least a couple of runs. That is that through the covers, and picks up a couple of runs. He goes, in fact, they're his first runs. So the skipper is on his way, having been out for a duck in the first innings. He was dropped from memory, and then he was LBW the next ball. Ben Brown.
Yes, dropped by Keogh at second slip, wasn't it?
That's right, and that might have resulted in Rob Keogh not being in the slip cordon, certainly at the start of the reply. In fact, he's now fielding at mid-off.
I think Rob Keogh's got some kind of bandage on his left hand as well.
In comes Parnell, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown just covers up quietly, plays into the offside, and the aforementioned Keogh fields, I should say, and there is no run.
Pete Austin's been in touch with us on social media. He's just asking the question, and it's one I have to do a bit of work on actually. The unlikely event that Berg and Sanderson share all the wickets in this match for Northamptonshire, will that be the first time since Brian Crump and Ray Bailey bowled unchanged against Glamorgan in the first game at the Sophia Gardens ground in 1967? Short answer is I don't know, so I'll have to try and look it up.
Parnell bowls and Brown plays to the onside, and there is no run. I remember that game down at Hove 2 years ago when Northamptonshire won by an innings that I think Sanderson and was it Brett Hutton shared a lot of wickets. I'm not sure, I don't think they picked them all up, but they picked up a good proportion of them.
Yeah, that's right. They bowled beautifully, didn't they?
I can think of 1 or 2 possibles, so I'll have a little look.
Actually, Radders, I don't know, give you another task. Ray Bailey's career stats, I'd be really interested to know what they are.
I'll tell you that quite easily.
And
Bear with me a second.
Sorry, Parnell is on his way in and bowls, and Brown shoulders arms, a bit of extra bounce there through to Rosington, who took that on the rise, the ball round about his midriff. And there is no run. Is he a little bit quicker than he looks, Parnell?
Yes.
Just a bit of extra nip there.
Yes, he is, yeah. That's absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those guys, he gathers off the wicket, his mechanics are very good, his shoulders are very good, doesn't have a kind of classical action that says this guy's going to hit the bat hard, but he really does get it through quite briskly at times.
He's down in front of us, and he's going to come running in around the wicket to bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown is solidly forward and plays that to a mid-on, fielded by Sanderson, and again there is no run. Making Ben Brown play here is
first class cricket. First class cricket for Northamptonshire. Ray Bailey, 48 matches, 253 runs, average 9.73 with the bat. With the ball, 105 wickets at 26.92.
Good
Best
numbers.
5 for 25.
I think he was a very good bowler, wasn't he?
Certainly was.
Parnell is in again and bowls, and Brown is forward to a ball of good length, bat and pad close together, played down the track. Parnell fields off his own bowling, and opening over for Wayne Parnell. And Sussex are 82 for 4. Stian van Zyl is on 30. Ben Brown is on 2. People joining us all the time, just to reiterate that Northamptonshire lead of 335 on the first innings after Zaid played beautifully for 135. Ollie Robinson, the pick of the Sussex bowlers, 5 for 58. And in reply, Sussex have lost Thomason for 7, Haynes for 18, Head for 8, and Clark for 13. And we've got another 22 overs left to be bowled tonight.
And in one-day cricket, 38 matches, 39 wickets, 24.43, best 6 for 22. So yeah, pretty solid figures for Ray Bailey, former head groundsman here, of course. Here's Tom Taylor in again, starting afresh over bowls to Stian van Zyl, and hits him on the pad. It drops down quite close to the off stump, and in the end it's Ben Curran who comes up and retrieves the ball from the crease, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was in the Colts team netting here one night, and Ray Bailey was head groundsman then, and came out and decided to turn his arm over, having not played for how many years, I don't know, straight on a line and length.
Yeah,
that was really impressive.
Played a bit of, after part of Northamptonshire, played professional football, of course. Here's Taylor bowling to Van Zyl, who drives up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run. He had 6 summers here with Buckinghamshire after finishing with Northamptonshire, and then as a footballer he spent quite a long time at Gillingham.
Ooh.
Brief loan spell at Northampton Town, later went into management at Milton Keynes City.
Those numbers don't suggest the end of his career, though, do they?
No, he had rather a sort of interrupted career. He actually played no championship cricket for 3 seasons. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl. He's playing that up towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Yes, that amazing game at Sapphire Gardens in 1967 when Brian Crump claimed 12 wickets, Bailey 8. He then played no championship cricket in 68, 69 or 70, reappeared in 71 and 72, and turned out a bit in limited overs cricket, one day cricket in 73, and that was the end of his county cricket.
Was that injury related, you know?
Partly, I think he was partly injured, and the other things, he's playing football as well. Round the wicket comes Taylor, and immediately sets just a different challenge for Van Zyl, who gets a thick inside edge down to long leg. Charlie Thurston comes in off the boundary, and one more run to Stian van Zyl. It goes up to 31, and Sussex up to 83 for 4. You've been trying to get him to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Well, he did there, and immediately he just made something happen.
Just the shapes. Van Zyl plays a little bit open, and what it means is he gets his front leg, his right leg being a left-hander, out of the way and can access the ball from over the wicket, but from round the wicket it's not such a good technique, really. So I think it just challenges him possibly a little bit more. That's my view.
3 slips in place as he bowls over the wicket to the right-handed Brown, who drops that down on the offside. Smart fielding by Rob Keogh, coming in from extra cover, and there's no run.
Rob has got something on it. Have you got the binoculars there, Adam?
I have, yes.
I think Rob Keogh has got a bandage on his left hand.
Let's have a look. Yes, he has. Yeah, he's got like a middle finger. He's got like one of those finger protectors, just to. Yeah, so he's obviously had a bit of a crack on there at some point. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Brown outside the off stump, lets that go through. Good carry for Taylor. Now he's perhaps getting into his work a little bit. End of the over, 83 for 4 Sussex, with Brown on 2 and Van Zyl on 31, and the deficit is 253.
Yeah, all's not well with Tom Taylor. He's not quite at his best here, but running in hard, bending his back. And I like the fact he's gone around the wicket to Van Zyl. I think that gives him more options to get him out, to be honest. But yeah, he's been a good signing, I think, for Northampton. Adds to the depth in the batting. Another good seam bowling option. So good recruit.
Well, Wayne Parnell is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Stian van Zyl. He's bowling with 3 slips, a third man, a point extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. 21 overs to be bowled tonight. What's the time? 5 past 5.
It's 5 past 5, yeah.
So in comes Parnell. The sun has momentarily disappeared, and Parnell is in a bowl wide of the off stump, and Van Zyl rather gets away with one there. He was looking for his favoured shot through the extra cover region, but he got a thick inside edge, and the ball ended up going down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Proctor. Van Zyl examines the inside edge of his bat, and he goes to 32, Sussex to 84 for 4. Still in arrears by 251. A long way for Sussex to go. They just have to believe that they can keep chipping away here. As in comes Parnell again. Bowls and down the leg side, and poor delivery. Brown didn't make the most of it, taken by Rosington. Ray Bailey played cricket for Wolverton Town Cricket Club also for a season. says Philip.
That's Phil Gamage, isn't it?
Yes.
Straight on it, Phil. I knew you would be. Straight on it.
Yeah. He said thanks, it's in Colin Kitely's book.
Yes, that's right. Colin Kitely, there was a player. Colin Kitely and John Field at the top of the Wolverton order.
Colin Kitely was a very good opening batter, a very good player.
Parnell in again, Bowles and Brown lets it go, taken by keeper Rosington, and there is no run. The other thing to mention here is that consistently in this game we've seen once the ball gets past 30 overs, and that seems to be the sort of magical mark around county cricket at the minute, that batting does become considerably easier, and I'm sure that Brown and Van Zale are thinking that, yeah, just get through these few overs. I mean, it's a mountain for Sussex to climb, but you know, once some of the hardness goes out of the ball, batting ought to become a little easier.
Yeah, absolutely, which sometimes makes the opener's job, you know, facing a number of balls rather than how many runs they score.
Yeah. Parnell in bowls, and Brown paddles that round the corner. That's anyone listening down in Sussex will know that's a typical Ben Brown shot, that little sort of short arm jab around the corner down to fine leg, and he picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 4.
There's a bit of his predecessor Matt Pryor in that shot, wasn't there, as well?
86 for 4. He plays that shot a lot, Ben. He's sort of on one leg almost as he pulls it around the corner.
I found another instance. One of my theories about matches that might have had the same two bowlers basically sharing all the wickets for Northamptonshire involves one of the other players in this match.
Parnell bowls, let go outside the off stump by Brown, there is no run.
I'm not saying this is the last instance of this happened, but I was thinking of ones that might be, and this is in
you're
fact.
Such a tease, just tell us.
Okay, Rob Keogh and Graham White against Glamorgan in 2016. First innings, Keogh 9 for 52, White 1 for 47. Second innings, Keogh 4 for 73, White 6 for 44.
Parnell bowls and Brown, lovely shot. Wide of the off stump, and Brown will be waiting for that, and he put it away in classic style through the cover. He sort of held the pose as well. It was beautifully played by.
Oh, lovely cricket shot,
Brown.
wasn't it?
Really was beautifully played on the up, lovely.
Lovely shot. Needed hit him for 4, and he did with real style. 6th ball boundary. Gets my goat. Still does. Retired 2 years now. Still hate it.
Brown goes to 8, and Sussex to 90 for 4. Still trailing by 2:45, but the skipper is trying to repair some of the damage.
So does that answer the question though? Was it Pete Austin? Does that answer the question?
Well,
his question was something about bowling unchanged, wasn't it?
Well, no, he was saying no. He said, was it the first time that the two bowlers since they did bowl? I mean, it is definitely that's the one of the very rare instances of two bowlers bowling unchanged through both innings of first-class match. But he was saying that obviously that they shared the wickets then. It's that, as it happened since then, that the two bowlers have taken all the wickets. Here's Taylor coming round the wicket to the left-handed Zale, and Van Zale, and immediately he just angles that in and gives Stiaan Van Zale something else to think about. He played it out well enough into the offside. It's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. It's a beautiful evening now.
Yeah,
it's bright sunshine, lots of blue sky around, high cloud. It also, dare I say, it feels just a little bit warmer, or a little bit less cold.
I've taken my ski jacket off.
I know.
I've
sort of half unzipped the fleece.
I haven't, but
I did almost think about taking my scarf off, but I thought, no, it's tempting fate. Here's Taylor running in again with the indoor centre behind him, and bowls, and again just homing in on off stump. Van Zale drives nicely, but Taylor stops in his follow through, and there's no run.
I don't wish anyone to break the law or break their neck, but yesterday, I didn't mention it at the time, yesterday I saw someone standing on top of the temporary structure in the garden of the tavern, the county tavern, or the county hotel, as Andrew still insists on calling it. And it offers a great view of the cricket. I'm just going to leave that there.
Yeah. Here's Taylor coming round the wicket, bowls to Van Zale, who on drives up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run.
I'm sure the pubs in Northampton will be pleased tonight on a Friday night. Pubs with gardens, I'm sure, will be well patronised tonight.
I tried to book a table in said venue, and
couldn't get one.
Couldn't get in. No.
No, you have to book pretty much everywhere at the moment.
I think we were in Manchester, of course, the week that the things were able to reopen outdoors, and absolutely the same there. Manchester city centre, I'm told, was heaving. Round the wicket comes Taylor once again bowls to Van Zale, plays it up towards Parnell at mid-on, but Luke Proctor comes round and intercepts from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, as with our colleague Scott Brown, and he was Scott Reed rather, and he was saying that yeah, it was very hard to get a table anywhere around the centre of Manchester at that time. Mind you, we had some very late finishes in that match. I think by the time it had got into Manchester city centre, it would have been closing time. Here's Taylor in again around the wicket to Van Zale, who plays that down to point, where it's fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. And this is much better, I think, from Taylor.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? That line there was perfect as well. Just in on the angle, pitching just outside off stump into hit off stump. If it holds, it catches the outside edge. If it runs back in, it's either bowled LBW. Obviously, the batter was up to the job there. That's a much better line of attack.
Still the 3 slips in. Vasconcelos at first, Berg at second, Curran at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, as Taylor is again in, bowls to Van Zale, and once again that's absolutely very similar delivery really, and it homes in on off stump, and he plays it back down the pitch. Bowler fields, end of a tidy over from Tom Taylor, 8 to Ben Brown, 32 to Stian Van Zale, and Sussex in their second innings are 90 for 4, and that means they still trail by 245. We have 19, is that 19 or 18 overs left?
19.
19 left.
Yeah. It was a good over, wasn't it? And Van Zale had to play at every delivery. 3 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 11 for Taylor. Van Zale on 32, Brown on 8. Batting to come Rawlins, Robinson, Mika, Carson, and the debutant Joe Sarrow. But realistically for Sussex, you feel that one of these two has got to make a major score if they're going to dig themselves out of this hole. But it's a long way away, 245. It's been done before.
Yeah, and they've got enough in the tank, haven't they, in terms of resources? It's a matter of someone having it'll be a special effort, but it does happen, and there's plenty of talent here to do so.
Yes, indeed. This ball is 24 overs old, and it's going to be Wayne Parnell who's going to carry on. Lovely evening here in Northampton, as Ben Brown just scratches away at the crease, retaking his or remarking out his guard. And a couple of field changes going on, a bit of a discussion going on down below us with Ben Sanderson and Wayne Parnell, resulting in the third man coming up, maybe to backward point. We'll have to see. Still 3 slips in situ. They've done away with the third man. He's not coming to backward point. I think he's going to have a short extra cover. That's an interesting field placing. He's not really. Would you call that short cover, Phil?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, kind of catching cover. Yeah.
Yeah. The point has always gone to a backward point, and then there's an extra cover as well. Extra cover, mid-off, take your pick really in between the two. Then a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Parnell is in bowls and slanting across the right-hander Brown, taken by keeper Rosington. And there is no run. Doesn't seem to be showing any ill effects of that blow to his hand from Molly Robinson earlier on today. He did look in quite a lot of discomfort, Adam Rosington.
Yeah, I did wonder whether it'd come out to keep it. It's a really good sign, isn't it?
Batted very nicely of his 87. He was given a couple of lives. Sussex didn't help their own cause with their catching. He was dropped on 14 and 35, and they were expensive drops because Rosington went on to share some big partnerships, particularly with Zabe down in the middle order, as Parnell is in again and bowls, and Brown covers up and just plays quietly on the onside, and Zabe comes in to field, and there is no run.
Parnell's seen something in. He got driven through the covers the last ball of his previous over. Really nice shot. He saw something in that shot, so he's immediately gone over the wicket and brought in a catch in cover. Perhaps thinking that perhaps Brown doesn't really get into the ball. The ball perhaps covers a little bit of ground in the air before it hits the turf. He's seen something and he's trying to exploit that.
Parnell again. Lovely evening sunshine. Runs away from us, bowls, and Ben Brown is back and across and just plays that quietly away on the offside. And again, there is no run. So 3 men saving that single on the offside. The mid-on and the mid-wicket also saving on the only fielder out is the fine leg all the way down in the distance. There's Parnell. He's back to his mark. There's a blue bit of paint on the outfield. Back to notes where he's going to run in from. He's on his way now. Bowls to Brown, and Brown drives straight to that fielder who's just been put in there at cover. And there is no run. I'm intrigued by what you were saying about the football ground being at the far end of the ground. So did the football pitch form part of the outfield?
Oh yes.
Right.
Yes. There was an overlap. I say, until quite recently, some people would maintain, and I sort of was rather with them, that you could see vaguely the line of, because the duck boards used to be actually on the cricket outfield, where the spectators used to stand on the open side of the football ground.
Parnell in bowls and let go outside the off stump by Brown, no run.
And for some years after it ceased being used for football, a lot of people would tell you that they could still see the line on the cricket outfield. But yeah, it was used for football between 1897, when Northampton Town Football Club came into being, and 1994, when they moved up to Six Fields, where they are now.
And presumably there were stands by either end of the ground.
Well, there was the hotel end, which was in front of the county hotel, as I still call it.
Parnell in bowls. Brown lets it go outside the off stump, dropped by Rosington, who suddenly looked at a bit of discomfort there as he went to take that with his right hand, and he sort of dropped the ball and didn't look very happy. End of the over. An over safely negotiated by Brown, a maiden over. Brown 8, Van Zyl 32, Sussex 90 for 4.
Which was a big sort of cavernous stand where people used to stand and watch the football. That was in front of the pub there. Then you had, for many years, a main stand, which is basically behind where the indoor centre is now. That finished up getting most of it condemned in the aftermath of the Bradford fire. And then for a few years they had what was known as the Meccano stand, because it did look rather as if it had been made out of somebody's metal Meccano set. And then the cop, the spy and cop end, which was again behind where those white seats are, roughly where that floodlight is, between the bowling green and the indoor centre. But this side, of course, was open. Here's Tom Taylor starting another over, bowling round the wicket to Van Zyl, and again it's absolutely bang on the money now, and this really does seem to be suiting Taylor. Looks comfortable with it, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and Van Zyl has to be watchful, playing it back down the pitch, and it's fielded by Taylor off his own bowling. Yes, and the problem was that, I've told this story before, that when they originally stopped using the main stand, I say in the aftermath of Bradford, that would have been 1985. Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, who again plays it carefully, comes across his stumps and pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Parnell, and there's no run. We had to cover football matches from the cricket press box immediately to our left up here in the Ken Turner stand, which made it very difficult if there was a sort of goalmouth melee and you couldn't be absolutely sure who'd put the ball in the net. And I remember having to cover a Milk Cup match against Oxford and trying to see what was happening as Taylor comes round the wicket, bowls to Van Zyl, drives that away. That's gave him a little bit room to free his hands, and he punches that away through extra cover for 4. 36 to Stian Van Zyl, 94 for 4 Sussex. And we actually had to have a sort of Boy Scout runner to toddle round to the other side of the ground and ask somebody who'd scored. It was not an easy task. But the football club left, and then very soon afterwards, within 3 years, they laid the foundations for the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre at the far end of the ground, made largely possible by donations from the late Lynn Wilson, and that's the structure you see at the far end of the ground now. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, who gets a little bit tucked up by that, plays it out into the offside. It's fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. Ground has just changed out of all recognition, really, in the last sort of 25 years or so. It just looks so different. Dennis Brooks always said that as soon as they built the hotel end stand, the drainage was never quite as good for a while, certainly until they sorted out the outfield. Here's Taylor round the wicket again, bowls to Van Zyl, who just drops it down in the offside, fielded by Zabe, coming in from point. And again, there's no run.
It's a good battle, this, isn't it?
It is. It's a good tussle.
Really good battle.
Now, Tom Taylor has settled on this as his preferred line of attack. He's not, apart from that, just that one where he gave Van Zyl a little bit of room, and he was able to free the arms and hit that away through extra cover. He's not giving him much to hit. 3 slips, waiting for an edge as Taylor comes in round the wicket bowls, and that's driven nicely up through mid-off this time by Van Zyl. That was a good shot, and it crosses the boundary rope now, and all Rob Keogh can do is set off in pursuit to retrieve the ball, which I think in fact a couple of members of the coaching staff are going to retrieve on their post-tee walk around the ground. 4 more to Stiaan Van Zyl, goes into the 40s, 40 to him, and at the end of that over, 98 for 4 Sussex, so they're still trailed by 237. Taylor has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19, and we have another 17 overs to go in the day. So we're going to be finished round about 5:30, thereabouts. Under 6:30 rather, thereabouts.
Adam Rossington just checking in with Luke Proctor and picking his brain, getting his thoughts on what a good bowling change might be and when that might happen. He also caught up with Rob Keogh on the way past, perhaps talking about ends, but I see Luke Proctor is now getting loose, so he might be replacing Taylor at the far end, possibly.
So some defiance here from Sussex as Brown plays beautifully through the covers, and that's going to pick up 4 runs, I think. Maybe he's after it in hot pursuit. I don't think he's going to get there, though. Slightly overpitched by Parnell, and Ben Brown very strong through that cover region. He goes to 12, and the upshot of that shot is that the Sussex 100 is up, 102 for 4.
So that was a 6th ball 4, followed by a first ball 4.
Yeah.
So often happens.
233, I think that says the arrears are. So Sussex are chipping away. They've got a lot more chipping to do as well, but in comes Parnell, bowls to Brown. Brown lets that go outside the off stump, no run. I was just looking here at Stiaan Van Zyl's statistics. He's made 11,385 runs, 28 hundreds, 51 half centuries, averages 43 in the first class game. So he's a fine player, made a very good 100, as I say, at Cardiff earlier on this season. Just his stretching there, perhaps he's just sorting out his bat handle. So while he's there, there is still a glimmer of hope for Sussex, but they've got a long way to go. Parnell in bright sunshine in and bowls to Brown, and Brown is at it again. 4 more runs, 2 wide of the off stump, and Ben Brown crashed that away through backward point. And a little bit like the Sussex innings. I mean, Northamptonshire have had Sanderson and Berg, who made it very difficult. But the change bowlers, although Taylor has bowled a better spell, haven't quite looked as threatening.
No, they haven't, not at all. And they haven't quite, we talked about passing the baton on. They haven't picked the baton up, or they've dropped the baton, really. And I think that's why I'm seeing a couple of guys loosening up. Adam Rossington not slow to ring the changes when he thinks the bowler's not giving him what he wants.
Parnell's coming around the wicket to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown lets this one go outside the off stump. The cry from the slips was there because clearly they thought that was not missing off stump by very much. Brown wanders away to square leg, and there is no run. 3 slips and a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. So 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and there's a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Fine leg all the way down in the distance.
I'd like to see Parnell just bowl a bit straighter at Brown.
Comes in around the wicket bowls, and that's a straight delivery, and Brown plays that quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Why do you say that, Phil?
Well, he just looks very comfortable, doesn't he? He just looks very comfortable outside off stump. He's left well. Anything that's been slightly over pitched, he's jumped onto and hit for 4. And I just think with the lower bounce, with the angle from left arm right, just get it to skid on. Catch him in front. He does go across his stump, so that enabled him to leave well because he knows exactly where off stump is. So I just like to see him defending straighter and the ball hitting the stumps more frequently.
Parnell is in, bowls. Brown again lets that go through to keeper Rossington. It's the end of Parnell's over, the end of his 4th over that he's bowled. I'll give you his bowling figures in just a moment's time. And Sussex are 106 for 4. Van Zyl is on 40. Brown is on 16. We've got, I think that says 16 overs left to go. 18 overs left to go.
So that last over, for example, how many of those balls offered any wicket-taking threat? Only one that was straight, and the others, unless the batsman made some kind of catastrophic error, couldn't get him out. I think more balls hitting the stumps from the seamers is what I'd like to see.
Well, we're going to see still Tom Taylor staying in the attack to bowl his 5th over. Bit of a break for hand sanitisation and drinks and change of helmet as well for...
Yeah, he's not been happy with that helmet.
No, he hasn't.
Since he started, he's taken it off 3 or 4 times as if he's sort of mending it. He's not quite happy with something, but he's decided it's going to change now.
Well, he's going down to the non-striker's end because it's going to be Stian van Zyl facing, and Northamptonshire have got the 12th man on, Freddie Heldrick, who's going out to mid-wicket. Still the 3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Round the wicket comes Taylor. Bowls to Van Zyl, who fences at that outside the off-stump. Beats the bat, goes through to Adam Rossington. And we've talked before, Phil, about this little sort of effort ball that Tom Taylor has, and sometimes he'll send a ball down that seems about half a yard quicker than anything he's bowled hitherto, and I would say that was in that category. He seemed to be a bit more in that one.
Yeah, he really bent his back there, didn't he? And I think he did him for a little bit of pace. A little bit slow onto it. It didn't really deviate sideways.
No, it didn't. It was just good carry through to Adam Rossington. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, and again he's just slightly hurried into that one, but plays it off the back foot up to extra cover where Keogh fields. And there's no run. Just work out who Freddie Heldrick's on for.
Ben Sanderson.
Ben Sanderson, yes. I was just wondering where he was. So Sanderson off the field at the moment.
Matt's been back in touch. He said it could be a tough last 17 overs of Sussex tonight. He said, with tomorrow planning on being a washout, what sort of thing will the players be doing? Are there any sort of golfers in the Northamptonshire side, or is that a favoured sport?
There's lots of them, but they won't be playing tomorrow.
Here's Taylor in again, round the wicket, bowls to Van Zyl, who drives up to mid-off, and fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
Yeah, so probably as you mentioned, golf. Let's talk about golf. The best golfer in the Northampton lineup there is Adam Rossington by a country mile. He's a super golfer. I think he was a 4 handicapper as a 14-year-old.
Wow.
Rob Keogh's got very good potential. Vasconcelos, who's just taken the game up, is a very fine striker of a golf ball as well.
Here's Van Zyl facing up to this ball from Tom Taylor, indoor centre behind him, and bowls, and once again, good ball, good line from Taylor, and he has to play that from around the line of off stump. Just pushes it up to extra cover where it's fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. Do they still have a golf day, Phil? He was used to have a sort of annual players' day.
It comes and goes a wee bit. I'm organising a golf day for Alex Wakely's testimonial, which is this year. There are a few spots still available for that. It's at Kingsthorpe Golf Club on the 4th of August, and it's very competitively priced, £300 for a 4-ball. Please give me a shout if you'd like to book in. It'll be a good day.
It's a nice course. Here's Taylor in again, and that's again another little moral victory for the bowler as Van Zyl gets a single but plays it off a thickish inside edge up towards mid-wicket, and they're able to come through for one, but again, Van Zyl not looking totally happy with this line with Taylor bowling round the wicket. He's gone up to 41, 107.
He's asking more questions, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
I should also mention the club are thinking about having a golf day, just waiting for kind of confirmation of that, which will be a bit later in the year. Once I get that confirmation through, I think there's talk of them having a sort of a second Alex Wakely golf day and combining that with the club golf day later in the year.
Here's Taylor back over the wicket to the right-handed Brown, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and Taylor fields, and there's no run. End of the over, 107 for 4. Brown is 16, Van Zyl is 41. Useful partnership these. They've put on 39 for the 5th wicket, and they've eaten up another 11 overs.
They've played really well, haven't they?
They have.
I think it just, I don't know whether you can tell me this right. It feels like the boundary count is pretty high. There's not been a lot of 1s and 2s as such. I think there's been a lot of boundaries. As Northants have kind of just gone over length at times As I said yesterday, you've got to bowl full on this pitch to get the nick, and Northants have given themselves every chance, and obviously that induces a half volley at times, or produces a half volley, and Sussex have tucked them away nicely.
16 boundaries in the innings so far, 64.
64, so yeah, that's about right, isn't it?
Yep, including 6 to Van Zale, who's gone up to 41 not out of 72 balls, 6 boundaries and 3 already to Ben Brown. So I would think that partnership we're talking about, 39 runs, getting quite a high quota of boundaries in it. Rob Keogh is limbering up, so maybe we're going to see a bit of spin from Northamptonshire for the first time in this match. For now, it's going to be Parnell again, starting his 5th over. One maiden 0 for 17 so far. 3 slips in place. Bowls to Van Zale, who plays it up to mid-wicket, and sharp bit of fielding by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
I think this is a good matchup for Northants. With Parnell can swing the ball. Taylor more of a line seam bowler. Parnell does nip the ball off the seam, but he can swing the ball as well. So I think Parnell left arm over against the left-hander is probably a better matchup for Northants just now.
He swung the ball extravagantly up at Headingley, and it was going a long way and late, to the chagrin of Vasconcelos keeping wicket at times. Appeal for LBW as he hits Van Zale on the pad, but not particularly convincing appeal for LBW. The throw from Proctor hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and they're going to pick up an overthrow. So Van Zale ends up getting 2 for that, as Freddie Heldrick, the 12th man, has to chase it down to sit in front of the sight screen where we're sitting. 2 to Van Zale, who goes up to 43, and Nelson for Sussex, 111 for 4.
And it keeps Van Zile on strike to Parnell, which won't be lost on Parnell. He'll fancy having a few balls at the left-hander. He's barely bowled at him so far.
Large seagull flies across in front of us. There's Parnell in again, bowls, and again it's the right line, isn't it? Or maybe just he's bowling off stump, maybe just wants to be bowling just outside, but it just held its line, and Van Zale pushes it out on the offside. Van Zale's having some tough moments here, and he's weathering it pretty well so far.
He knows the score, doesn't he? He's been around. He's been in this situation a number of times. Just playing for his off stump, leaving well.
Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Van Zale, pushes it up on the offside for Rob Keogh to field, and there's no run. Keogh now just bowling the ball up to the 12th man, Freddie Heldrick. A couple of deliveries up there just to get his arm loose. So one imagines he's going to be in the attack fairly soon. We haven't seen any spin from Northamptonshire in this match at all. He's
either been told he's bowling, or he's giving the captain some very unsubtle hints.
I think it looks like a full-blown warm-up, doesn't it? Here's Parnell, sun behind a cloud now, bowls to Van Zale, jabs that into the onside. It's fielded by Luke Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, one imagines probably Keogh is going to have a little bowl. Getting on in front of Saif Zaib, who's the other spinner in the Northamptonshire side, left-arm spinner. And Freddie Heldrick out there on the field from the Northamptonshire Academy. We're talking about him a little bit earlier on. Left-arm wrist spinner from Suffolk. Probably quite fancy having a bowl himself. Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Van Zale. It just shaped away a little bit from the left-hander, and he played it well out into the covers where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston. And that's the end of the over, and all sorts of equipment coming on now, which tells you that I think almost certainly Rob Keogh is going to have a bowl, because there's helmets, shin pads, and all manner of protective equipment coming on. Simon Kerrigan, I think, is bringing all that out. And so I think it's Charlie Thurston who's putting the shin pads on. So it looks as though we are indeed going to get some spin from Rob Keogh. He's going to get into the attack. Also, Luke Proctor's just practicing his run up, and I saw him having a bit of a limber up the previous over as well. So maybe they're going to give Proctor a run as well.
Yeah, as you said earlier, I think he's had a bit of a side strain or something like that. He does suffer with that injury, but I think on the first morning I saw him bowling in to Chris Liddle, so he's obviously sort of just about match fit to have a bowl. He can be a useful guy as an occasional bowler. He used to be more than that, kind of more in the side for his batting nowadays, but a very handy backup seamer, Luke Proctor. Rob Keogh's good time to bowl this. No kind of worry about the scoreboard particularly. He's there to make a breakthrough. He is a very attacking off spinner, does turn the ball, gets over the top of the ball, gets drop and spin. So it'll be interesting to see whether the surface is offering any spin. I can't see any great rough there, but I know a couple of the bowlers have been warned for running down the line of the stump, so maybe there's more there than I can see from here. We'll find out.
So it's going to be Keogh who's going to bowl his off spin from the indoor school end of the ground. The sun has momentarily gone. It's got a little bit gloomy, but I don't think that's going to last too long as Keogh is in and bowls and Brown is forward and plays straight back down the track. Keogh feels of his own bowling and there is no run. Is that Gareth Berg who's warming up at mid-wicket?
It is.
Who's well during the match. Short-legged a slip of the close fielders. 3 men saving one on the offside as a nicely flighted delivery from Keogh, driven to mid-off by Brown. There is no run. The leg side field, apart from the short leg, is a fairly straightish mid-wicket. A mid-on, sort of halfway back. A deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. It's Keogh in again, bowls, and Brown uses his feet and drives nicely into the offside, but not past the fielder at mid-off, who I think is Parnell, and there is no run. 109 for 4. Keogh back to his mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paces in and bowls, and Brown just is very studiously forward and just plays it straight back down the onside of the track. Keogh fields of his own bowling and there is no run. This will help us rattle through the overs, which is showing +2 at the moment. Keogh in again, bowls, and Brown flicks this around at the corner with the spin. He's annoyed with himself, Rob Keogh. That's going to run away possibly for 4 runs. No, I think it's just fielded down below us by Ben Sanderson, who gets in the throw, but 2 for Ben Brown. He goes to 18, the total to 111 for 4.
Interesting kind of communication early in the over. Ben Brown using his feet, saying to Rob Keogh, I'm not just going to see you out, I'm going to try and score off you.
Keogh again in bowls, and Brown just forward and plays quietly to mid-wicket. So just 2 runs coming off of Rob Keogh's over. 18 to Brown, 41 Venzale, 111 for 4. 13 overs left in the day, and Sussex needing another 224 if they're going to make Northamptonshire bat again. And I think we are going to get that change at this end. Is that Luke Proctor who's peeling off the sweater?
It is, and I do like Luke Proctor's bowling. Better quickly register that because I would give him Parnell another over. Van Zyl on strike. He has caused him some problems. He's had to sort of make late adjustments to keep his wicket intact, with a bit of late seam movement and some swing on offer as well. So I'd like to have seen him have maybe one more, but yeah, Proctor's more than capable.
Well, it is going to be Luke Proctor who's coming into the attack again for the first time in this match. 6th bowler used by Northamptonshire in the innings, with Sanderson and Berg taking the new ball. They're the wicket takers so far, and then Taylor, Parnell, Keogh and now Proctor all getting a little roll. Let's have a look at the field that Proctor has got. Looks like he's going to have 3 slips in place, and then 3 on the offside saving 1, a mid-on and a mid-wicket saving 1, and a deep backward square on the boundary way down there in the distance. Proctor starting over the wicket to the left-handed Van Zyl, and pretty good start for Proctor. Straight ball, and Van Zyl defends it up into the covers where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston, and there's no run. Yes, I would have thought with the left-hander on strike it might have given Parnell another one, but
yeah, I just had a good look about it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. But here's Proctor in bowls to Van Zyl, who punches that nicely again off middle and off up into the covers, and it's fielded by Charlie Thurston in there at extra cover. So sun behind a cloud at the moment, noticeably cooler. Ben Sanderson was telling me last night that he was expecting the cloud cover to come over in the latter part of the day ahead of the rain that's supposed to be coming in pretty much across all of England tomorrow, certainly across this part of the world. Here's Proctor in again, driven by Van Zyl up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson. And there's no run, 111 for 4, so the deficit now 224. Another 224 needed by Sussex to make Northamptonshire bat again. We have 12 overs tonight after this one that's in progress now. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, drives again up towards mid-off. This time they come through for a single. Sanderson shies at the stumps and hits the stumps, but Van Zyl was well home and he comes through for the run. 42 to him, 112 for 4. Sunshine back with us. And the field now changing over for the right-handed Ben Brown, who once again is doing a terrific job for his side here. He's dug in. Now, who have we got? 2 slips in now.
There's a lovely unsubtle bit of work there from Luke Proctor. He's put out deep square leg Charlie Thurston and shouted so that Ben Brown could hear, "Don't drop it," to suggest that he might be getting a short ball.
Yeah, that is subtle. Not. Here's Proctor and again, balls full length to Ben Brown, who drives it back down the pitch, fielded by Proctor, and there's no run.
I remember in the game that you've talked about, Adrian, the game a couple of years ago at Hove, the Proctor and Brown had a few words with each other.
Did they? Right.
Sort of completely out of the blue. It was a really nice game, but completely out of the blue, those two started having a chat with each other.
Here's Proctor. In again, bowls to Brown, and Brown doesn't bounce again, and Brown has to be very careful and watchful, and just plays it out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. Brown on 18, Van Zyl 42, 112 for 4, and just still that odd ball, not really bouncing, not getting up.
Martin has been touched from Twickenham, and he says, I know he hasn't lit up this game, but for how long will Sussex have Travis Head services? Sussex need middle order strength and have done for some years. He goes on to say, oh, and please say hi to my daughter Maisie, who has graciously let me watch cricket on TV. So well done, Maisie. I'm sure your dad is delighted that you're letting him watch the cricket. I don't know what's on sort of. Back in my day, 5 o'clock Friday was sort of crackerjack and that sort of thing, wasn't it?
Crackerjack,
yeah. Pencils. Double or drop. Musical finale with Peter Glaze.
Do you know, I don't know how long, someone in the Sussex office might be able to let me know how long Travis Head side for. He was due to come over last year and clearly didn't because of COVID restrictions. I'm not sure whether it was a 3-year or quite what, but if someone could let me know, that'd be quite useful. But he will play in white ball, I'm sure. I don't think he's in the 100. There's still room for some players to go into the 100, isn't there? Isn't there another draft? I must admit, I'm not really up on it, to be honest.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong people.
No idea.
In comes Keogh, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Van Zyl, who turns that past the fielder at short leg and picks up a single down to deep backward square, where it's fielded by Zabe, and there is one more to Van Zyl. He goes to 43.
It's fairly rare, actually, for these days to have an overseas player for the whole season. It's where Northamptonshire have, I think, done a good bit of business with Wayne Parnell, because although obviously they'll have to manage his workload while he's here in the various formats, he is here for the summer. He's here for the whole year in all formats. So
yes, yeah,
it's handy.
Keogh is back to his mark. 113 for 4. Keogh over the wicket bowls. Brown just pushes forward, backs down the track. Keogh fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg are in attendance. Keogh in again and bowls, and Brown plays this past short leg and picks up a single to deep backwards go. So he is here for the whole season, Travis Head. But I don't know how long the deal is. Whether he's here for whether he's here for next season as well. I don't know the answer to that, Martin. Van Zyl studies that offside field. There's a slip backward point, short extra cover as Keogh is in again bowls, and Van Zyl just props forward and plays it straight back down the track. And it's fielded by Berg, who comes trotting in from cover to field. The sun
started well, hasn't he? Mark, he started well, Adrian.
Yes,
Keogh,
he has.
He's on the dot.
Yes, he is.
Thereabouts. Good start.
Drawing the batsman forward, making the batsman play. He's in again round the wicket bowls, and difficult to see what happened there, because keeper Rosington is between us and the batsman. I don't know if it was a play and a miss, or whether Van Zyl let that go and it didn't miss the off stump by very much.
I think nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing much, I think, happened. It was one of those trying to create a theatre, and it was just a good leave, I think.
Yeah. 114 for 4. 11 overs to go in the day after this one. Keogh is in bowls, and Van Zyl just turns this past the fielder at short leg. There was a howl from the close fielders, but Van Zyl picks up another single. He goes to 44. And Sussex at the end of that over are 115 for 4, still trailing by 220 runs. Brown on 19. A nice little partnership between these two, which in certainly the biggest partnership Sussex have put together in the match, of 32 plus 14 is 46.
Yeah, a really good start by Rob Keogh. Brought into the attack to offer something a bit different, and he's been really on the money with his first 12 balls there. I think 10 of them have been 9 or 10 of them have been played out defensively. It's a really good start from the off spinner.
I think the only reason there was a certain amount of excitement about that one, I just watched it on the replay, was it did actually turn a little bit away from the left-hander. Of course, it was decent lead. This next ball from Luke Proctor, first ball of his next over, is driven without any power or timing up to mid-off by Van Zyl, and there's no run. He stays on 44, 115 for 4. Yeah, it was left by Van Zyl, and it was perfectly safe, because it was going to turn away from the left-hander anyway. But it did just turn a wee bit.
Good signs.
So I think that was what the excitement was. His Proctor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Proctor to field, and there's no run. Interesting field now, 2 slips in place, and they've got Tom Taylor in at a very straight, silly mid-off on the perch, almost with his left foot just about on the cut strip. Very, very straight. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Van Zyl, who looks to on-drive. Just dribbles up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Parnell, and there's no run.
Yeah, a couple of drives in the previous over from Luke Proctor were a bit straight-legged, I thought, from Van Zyl, and that's what they've spotted and brought in the man on the catch, as you say, a very straight, short mid-off.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and that's absolutely meat and drink to Stiaan Van Zyl. It was outside off stump, and again he was able to throw the hands at that and power it away through extra cover for 4. He goes up to 48, and Sussex to 119 for 4, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Put on 51 for the 5th wicket. They've been together for 16 overs, so it's been pretty hard work. 3 and over. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Van Zyl. Straight drives, that's 4 more. Ben Sanderson has set off in pursuit, but he's not going to catch that, and it rattles into the boundary boards down in front of us. Back-to-back boundaries for Stiaan Van Zyl, takes him to his half-century. That's 50 to Van Zyl. Dropped, of course, when he made 19 by Curran at 4th slip, but he's determined to make Northamptonshire pay, and it's 50 off 91 balls.
It shows you how well he hit that ball, because Tom Taylor is virtually on the wicket at short mid-off, and the ball went between him and the stumps, and he didn't move.
No.
It went like a rocket.
He hit that very hard. I say Ben Sanderson set off in pursuit from mid-off, but it was only ever going to be just to retrieve the ball from the boundary. So 52 to Van Zyl, 123 for 4. And that's 4 more. That's 3 fours in 3 balls, and that's possibly the best of the lot. Beautiful stroke, stood and delivered, hit through it, and that raced away through extra cover for 4. And 56 now to Stiaan Van Zyl, 127 for 4. 208 behind Sussex. The partnership goes up to 59, and just sense a little bit, Phil, I'm interested to get your take on this, that it just seems at the moment as though slightly Northamptonshire are waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, it's got that feel about it, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it has. Certainly with the seam. I think the spinners, there's a bit of excitement there.
Yeah.
With Rob Keogh, he might skid one on for an LBW. He might get one to hold a little bit to the left-hander, and he started well. But with the seamers, how many overs did Parnell bowl in that spell? Has anyone got the
5?
5. I mean, he needed to bowl at least one more for me, because he was building. He was working on Van Zyl in particular from left arm over angle that he has, but not to be.
Rob Keogh is coming in, 10 overs to go in the day, and Brown is forward and plays to mid-wicket. Fielded by Berg, and there is no run. Yes, Van Zyl was put down, as you say, when he was on 19. The total then was 69, so it would have been 69 for 5 if that could have gone down. However, the chance went. In comes Keogh, bowls to Brown, and Brown is using his feet down the track, plays again to Berg, playing with the spin, and again there is no run.
There's been some costly drops in this game, haven't
They
there?
have, yeah, absolutely they have.
A lot of them.
Yeah, certainly the Sussex drops of Rosington were very expensive. Keogh again, slipping a short legger in situ. Brown again using his feet and clips that through mid-wicket. Fielded by Curran out at deep mid-wicket, and there is one more to Ben Brown. He goes to 20 and Sussex to 128 for 4. It's the third time this season that Stian Van Zyl has been past 50, so he's been in good form since his return. A classy 100 down at Cardiff as well. Sussex's championship win so far this season came at Glamorgan. Keogh again, round the wicket bowls. Van Zyl just props forward, plays quietly out into the offside, and there is no run. He remains on 56. And Keogh already back at the end of his run and ready to trot in again. Bowls and just turned by Van Zyl onto the leg side through mid-wicket. They're thinking about 2, but there won't be 2 there. As the throw comes in from, who's that out there?
Taylor.
Oh, Tom Taylor gets in the throw. So one more to Van Zyl. He goes to 57, 129 for 4. 206 needed for Sussex to make Northamptonshire bad again. It's still a long way off, but Sussex are making a fight of it at least, as in comes Keogh and bowls, and Brown nudges that backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single as Sanderson comes into field from deep backward square. One more to the Sussex skipper. He goes to 21. It's the end of another tidy over from Keogh. 130 for 4. We've got 9 overs left in the day. I don't know whether Luke Proctor's going to get another one. Yeah, he's going to get another one. He's tearing off his jumper and is taking off his cap. After what did that over cost him? He's bowled 2 overs for 13. Luke Proctor going for 3 boundaries in the last over, but on this occasion he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Ben Brown.
Yes, 130 for 4, and Northamptonshire would dearly like to break this partnership before the close of play. 9 overs left. I don't think we're going to have any problems with the light. It's a very pleasant evening, sun behind clouds at the moment, but it's pretty bright, lots of blue sky around, so we'll get through, I'm sure. 2 slips in place, and here's Proctor in again. Bowls to Brown, who's driving down the ground up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson. And there's no run in this innings. Sussex having lost Tom Haynes for 18, called at second slip by Tom Taylor off Gareth Berg. That was 24 for 1, and Aaron Thomason caught by Ben Curran at 4th slip off Ben Sanderson for 7. That was 34 for 2. Travis Head caught off a bottom edge by Adam Rossington off Berg, attempting to pull. He was out for 8. That was 55 for 3, as Brown defends that ball from Proctor into the offside, fielded by Keogh. And most recently, Tom Clark, who was bowled by Ben Sanderson for 13. That was 68 for 4 in the 17th over. So these two have put on 62 runs, nearly doubled the score. And Proctor comes in, bowls to Brown, beaten outside the off stump, and Adam Rossington dropping that one, so it was a good job he didn't get an edge. It just seemed to be slightly taken by surprise there. I'm just not quite sure why that should have been. It looked a fairly routine sort of take, whether it just caught him on painful finger.
I think it wobbled a little bit.
Yeah.
Adam's certainly wobbling his head as well at the same time.
I was just watching that on the... Yeah, I think maybe it did. He finished up taking it up by his shoulder, or trying to take it up by his shoulder, and that ball from Proctor is played up to mid-on where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson. Yeah, it just got up a little bit, bounced a touch more, I think, than Adam Rossington was expecting, and it finished up taking the right glove up by his chest.
Yeah. But when you see the ball, as you know, having mitted for a number of years, the ball sort of stops and it stops rotating, and it can go any direction.
Proctor in again, bowls to Brown, who's going to get a run as he turns that into the onside this time. Charlie Thurston comes in off the boundary at deep mid-wicket and sends in his return to Rossington, and that's another run to Ben Brown. 22 to him, 131 for 4.
It's a strange phenomenon, and certain grounds do it more than others. This one does do it, and
really
does it increasingly. Trent Bridge is famous for its late movement after pitching.
A wobble factor. Field changes over for the left-handed Stian van Zyl. Gareth Berg in at second slip after doing a bit of limbering up, so maybe he'll be back into the attack fairly soon. He's Proctor round the wicket to Van Zyl. He just drops that down in the offside, fielded by Tom Taylor coming in from the covers. End of the over. Proctor 3 overs, 0 for 14. Ben Sanderson limbering up as well, so maybe the 2 wicket takers maybe going to come back into the attack for a little burst before the close. Brown's 22, Van Zyl 57, Sussex 131 for 4, still trailing by 204.
Philip has asked a question, I don't know the answer. He says, why is Alex Wakely not playing for Northamptonshire? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the club have put something out about that. I think Alex has got some personal issues that he needs some time away to attend to.
Thank you. Is it going to be Keogh again? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at oldmanraders. Sun's back with us now, and Keogh is in, bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown eases that down the ground to mid-on and picks up a comfortable single. The throw comes in, and momentarily Van Zyl just had to give a bit of a move on. He was just sort of dawdling down the track, but a very alert fielding down at mid-on. Throw came in. Gareth Berg warming up again. I wonder if he might be going to get a bit of a blast before the close.
Berg and Sanderson, I think.
Going to see the dynamic duo, aren't we, before the end of play? Maybe three or 4 overs each.
Short leg and a slip. It's a little bit reminiscent. You say there was a period during the Sussex innings, during the Northampton innings, when I thought rather there were too many sort of easy runs on offer, going towards the 5th batting bonus point, and perhaps that's what Rossington is thinking at the minute, just trying to tighten things up a little bit. 132 for 4. Van Zyl on 57 faces Keogh. Keogh is forward, Van Zyl is forward. Plays quietly down the track, fielded by Keogh of his own bowling, and there is no run. A slip on a short leg. Now 3 men saving 1 on both the off and the leg side. A sweeper on the cover boundary. Slip on a short leg as Keogh's in again and bowls. Van Zyl is forward and plays quietly down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Keogh fields the ball with a nifty bit of football, flicking the ball in the air. He's in his 4th over. He conceded 8 runs so far. He's in again, bowls, and Van Zyl just plays quietly out into the offside, fielded by Berg, and again there is no run. 7 overs left in the day after this one. Keogh in again, past umpire Bainton. And Van Zyl just lets that one pass by harmlessly outside of the off stump, taken by Rossington. And another dot goes down in the scorer's book. I'm not sure they have a book these days, but it would be a dot. And Keogh in again, bowls, and Van Zyl's back and plays this through backward point. Oh, but good stop by Sanderson. Big bang getting down quickly. Prevents a single. That'll be 6 dots in the little square in the scorebook, and they'll be joined up to make an M. When I was, if ever I was allowed to score, which wasn't very frequent because I used to lose my concentration. Anyway, it's the end of the over. 132 for 4. Van Zyl on 57, Brown on 23, and 7 overs left in the day.
Yeah, another good over by Rob Keogh, maiden, as you say, Adrian, and had to play at every ball. And there one ball did turn. I think the 5th ball of the over did turn, but it turned from very wide from the footholds, and nothing turning off straight, which is really what the off spinner ideally is looking for. But very accurate and asking some questions. He started really well.
Well, it is indeed going to be Ben Sanderson back into the attack from this pavilion end. Presumably we'll see a bit of Gareth Berg at the other end. They've both been limbering up for a little while. Sanderson 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35 so far in this innings, having picked up the wickets of Aaron Thomason and the last one to 4, which was Tom Clark. Seems a while ago now. 17th over. We have 7 overs to go in the day, so I won't be surprised if these two don't bowl out for the rest of the day. 3 slips in place, and Sanderson straight away on the money. the ball around about the line of off stump. Once again, it doesn't bounce a great deal, and
would it have knocked the bails off, do you think?
well,
it was very gentle.
It was a sort of, yeah. I'm trying to think of somebody's pace that you would compare it to.
I think you're looking at one, rather when you're talking to one.
Yeah, it was gentle. Here's Sanderson in again, and that's cracked away through the covers, and good diving attempt by backward point Ben Curran, but it races away to the boundary, and Freddie Heldrick, the 12th man, runs back there from the front of the West Stand to retrieve it. 4 more to Ben Brown, 27 to him, and the total up to 136 for 4. Heldrick now being told to stay back on the boundary and to sweep out there, and so we now have 3 slips backward point, mid off, that's Wayne Parnell, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square.
That shot as well had something of the Matt Prize about it.
Yes, it did, didn't it? Yes, there was more than a hint of that. Good spot. And this is punched away by Sanderson, and it's a long chase again for Freddie Heldrick. Comes round the boundary, sends in his left arm return, but they've come back for 2. It's good positive stuff from Ben Brown. He goes up to 29, 138 for 4. The arrears drop below 200. I'm just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in just a second, if you'll bear with us. And Northamptonshire encountering a bit of resistance at the tail end of the second day's play. Sussex now 138 for 4 in their second innings. That means they still trail by 197, but a good partnership here between Stian van Zyl, who was dropped on 19, he's 57 not out, and the Sussex captain Ben Brown on 29. Earlier in the day, Northamptonshire declaring on 441 for 9. The star of the show with the bat today for Northamptonshire, Save Sabe, who picked up 135, his maiden first-class century, and then at the start of the Sussex second innings, 2 wickets apiece for Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg. Had they been trouble at 68 for 4, but these two so far added 70 for the 5th wicket. 138 for 4. Sussex, they still trail by 197, and we have 6 overs left in the day's play. So that's brought BBC Radio Northampton listeners up to date as Sanderson bowls once again to Brown, who's in behind that, plays it up on the onside, fielded by Charlie Thurston, and there's no run. It's just all gone a little bit quiet now. We had that after the fall of the 4th wicket when Tom Clark was out. There was a lot of froth and bubble out there. Much less so now. And well, could do with another wicket tonight. Northamptonshire. Is Sanderson in again, bowls to Ben Brown, who's in his very best they shall not pass mode. Yes. Played that up to extra cover where it's fielded by Parnell, and there's no run. Hand sanitisation time, the final time in the day. Brown is 29, Van Zyl 57, 138 for 4. The arrears now 197, and we've got 6 overs left.
Yeah, and the skipper's, you know, he's a real fighter, Ben Brown, and when you speak to Bo, you know how much pride he leads the county with, and he won't sell his wicket without a battle, and I'm sure Ben is thinking here, right, let's get through these last 6 overs today. We don't know whether the weather might have some influence tomorrow, and at least take it into the final day, and let's try and restore some pride. And who knows what might happen? And as Phil was saying earlier, I do like this idea of 8 points for the draw. I do think in situations you think, well, actually, it really is worth fighting for. I know it's only 3 more points, but it does make a difference. And it's a mile away for Sussex here, isn't it? But if they could escape from this with 11 points, they'll think they've got out of jail, really. Yeah,
and I do wonder whether the weather and the fact that we are likely to lose chunks of play tomorrow is kind of almost subconsciously encouraging Sussex to really dig very, very deep. That might be sort of in the back of their minds, or almost subconscious. But yeah, the 8 points for a draw it encourages proper cricket rather than contrived results sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw how hard Luke Proctor battled at 6 hours 6 minutes for 93 on the last day at Lancashire at Trent Bridge to try and save the game.
Well, it's going to be Gareth Berg, who has consistently been consistently bowled very well in this match, comes in and bowls to Van Zyl, lets that go outside of the off stump taken by Rosington, and there is no run. So Rosington making sure that these Sussex batsmen have got to concentrate extra hard in these last 6 overs of the day.
Yeah, I think from the Northants' perspective, obviously Berg has bowled beautifully, Sando's done what Sando does, but the backup bowlers have not really picked the baton up, and they've not quite been at the same level of skill and consistency as the first two, and that's kind of shown really, and it's allowed these two to capitalise and build a really important partnership.
Berg is in again, and lovely shot by Van Zyl. That is the number of times I've had the pleasure of commentating on him playing a shot like that. I mean, it's just a gorgeous shot to watch. I think most left-handers when they play that shot, but Van Zyl in particular, that extra cover drive is just a thing of beauty, really.
Makes it look very easy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The game's not that easy. He makes it look very easy.
He must have played that shot, I don't know, a dozen times in Cardiff when he made his 100, and it is a lovely shot. He goes to 61. Sussex still with a huge amount of work to do, but at least two have restored a bit of credibility and a bit of pride for Sussex in what's been a pretty tough couple of days. In comes Berg and bowls to, look, forgot his name for a minute, isn't that awful? Bowls to Van Zyl, plays it onto the leg side, and there is no run. Sometimes happens at the end of a long day.
A long day. He's going to get longer. We've still got a bit to go.
Where am I? But it's been a good day's cricket, hasn't it? Terrific to see young Zabe make his maiden 100. That was a terrific moment as in comes Berg and bowls and chipped in the air, and it wasn't far away from Zabe. But Mupik is going to run away for a couple of runs, chasing round the boundary. The throw comes in, but that was in the air, wasn't it? I thought for a moment that Van Zyl was on his way, but he's picked up 3 runs. He goes to 64. And Sussex to 145 for 4.
Well, it says something about how well these two have played, that a kind of chip off the legs gets everyone a bit excited. There haven't been very many plays and misses, for example. There have been a couple of appeals, most of them not really very likely. So these two have really sort of battened down the hatches. But the other thing they've done is anything loose they've punished. It's important. You know, runs could be important in this game.
Yes, absolutely.
A chase in the 4th innings, possibly.
It comes Berg again, and Brown covers up and plays quietly onto the onside, and there is no run. Yes, and Sussex need to think that, don't they? That, you know, if comes it's a long way away, they're 190. They still need to make Northampton bat again. But if they could get into positive territory, then again that sort of takes more time out of the game. But so that's a long way off. And Northamptonshire, as we mentioned earlier, will certainly have another crack at the new ball before the rears are cleared. In comes Berg again. Well, let go by Brown. That was a good leave actually. But that wasn't far away from the off stump. Anyway, Gareth Berg wanders away at the end of his over. He's bowled 10 overs. 2 for 40 for Gareth Berg. Sussex 145 for 4. Van Zyl on 64. Ben Brown is on 29, and there are 5 overs left in the day.
To start to give you a quick update on what's happening elsewhere in the country, because most of the games are, if not actually at close of play, then as we are here, pretty close. It's, certainly the run fest continues up at Grace Road. Leicestershire made 496 all out, and Surrey replying strongly, 141 for no wicket there. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 343 all out, Worcestershire 185 for 4 in reply, so they're still 158 behind. At Lords, Middlesex in a spot of bother, which I'll come back to in a second. Sanderson bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Van Zyl, and he pushes that out on the offside. He's going to pick up a single. Charlie Thurston has to come in from his position, sweeping on the cover boundary, sends in his return, and that's one more run to Van Zyl, who's up to 65, and Sussex to 146 for 4. Middlesex 210. Gloucestershire then picked up a handy first innings lead of 63, bowled out for 273. And in their second innings, Middlesex already lost a couple of wickets, 17 for 2. So they're still, 46 runs behind. At Old Trafford, where they have had quite a bit of rain, they finally threw 1 innings. Glamorgan 344 all out. Lancashire in reply, 8 for no wicket. And of course he's in Group 3, same as this one. 3 slips now for Brown. Sanderson bowls to him, he plays that out to extra cover, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire 79 all out in their first innings. Big lead for Somerset, who replied with 336. Hampshire now 89 for 2 in their second innings, so 168 runs behind there. At Trent Bridge, Essex against Nottinghamshire. Essex bowled out for 99 in their first innings. Notts getting a big lead of 224. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Brown, is in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and Sanderson fields. Essex, 99 all out, Notts 323, so 224 run lead on first innings, and Essex then 127 for 3 in their second innings, so 97 runs behind. Still a bit of work for Essex to do there. And in the other match, up at Headingley in this same group, Group 3, Kent 305 all out, and Yorkshire now 220 for 3 in reply. Sanderson again, bowls outside the off stump to Ben Brown, who lets that go through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run. 29 to Ben Brown, 65 to Stiaan van Zyl. The partnership now up to 78 for the 5th wicket, so they have indeed doubled the score. Stiaan van Zyl dropped on 19 by Ben Curran at 4th slip. If that had been held, I wonder how much further down the line we'd be towards a result. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that shaped him jag back in at Ben Brown, who did well to just drop the bat on it and play it out the onside, where Charlie Thurston comes in from mid-wicket to field, but that did something, and Ben Brown just giving the pitch a little bit of a suspicious prod. And towards the end of this second day's play, 4 overs to go after this one. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson was going to try and give it the old flick up with the boot, missed it completely. You may get the psychedelic bib for that tomorrow for the worst player in the football warm up. End of the over. Brown 29, Van Zyl 65, Sussex 146 for 4, and the deficit now is 189.
Yeah, I probably haven't seen enough of that picture. Not the picture of Sando miscontrolling the ball, I've seen plenty of that, but the picture of Brown being asked to play a really authentic top of off forward defensive with the ball coming back down the wicket. You know, good batting, but also he says yes, that's where the ball needs to be more of the time, and I haven't seen enough of that picture in this innings so far from the Northampton bowlers.
Oh, the ground is absolutely bathed in sunshine. Still a very brisk wind blowing. You can tell that by the flags at the indoor school end of the ground, which are billowing away. Gareth Berg is just sort of deciding where he wants his field. I think he's quite happy with where it is. He's talking to Wayne Parnell at the far end of the ground.
I noticed Adrian, he's going round the wicket, I think, for the first time in this innings to the left-hander.
Interesting. And he's nattering on what is that, Parnell at mid-on? Yeah. Who he's chatting to? Yeah. In comes Berg to the left-handed Van Zyl. He's in and bowls, and Van Zyl is just forward and plays with his head right over the ball. Plays it down the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg. These two have very much got the close of play on their minds, with just 3 overs remaining after this one. Goes without saying, Northampton would love to get one of these two before the close. In comes Berg, bowls, and Van Zyl again is solidly forward to a good delivery, pitching round about middle and off, and Van Zyl is drawn forward and plays it quietly with soft hands into the offside, and there is no run. These two coming together, it was 68 for 4, so a partnership of 78 between these two.
And the scoring rate's pretty decent as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've scored at sort of nearly 4 and touching 4s.
Just given an air of respectability to this Sussex second innings, as in comes Berg again and bowls, and Van Zyl plays this quietly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Curran, who we're feeling a bit bad about the drop. It was a chance of 3rd slip when Stiaan van Zyl was on 19. The total was on 69 for 4.
Yeah, it was a curious one. It was sort of short of a length ball, and Van Zyl sort of tried to lay it down as if there were no slips there.
Yeah.
Found the slip fielder.
Bergin bowls, and forward comes Van Zyl. Good battle this. You know,
Yeah,
two
that's
experienced players, and Van Zyl's having to play every delivery here.
It's good. Berg's on his work, isn't he? He really is. Yeah, the chance. I mean, I think it looks an easier catch than it probably was. They're very close to Sanderson, and it was run down, but it was off the middle of the bat, and it probably accelerated off the middle of the bat, and it hit him before he really had a chance with his hands in the right place. Should have caught it, but not easy.
Bergin again bowls, and Van Zyl, I think that came off the thigh pad down towards fine leg. Let's wait for the umpire signal. Yes, indeed, it is a leg bite. 147 for 4, so Van Zyl remains on 65. One ball remaining in this over, then 3 more after this. That brings the Sussex skipper Ben Brown onto strike, who goes down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening. Still the 2 slips in place. Gareth Bowler looks like he wants another change in the field. He's moved, he's got a deep backward square, almost a fine leg, down here in front of the balcony where the Northamptonshire place would normally be, and where the pavilion normally is. Both sides normally sit up there. Now there is another change, and the extra cover is coming into a 3rd slip. That's Tom Curran, not Tom Curran, Ben Curran, as in comes Berg bowls, and a good delivery and a good leave by Ben Brown. Good cricket in that over. It was, you know, Sussex desperate to get through to the close without losing another wicket. Northamptonshire straining every sinew to pick up another wicket. And Sussex win that particular battle. 147 for 4, Brown 29, Van Zyl on 65, and we've got 3 more overs left in the day.
Yeah, there's been no shortage of effort from the Northants attack in this, 40 overs now of the second innings. Perhaps not quite on it in all aspects. Obviously, Berg is like a Rolls Royce at the moment. He's gliding in from the far end, there or thereabouts all the time. Sanderson, probably 8 out of 10 for Sando's best work, but still very, very high quality. The support bowlers haven't quite been there, have they? The 3 seamers in particular, I think Parnell, Taylor and Luke Proctor haven't quite backed up the front 2. But good signs from Rob Keogh. Started well, I think. Depending on what cricket we do get tomorrow, but in the rest of the game, I'd see Rob Keogh bowling some more overs.
It's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Van Zyl. From this pavilion end, long shadows now as Sanderson bowls to Van Zyl, is in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields as no run. Phil, I've had a message from Gary Herbert, who's a fine cricketer in the local game and now does some coaching. He said, great coverage as always, really admire coaches like Rips and Phil who use the mitt with first class bowlers with the wobble. He said he gave it a go with his under 10s, just got hit on the chest and decided to stick with one keeping glove. I thought it was probably a bit safer. Here's Sanderson again round the wicket, bowls to Van Zyl, who has to come down quickly on that. Again, not a great deal of bounce. It goes off the inner portion of the bat up to mid wicket where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Still a bit of threat from Sanderson in particular, especially bowling round the wicket. But as Adrian was saying, Northamptonshire would dearly love to break this partnership in the last 16 balls of this day's play. Sanderson again bowls to Van Zyl, just pushes at that one a little bit, firm hands, goes out into the covers, fielded by Charlie Thurston. There's no run. I
know you don't know the answer to this, either of you two guys, but a general question is, when was the last appeal? When did the ball last beat the bat? And it's quite a while, isn't it? And it shows how well these two have played, and the wicket has flattened quite considerably.
As is often the case here at Northampton. Round the wicket comes Sanderson again, bowls to Van Zyl, who plays that up to extra cover once again. It's Charlie Thurston in the obligatory sun hat who fields, and there's no run. It's very interesting that the wind, we were talking about the breeze, and it's not a particularly stiff breeze, but it has gone round a little bit. We were coming down from a northerly direction yesterday, and now it's coming, looking at the Tudor Rose flag over to on the right hand flagpole, it's coming more or less sort of southwesterly, which is where of course the weather's supposed to be coming in from tomorrow. Sanderson in again, bowls short, and that's pulled by Van Zyl. It wasn't in control of the stroke, it went down on the bounce to long leg. It wasn't a chance, but it was the first full shot we've had for a while.
That was a great bumper, wasn't it?
It came
right on the badge.
Again, it came out of nowhere, really. They pick up a single, 66 to Van Zale, 148 for 4, but undoubtedly just surprised a bit by that one.
Yeah, he does bowl. For a guy of his pace, he bowls a great bumper, Ben. It's usually on the money, and that was right on it. And I think the extra pace of it did take Van Zeel a little bit by surprise. He was out of control there.
Stand up to 80 as Sanderson bowls to Brown, who works that one away for another single just behind point. It's Ben Curran who goes round to field, and that's one more to Brown. Goes up to 30. 149 for 4 at the end of the over, with Brown on 30, Van Zale 66, Sanderson 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40, and 149 for 4. The partnership is 81, and Sussex still 186 runs behind. 2 overs left in the day.
Just a question that you guys might be able to help with, actually. It's come in about an hour or so ago. Enjoying the commentary for the T20 Blast. Would Head, Visa and Khan all be allowed to play at once? So that's 3 overseas players. Is it 3 overseas in the T20 or is it 2? I'm not sure for the season.
I believe it's 2.
I think it's 2.
Yeah.
I think it's 2.
Anyway, here comes Gareth Berg running into bowl to Ben Brown outside of the off stump. Brown lets it go. Penultimate over of the day. And Sussex 149 for 4. Yes, I mean, it does seem a bit odd. Sussex have got the 2 overseas players in this game, Van Zale and Travis Head. So maybe you can have 3. You can have 3 in your squad or whatever, but you can only play 2 of them. Perhaps I could get some confirmation on that. I'll
I think
see if I can find it. Only play 2.
I believe that's the case.
Berg running in from the indoor school end in lovely evening sunshine over the wicket, bowls, and Brown lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
Northamptonshire will have Mohammed Nabi for the T20 from Afghanistan.
Yeah, he's an impact cricketer, that guy.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
absolutely. And Northampton's a good record in the Blast. All coming up shortly, and hopefully by then spectators will be allowed back into the ground in some sort of a format. 3 slips awaiting, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Berg comes running into bowl to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown lets that go outside of the off stump. There's a groan from the slips. Good leave by Brown, taken by Rosington. 9 balls remaining in the day. And it's incredible to think, I'm sitting here now thinking, surely it's not going to chuck it down tomorrow, because it just looks too nice an evening, doesn't it?
That looks great, doesn't it?
Really does look ground. The ground looks tremendous. Lots and lots of blue sky around. As Berg has a natter away to Parnell at the far end of the ground, and now runs in towards us with his busy approach, rhythmic approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Brown stands up and just punches the ball straight back down the track, retakes his guard, Ben Brown. He will be absolutely determined, Ben Brown, that he wants to be there in the morning or whenever we get some play tomorrow. It looks like we will get some interruptions in the morning, but always have to wait and see.
I know from a kind of fielder's perspective, they will want the crowds to be in for the T20 in particular, because
for sure.
The ground is full of white seats now. All of the seating here is now white. It's been various colours, some blue, some yellow in the past, all white. And with the white, shiny, hard ball, it can be very difficult to pick up when it's hit flat. So some spectators would be grateful.
Bergen again bowls, and Brown just covers up and plays quietly to mid-off. And again, there is no run. So, the last ball we're going to see from Gareth Berg today, then 1 more over to be bowled. Ben Brown on 30, Stian Van Zale on 66, 149 for 4, a change in the field. The cover has now gone out to almost a sweep on the cover boundary. Gareth Berg is nattering away to Parnell. They've also got a deep mid-wicket as well, so Berg's cooking up some plan at the far end of the ground.
I'm sorry, I've got nothing for you on that.
Yeah. Wonder what it is. Comes in, bowls to Ben Brown. Short, and Ben Brown had a little dig at that. And the slips all thought he gloved it through to the keeper. Umpire said not out. Well, he was certainly cooking something up then. And the 2 players just had a little word with each other then, Berg and Brown. I don't know if there was anything in that, perhaps just a little bit of...
Bergie's just charmed him, that's all. That's all what's happened there.
End of the over, 149 for 4.
That was brilliant what just happened there. That's a classic. Ben Sanderson went to spin his cap to the 12th man and caught Gareth Berg straight in the face.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to leave you because I've got a radio update to do, so you may be done and dusted by the time I finish. So thank you for a hugely enjoyable day.
No,
and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes, you will. Yeah, we'll see things out for the last over of the day. We're in as night watchman. 149 for 4, and it is going to be Ben Sanderson to start the final over of the day in beautiful bright sunshine. Lovely evening here. 2 men back, possibly for the short ball. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Van Zale, who's popping that out on the offside where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston in the covers, and there's no run. Time just coming up to 6:30, so a little bit of overtime, but beautiful evening. The man back on the boundary in front of the west stand at deep square, and a long leg as well, both on the fence. 3 slips in place, 3 on the offside, saving 1. Sanderson in again, bowls to Van Zale, who's in behind that, pushes it up to extra cover where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston, and there's no run. Didn't need to think too hard, Phil, about who to ask for. Have a chat with later on. I think we'll have a word with the century maker, I reckon.
Well, he's always smiling, isn't he? He's always smiling. I wonder, it's going to be a huge smile when you speak to him later.
Yeah, he likes a chat as well, which is good to hear. Here's Sanderson in short, and he just paddles at that one, and it's come off something. Glove, I think. It's gone down for 4 runs, signalled by umpire Paul Baldwin. Now I wonder what that's hit. I think it came off glove because it looped, didn't it, rather than flying.
A soft flight about it, yeah.
It cleared Adam Rossington fairly comfortably and went down to the boundary in front of the indoor centre for 4. 153 for 4.
Another day that just goes straight past his right ear into the keeper's into the keeper's hands. Not very convincing. That's 2 short balls from Sanderson. Hasn't been particularly convincing, has he?
No. Well, I'm sure that will have been duly noted, but yeah, just watch the replay. It was off the glove. It cleared Adam Rossington comfortably, but yeah, not particularly convincingly. 70 to Van Zale now. Bowls short again, not as short, and this time he paddles it round the corner, and it goes down to long leg, and they come through for a single. Van Zale and Ben Sanderson just having a frank exchange of views. 71 to Van Zale, 154 for 4. And we have 2 balls to go in what's been another fascinating day's play. At one point, I must admit, when the 4th wicket went down in the 17th over, and Sussex 68 for 4, I wondered how much we're going to have left in the game after today, but these two have done a really, really good job for their side. They've dug in, they put on 86. Here's Brown in, again facing that ball from Sanderson, and he plays it out into the covers. And there's no run. 1 ball left. Sanderson, I wonder, going to test him out with a short one. There's a man back at long leg, but no one else. 3 men in 1 saving positions on the offside, 3 slips, and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. For the last ball of the day, Ben Sanderson running in from the pavilion end, bowls to Ben Brown, who's solidly in behind that, plays it up into the covers. Taylor fields, and that's time, gentlemen, please, and that's the end of the second day's play, with Sussex going in at 154 for 4 in their second innings. That means that they trail by still 181, which is still clearly a commanding position for Northamptonshire, but Phil, not quite as commanding as they would have thought, as I say, at 68 for 4, when they were even wondering if the game might be over today.
Yeah, let's start with the batting team. Congratulations, really well played there to the captain Ben Brown and Steve Van Zyl. A really good partnership. And they're saying, Northamptonshire not having it all your own way here. We've got a bit of fight about us, we've got a bit of pride about us, and you're going to have to work very, very hard to get us out. And I thought they batted really nicely together. Northampton probably missed their lengths a little bit, and they got tucked into from time to time. Didn't miss out on anything that was over length and drove the ball particularly nicely through the offside, both of them. So really well done there. But the day still, having said that, does belong to Northampton. They're in a great position. In particular, the partnership between captain Adam Rossington, who is unfortunately out on 87, but Zaev, who's leading the team off with a big smile across his face. He's trying to look cool, he's failing to do so. Takes his cap off, big beaming smile, I'm delighted. The Northampton players are delighted. He's a really popular member of the dressing room, member of the staff. Congratulations to him. And look forward to seeing what unfolds over the next 2 days.
Yeah, well, thank you very much indeed, Phil, and to Adrian Harms as well. I know he's updating BBC Radio Sussex. So that's it for the close of the second day's play. 154 for 4. Sussex still 181 runs behind, but 86 the partnership between these two so far for the fifth wicket, which has been an excellent job for the side, and has certainly given Sussex some reason to look with optimism to the remainder of the match. We'll wait and see what the forecast, how accurate it was. The forecast at the moment suggesting we may get some rain tomorrow, but we may possibly get back on at some point or towards the back end of the day. And the forecast at the moment for Sunday is pretty good, so plenty of time left in this match. But close of play here, 154 for 4 from a sunny Wantage Road. Have a very good evening, and we hope to be with you, or will be with you as soon as there is some cricket tomorrow, and we hope that'll be just before 11 o'clock. For now, from me, Andrew Radd,